B2CH.3 awakened. It was like waking up to a calamity. The moment my eyes opened, my senses immediately overloaded. The overwhelming sensation of ultra-intense lights, sounds, and smells were somehow amplified by the intense emotion that was still ebbing from that vision. It was so painful I almost screamed, but that shameful act was blocked by my old friend. Regulus, action override. The sensory overload, however, was hardly the end of my troubles. Inside my head, mental alarms were blaring out. Potential threats detected. Defensive measures auto-activated. Without prompting, a command pulse burst forth from me and reached out. It grabbed hold onto the aforementioned threats while I was still struggling to make sense of my surroundings. Caution. Immediate attention required. While I was still dazed by the information overload, a mental feedback prompt pulled urgently at my consciousness, screaming for attention. Outraged, I pushed back with a single directive. Leave me alone. My command latched out, tethering itself with lightning speed to any tangible targets to execute my decree. Potential threat disabled. Potential threat disabled. Potential threat disabled. Potential threat disabled. Further attention required. All that happened in the blink of an eye. Just like that, all the prompts went away. Released from the mental pressures but still suffering from sensory overload, I slowly regained my bearing and looked around. I found myself in a huge, dimly lit chamber surrounded by a myriad of devices. The chamber gave the vibe of a religious Gothic setting mixed with futuristic elements, a theme which I was dead familiar with due to my countless hours of diving into books and video games of this universe. It was like witnessing concept arts come to life. The ceiling was high and church-like with numberless religious figures painted on it, whereas the walls and floor had a few gigantic stylized fleur-de-lis symbols. No mistake about it, I must be in a Sororita's monastery. Eerily, no one was around in this huge chamber. The air was pleasantly cool. The tranquility of the place was broken only by the muted beeping of machines. At least it should be, but I was still battling with my hypersensitive senses. My vision was saturated with flashing psychedelic colors. Traces of medicine and chemicals in the air assaulted my nostrils while the world rumbled with a deafening low hum. I winced and sniffed from the suffocating stimulus until the intensity eventually died down. Finally relieved from the sensory torment, I touched my face and, to my surprise, felt some wetness. Blood? I pulled my hand back in shock. I didn't even notice I was still crying. Breathing heavily, I mentally conceded she was correct to forewarn me. The vision was indeed unpleasant and also confirmed what was widely acknowledged in my hobby community, that the Emperor of Mankind can be a total jerk at times. After taking another breath and wiping off my tears, I started observing my surroundings and was immediately stunned by the clarity of my senses. Everything was looking even more real than before. Compared with this vividness, it felt like the past few days when I was active. My then super healthy body was actually under the weather the whole time. Was it really? The shocking answer came quickly. Looking back, I finally realized during the days leading up to the battle with the rebels and the greater demon, my body might have been running on fumes. It was so ridiculous. I must have been like a village bumpkin who got hold of a damaged supercar and felt proud of myself for going 150 miles, without realizing the car can easily go 300 miles in top form. My God, I am still such a bloody noob. After some self-loathing, it was time for information gathering. I reached out, but there was no machine spirit around. Nearby, the dimly lit space was illuminated by what seemed to be my vital readings on huge digital displays. I tried to read the information, but to my horror I could not understand them. For a split second, I was rudely reminded of being an intruder of this universe before something kicked in, and abruptly the meaning of the Gothic characters came to me perfectly. What the hell was that? I thought whatever instant low Gothic translation mechanism inside my head should be seamless by now. Slightly unnerved, I peeled my eyes from the displays to check on my body and found I was wearing a patient's outfit with a tube inserted into my left arm. Everything seemed fine. All my limbs were accounted for, and I could move all my fingers and wiggle my toes freely. From this point of view, laying down and looking at my body was just like that time I was on that muddy field. Suddenly I was on that miserable rainy field again, pain and cold gnawing at me. I looked down to see an atrocious amount of blood flowing out from my nose and mouth. The warm sanguine liquid filled my mouth with a choking taste of iron. I could not breathe, started panicking and grabbed onto my neck. I blinked and suddenly found myself back on my bed again. No muddy field, no rain, no blood, but my hands were still around my neck. While my mind rallied, I touched my neck and realized my rosette was missing. The possibility of losing such a crucial item jolted my focus back, but a hunch told me it was nearby. I sat up from my bed to look around and, true to my feelings, quickly located it. Just a few steps away, glittering in the dim light on top of a small table, was my rosette. Beneath it was my then outfit, cleaned and neatly folded. Relieved, I climbed down from my futuristic-looking bed to retrieve my stuff. The marble floor was stone cold, and a nice chill crept up my feet as I walked over. Just before I was about to reach for my pendant, a nagging sensation grabbed my attention. Intrigued, I looked around as information seeped into my head. It was only then that I realized the place was rigged with a myriad of contraptions that my mind was trying to warn me about. Hanging from the ceiling and aiming at my bed was a brainwave monitor. Mounted high on the walls were multiple motion detectors, and the bed I slept on even had a weight sensor. I could even perceive the infrared anti-theft measures covering my stuff on the table. Everything seemed to be rigged to alert the administrators of the place the moment they detected I had regained consciousness, but nobody was running over to me. Why? Looking closer, I was enlightened by the transcendent intelligence residing in me. All the notification functions on the devices were intercepted by my command pulse from earlier. They were all currently running in a loop pending for my further instructions. That meant my countermeasures ability was activated even before my mind was clear. You are a weapon. The chilling answer in the Emperor's voice jumped at me. Feeling conflicted at that notion and not wishing to alert any one of me waking up at the moment, I terminated all the command loops. With all the security measures disabled, I slowly picked up my rosette that was in the shape of a golden twin-headed eagle pendant. It was as light as a feather, but I felt the symbolic weight it carried. The pendant shone brightly even in the dim light, bouncing illumination off its exorbitant finishing in a complex and spellbinding manner. The vision never did show how SYRINE got the possession of this item, which made me question if her action here was sanctioned by the Emperor. What if this is a case of running away from home but on a galactic scale? The ramification of such a possibility was no joking matter. I suddenly had the mental image of a few Adeptus Custodes guards materializing beside me with their weapons raised. I had seen the legendary Custodes in my vision, the way they moved, the shine on their burnished gold armor, and the sheer intimidating pressure they exuded was still fresh in my mind. Even knowing beforehand that these were imaginary specters, I was taken aback by the intensity of it. I blinked and the mirages of golden giants were gone, leaving me with a heightened pulse. Flustered, I cursed myself for jumping at shadows and decided to change my clothes. I pulled the tube that was still attached to my wrist. It came off with a light sensation and my vital readings on the huge display went flat. Before the built-in alarm started beeping, I made sure to disable its administrator notification function before switching it off with a flick of my mind. I then proceeded to take off my patience's gown. Looking down, I came face to face with heavenly curves. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. I am a girl, in one of the most brutal sci-fi universes known, no less. My brain froze and I wanted to cry because of my predicament, but this time the tears were not forthcoming. Feeling distressed, I panted for air despite not feeling out of breath. The reality check on me playing the part of a questionable heiress of a failing galactic empire hit me like a truck. I was just a normal white-collar worker in my previous life. This is too much. Can I run away from all these like SYRINE did? While my mind raced, a small voice rose from inside my head. Weren't you always frustrated about the lack of position, power, and resources in life? Here, have everything you always wanted and go make a difference. I looked down at the chained golden eagle pendant that was still on my right hand and slowly clenched it. A short while later, I had cleaned myself, all dressed up, and arrived at a sturdy-looking door. The door was decorated with, of course, a myriad of skulls and other common imperial motifs. It seemed to be the only way in and out of this place. Curious about what was on the other side, I fired up Auspex and blasted forth a sensor wave, but no readings came back. What the? I tried a second time and received the same result, but this time I noticed my detection waves disappeared as soon as they hit the door and walls. I realized these were made of either psychic or sensor-dampening materials. This chamber has some serious setup. I approached the door and pushed it, finding it locked as expected. A sensation informed me the door was merely locked by a sophisticated digital mechanism, which was weird but made things easy for me. Using my innate ability, I bypassed the security measures, deactivated the digital lock, and gingerly pushed the door. The massive door swung open silently, a testament to its supreme craftsmanship, and I was greeted by a dimly lit narrow hallway. I quietly exited the chamber and closed the door, reactivating its lock. Murmurs of prayers mixed with the low hums of power armor backpacks could be heard in the distance, and there was the smell of incense in the air. I fired up another Auspex wave and immediately detected people not too far in front. From the readings, I could tell there was a line of sororitas blocking another group of people. While the presence of the sisters was expected, I was taken aback by the second group, some of whom seemed to be prostrating towards my direction. Who are these freaks? I slowly walked forward while taking a closer look at the readings, recognized the symbols of haloed skulls, and held back a gasp. These people must be from the Ecclesiarchy, the official church of the Imperium. From my understanding, these guys were usually just bad news. Think ultra-corrupt, super self-righteous religious organizations and conservative trappings with the full backing of a supremely fascist state. As I was wondering what to do next, more people approached. Judging by the weight of the steps and the growing hums of power armor, a new group of sisters had arrived. Sister Palatine, good morning. A male voice echoed from the hallway, addressing the newcomers. Good morning, esteemed Archdeacon, replied a female voice which I recognized to be Palatine Domini, who I had met once. She had a uniquely pitched voice. Your Grace is here very early today. How may I serve? While Domini sounded courteous enough, I felt a hint of coldness in her tone. Palatine, this time I will accompany you in the routine inspection of the Saint Candidate's condition. Archdeacon, I again humbly request your eminence not to be involved in such matters. Should the Holy Daughter regain consciousness, we will notify the Church immediately. Please retire and wait for our notification. Not possible. The latest astropathic message from the Cardinal has made his orders clear. By his decree as the highest ecclesiarchy office on Nusquam, thus representing the Emperor's will, the Church has to have the first word with the candidate when she recovers. It is now my sole and only task. I am to personally monitor her condition closely from this point onward and supervise her inspections. There was a pause before Domini replied, My apologies, Archdeacon. Again, I must refuse your request. Without explicit written order from the Church authorized by the Cardinal, I cannot overrule the orders of my canoness. I understand. That is why this time I have here with me the written order here with the Church's seal, attached together with the transcripts of the Cardinal's direct orders. Kindly verify. There was another pause before Domini complied with a flat tone that almost masked her displeasure. Very well, follow me. I then heard the sisters parting, and people started moving, and it was only then I realized my predicament. I am not supposed to be here. Shit. Trapped. I was so trapped. This situation of being cornered in a narrow walkway seemed awfully familiar, though. Just as I was seconds away from an embarrassing encounter with a bunch of troublesome people, a line of words showed up like a savior in my vision. Activate Shadow Walk? Yes/no. After I made the obvious choice, a thin, almost unperceivable shroud appeared around me just as Palatine Domini came into view. Her face an icy fortress as she led a few sister hospitallers together, with a whole group of religious-looking people walking forward. For a moment I held my breath, but it was soon apparent no one saw me. With my back on the wall, I watched in awkward silence as the ecclesiastical procession walked right past me, their many delicate religious trinkets ringing softly with every step, and a cloud of incense followed them towards the chamber. I felt my head numbing just by imagining what would happen when they found out their holy daughter was no longer inside. I gotta get out of here. In front of me was the path leading outside. With my newfound ability and my transhuman agility, I could probably get out of this place undetected. I looked back at the procession again and found myself absolutely not in the mood to deal with religious bureaucracy. In stark contrast, the promise of a short span of freedom in front was just too tempting. Come hell and high water, I will go for a walk first. Maintaining my shroud, I walked down the hallway, past a line of guarding sisters, and ventured into the vast monastery. B2CH.4 Monastery. I moved like a ghost inside the Sororitas Monastery. Even with my shroud, at first I was still apprehensive whenever I encountered random groups of sisters. But soon it was clear that no one so much as threw me a glance. I was practically invisible to the human eyes. I proceeded with my walk and felt like a lost tourist visiting a holy site, marveling at the impressive interior of the place. All around me, every inch of the floors, walls, and ceilings were covered with patterns, carvings, and reliefs of religious and imperial motifs in the signature dark Gothic theme of the Imperium. Another surprising fact was that while the place was huge, there was little to no electronic security surveillance presence in most areas. I was paying extra attention to look out for security cameras, for I highly suspected the shroud of mine could not fool machines, as this should be equal to or the same legendary ability utilized by the stealthy Raven Guard Space Marines. By now the ruse was up. I could feel the increased Vox traffic in the air and an obvious increase in the number of battle sisters marching around with sterner than usual expressions. Curious about what they were talking about on the Vox, I dove into the network for a peek and almost instantly regretted it. It sounded like the whole monastery was freaking out. They were screaming mobilization orders and putting all available sisters into a search. Maybe this accidental stunt of mine went a bit too far. The idea of looking for Alicia or Dinah did cross my mind, but I had no idea where to even begin. I walked aimlessly, wondering what to do next, but seemed to be drawn towards a particular direction. There was something in the air, a residue of something powerful calling out to me like the faintest whisper in a dream. I soon found myself inside a huge service hall of sorts with an eye-catching life-sized statue in the center of it. It was of a lady clad in a standard suit of Sororita's power armor. She wore a fierce expression, standing heroically on top of a high marble slab with an iron halo behind her head, holding a huge shield on her left hand while a blade was raised on the other. The plaque on the marble read, Catherine Eligius, patron saint of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, the original order militant majores which this tiny order splintered from. There was a tall banner and a table in front of the statue. On the table was an incense dispenser and a forest of burning candles, with a collection of religious trinkets commonly carried by the Sisters of Battle. I noticed some of these trinkets were damaged or broken in places. The banner behind the table had lines upon lines of words written on it. On the very top of the banner, written in huge lettering, was a single word, Martyrus. As for those lines of words, they were all names. Adelira Genevieve, Lucia Dasamusa, Juliana Nihinta, Sabina Luciae, Veridica Agathira, Ileana de Serra, Bergania de Simagora, Adelina Karamina, Elianiel Geneth. On and on the names went. I felt the hair on my arm rising upon realizing these were all the recently martyred sisters. Did they lose their life before I arrived or in the recent battle under my command? I was not sure, but regardless it made my spine crawl. This was the grim darkness of the far future after all, war was eternal and the Imperium itself was built on countless martyrs. I knew that, but still, the transition from hobby memes to reality had an indescribably surreal quality to it. I held my palms together for a silent prayer, then left the hall, letting my feet carry me forward to no particular place. Damn, I can use some fresh air. I walked and walked. With my shroud, I passed more security checkpoints, avoided random Mechanius personnel, dodged security cameras, and walked past more groups of sisters until I was finally out of the monastery wall and got onto a parapet. The cool air outside pleased me. It was refreshing to finally stop breathing air heavily laced with incense. Outside, I came upon a starless dark sky with random aircraft lights floating around. I turned around and saw the exterior of the Sororita Monastery for the first time. It was a gigantic structure in the shape of a comically huge Gothic church with its main cathedral piercing up into the sky. Around it were multiple lesser towers with many guns protruding from strategic locations. The place was more of a fortress than a monastery. Looking down, I saw a strange sight. Beyond the furthest perimeter wall were what appeared to be a large crowd. There must have been thousands of people near the main gate. With my inhuman eyesight, I was picking details like looking through binoculars. In the center of the crowd was a huge figure which appeared to be a statue. Wait, is that what I think it is? I had to get a closer look. The fastest way to get down from here would be. It was only then that I realized my body was in mid-air, and I was looking down at a straight-down drop of at least 3 stories in height. In my eagerness to move forward and without realizing my own actions, I climbed over the parapet. Time slowed down. The human side of me screamed internally while the other unfamiliar side was indifferent about the fall. Then visions of SYRINE's daredevil stunts beneath the Imperial Palace flashed before my mind and the internal conflict was resolved. Yeah, this is nothing. I landed without a hitch and felt no more impact than jumping off a chair. The little landing noise I made attracted the attention of a battle sister from a patrolling squad, but she quickly lost interest seeing no one was around. After my quick recovery from a brief moment of feeling stupor, I looked back at the multiple stories high parapet and immediately gave up on the idea of going back the same way. What now? I teetered between the decisions of getting back inside the monastery or investigating what I saw on the other side of the fence. As I stood in the massive yard feeling totally lost, again my attention was attracted to a powerful yet abstruse force nearby, more intense this time and originated from beyond the fence. This felt weird and eerie. Is it a sign? I closed my eyes and tried to look inward for a quick answer. Syrine, is this your doing? No response. Well, that was worth a try. My anxiety was starting to rise at this point. This walk had been going on for far too long. I tried looking for a way back into the monastery, but instead felt a sense of suffocating oppression just by looking at the formidable structure. In stark contrast, the prospect of checking what was on the other side of the fence looked so tempting. There lies that mysterious thing I saw from the parapet. A fleeting moment. I soon reached the center of the crowd and my mouth dropped. No doubt about it. Standing close to 2 meters tall with thousands of candles burning beneath it and lighting it up like a gigantic cake in pre-dawn darkness was a statue of my likeness. I gulped while looking at the details. This statue, while slightly crude with hints of being a rushed job, matched my clothing and pose from when I did that cringy solo performance. The most noteworthy feature of it was the glowing halo behind the head, which was made up of illuminating devices. Around the statue were many erected banners. Most had the typical message of "The Emperor protects" or "Faith is our shield" written on them, and the largest of them all read "Pray for our saint." How long was I out cold? When was I a saint? I stood there, invisible to the crowd and having a hard time keeping my mouth closed while taking the ridiculous sight in. By then the sky was starting to brighten up. Dawn was coming. I let out a sigh and decided it was time to end the walk. I turned and was about to go back when a disturbance caught my attention. A few people were arguing around the corner of the statue, and their voices rose steadily. I walked over for a closer look, just in time to witness the start of a fight. A few guys were pummeling an old man while the crowd, including a man who looked like an officer in a carapace armor, simply stood by and watched. Attacked by multiple people, the elder man was having a hard time defending himself from getting punched and kicked from all sides. The old man soon lost his footing and fell to the ground, his possessions scattered around. His assailants did not relent, though, and kept up their attack. I winced at the barbaric display and wondered why no one intervened. Are the people here this cold? No matter, not my problem. I turned and decided to return to the monastery, but found my steps heavy. Behind me the beating continued. Not my problem. The old man started begging for mercy. The begging continued, now with a blood-gurgling voice. I quickly turned around. Upon witnessing blood flowing down from the old man's mouth, I snapped. What are you people doing? Stop it. The assault abruptly stopped as I had hoped, but there was a new problem. Everyone was looking at me. Oops, there goes my shadow walk. All around me people went quiet. My sudden appearance, together with my matching appearance with their fabled saint, must have bewildered them. There was no going back now. Might as well do what I blew my cover for. I started walking towards the bullies while glaring at them. They got the message and stepped back from their victim. I reached the wounded old man and squatted down to check on him. Are you all right? I asked. The old man started to answer weakly as he looked up. When he saw me, his expression turned from despair to shock. It is fine now, I assured him. Surely the sister hospitallers back in the monastery can do something about his injuries. The crowd around started murmuring, and my transhuman hearing heard them all. Is that? Where did she come from? I swear no one was there just now. No way. This could get messy. I needed to get back as soon as possible. Can you stand? I can get you some help. I offered the old man my hand. Still shocked, he took it and stood back up shakily. Just as we were about to leave, our path was blocked by the man in carapace armor with his palm raised, signaling us to stop. Being this close, I finally recognized his armor and half-mast to be the standard-issue war gear of the Adeptus Arbites, the Imperial law enforcers of Imperium. While the Arbites were quite a major faction in the lore, they were more brutal Central Bureau police force than a military force. As a result, they were never a complete playable army by themselves, and I was not familiar with them. The officer first looked me up and down, then talked into his comm, telling his unit he was investigating a possible case of thrill seeker before finally turning to me. With an authoritative voice he asked, "Mamsel, are you alone?" Mamsel? Just as I was starting to get used to being called a lady, he had to hit me with that cringe again. Together with the man's inaction when the assault happened right in front of him, I had a very low opinion of him at this point. Still, I had to answer to avoid further troubles. Yes. The man nodded before dropping his bombshell statement. Do you have a written permission from any Ministorm representative to dress up like that? Impersonating a saint or a potential saint candidate without proper authorization is a criminal offense under the local code of Lex Imperialis. Wait, what? Is he serious? The lore did mention about Arbites not caring much about petty crimes, instead focusing on central imperial laws. Kind of like how the FBI will not bat an eye if you litter in front of them. Even so, assault was considered a petty crime for them? No, I do not have written permission. I answered truthfully. Then I will have to arrest you. Show me your identity. Well, experiencing the brunt imperial law for the first time, I was taken aback. Seeing that I did not respond, the officer drew his baton menacingly and barked his order, "Mamsel, I am not going to repeat that order again. But I am not impersonating anyone," I said without thinking, which in hindsight was obviously the wrong answer for him. The officer's chin under the half-mask visibly tensed up. I could even read what was on his mind. "You little twat. I bet you usually have things your way with that pretty face." Wait. I can read minds now? Final warning. Give me your identity, he said with a voice so dangerous it snapped me back and made all the people around, including the wounded old man, step further back. Like an ID card or something? I am sorry, I don't have one. As soon as I uttered my answer, his thought came through again. That's it. I will teach you a lesson. Shockingly, in the next instance, he actually swung his baton at me, someone with the appearance of an unarmed girl. The crowd gasped at the sudden attack, but what was supposedly a very tense moment quickly became weird. I watched in disbelief as the weapon came at me at a snail's pace and dodged it easily by stepping aside. Surprised, the officer quickly collected himself and tried for the second time. Again, the baton moved sluggishly through the air. This time, I took a step back and observed the tip of the baton gliding right in front of me at a laughable speed. Is he even trying? I risked a glance at my assailant. The man's expression was far too serious to be fooling around. I even saw a cloud of angry emotions hanging over him. His intention to beat me up was real, but he was just too slow. Wait, is he slow, or am I fast? The officer swung for the third time, again attacking with the same lethargic speed. I was no longer nervous and glanced around to confirm my hunch. To my amazement, from the crowd's movement to the flowing of banners, everything seemed to be moving at less than half speed from my point of view. I was possibly in my peak form for the first time. The mere tightening of my focus seemed to make everything go slower, so there was no need to fire up thought acceleration. The officer was not slow. I am way too fast for him. Confident in the difference of our physical capability, I reached out and grabbed hold of the baton mid-swing, easily yanking it off his hand like taking candy from a baby. Not realizing he was disarmed, the man continued his clumsy strike and was fully exposed for counterattack. I felt a strange new sensation and in the blink of an eye, saw a myriad of ways to end his life. A hand chop to the neck would fatally crush his throat. A direct elbow smash into the back of his head should result in a lethal concussion even with that helmet. A knee jab into his chest would break enough ribcage for the bones to puncture his own lungs, drowning him on land. A quick grab and twist would break his neck, and an extra twist could probably decapitate him with my strength. I had so many options to end him now. He is so fragile. Even wearing that full body armor, to me he looked no more than a defenseless sand castle on the beach. While I looked at him with a newfound perspective, the man finally regained his stance and our eyes met. I have no idea what he saw, but in the next instance he recoiled in horror and took multiple steps back. The crowd around us was getting thicker at this point, and I figured it would be better to de-escalate the situation. "Please, stop," I said while flipping the baton and offered the handle to him. The man blinked at the baton, finally noticed his empty hand and looked totally dumbfounded. He panicked, took a few steps back, quickly called into his comms for backup. That done, he drew a pistol, pointed it at me while yelling in a shaky tone, "Stop resisting." I was flabbergasted. Despite all my attempts to resolve this situation peacefully, it still ended up like this. The human side of me flinched at the sight of a gun, but another part of me seemed to be nonchalant about it as it was merely an auto pistol. Merely a pistol? Surprised by my own thoughts, I stood still just as two more individuals wearing the same uniform appeared from the crowd with their weapons pointing at me while shouting conflicting orders. One of them was asking me to raise my hands while another was telling me to get down on my knees. The first man was chiming in, asking me to drop the baton that I had offered to him. Such a nuisance. This reminded me of all the horrible incidents made by the less-than-ideal law enforcement personnel back on my mundane Earth. A wrong move here and a normal person would be dead. But I was anything but normal now. A myriad of options flashed before my mind. First, I could unleash my halo to intimidate them, but that might create a bigger scene with all the pilgrims around. Otherwise, fleeing was also an option. With my speed, I could get out of dodge easily, but that would risk the life of bystanders should these guys simply start shooting indiscriminately. Lastly, there was the option of going fully on the offensive. If I activated thought acceleration and went all out, taking down all three of them within seconds before leaving the scene was a given. They were just humans after all. Just humans? Startled by my own unfamiliar chilling thoughts, I froze. Meanwhile, emboldened by my inaction and their numbers, with weapons in hand, the three officers stepped closer while repeating their contradicting orders. Their aggressiveness vexed me greatly. A non-violent scenario seemed impossible at this point. My grip on the baton tightened. Multiple solutions to incapacitate the three of them flashed before my mind. All right, you guys asked for. Cease your blasphemy. Fortunately, an amplified voice, which I recognized, stopped me from acting out my plan. The new development had the three officers turning their heads at the direction of a parting crowd. There, a short distance away, graced by the lights of early sun, Sister Wellmana in her usual dialogous attire stepped forth while brandishing a staff topped with a sororitas icon. The built-in laud hailer on her robes was again blasting orders. By the order of the Adeptus Sororitas, stand down. Upon seeing the arrival of a furious sister, the three officers complied and lowered their weapons. After staring down the Arbites, Wellmana turned to me. Not expecting to meet up with her under such circumstances, I dropped the baton, smiled to cover the awkwardness, and said the only thing that came to my mind. Good morning, Wellmana. It was then I had a proper look at the scholar. She seemed to have exerted herself coming here. The sweat on her forehead shone like diamonds reflecting the early sunlight. Wellmana struggled to control her ragged breathing, and she had a somewhat stupefied expression while staring straight at me, her lips trembling slightly. On one of her hands was a communication device with a voice calling out from it. Sister Wellmana? Say again, have you located the Holy Daughter? Affirmative, I found her, Wellmana said. But in her haste to reply, she had forgotten her laud hailer was still switched on, so that message was blasted all around us. We both winced at the accident. While she hurriedly turned off her laud hailer, a message appeared in my vision. Combat detected. B2CH.5 meeting again. Combat detected. Cogitatio acceleratio auto-activated. Auspex auto-activated. My powers activated in response to dangers that I was not even aware of. As the thought acceleration effect took over, the world around me froze in time as my sensor net expanded outwards. I was being attacked? Who? How? I looked around and quickly located some suspicious individuals. First target, 1 o'clock, 3 meters behind the first officer, a pilgrim with a gun drawn. Second target, 10 o'clock, 5 meters behind the third officer, another man with his weapon out. Their posture, the position of their weapons, the way they were looking straight at me, no mistake about it, they were targeting me. While the assassin's threat against me was very low, Wellmana was caught between the firing arc from both of them. As an unaugmented human, the risk of her being fatally shot from the crossfire was quite high. Unacceptable. Calculating solutions, calculating. As the time dilation effect wore off, I cranked my concentration to the maximum and executed my plan. Time marked. I kicked a grape-sized pebble next to my right foot and sent it flying at the first assassin. That done, I then snapped the same foot down onto the baton on the ground, launching it upwards and grabbing it with my right hand. Before Wellmana could fully express her surprise, I grabbed her shoulder with my left hand and pulled her into an embrace. I spun around to switch our positions, and halfway during the spin the baton was flung at the second assassin. Time since marked start, below 2 seconds. The kick pebble flew straight into the face of the first assassin with astonishing speed, knocking him out. The baton also hit its mark, but the second assassin barely blocked it with his gun. The impact knocked the weapon out of his hand, but not before firing a single shot into the air, sending the crowd around into a panic and gaining the attention of the other 2 officers. Just as the situation was about to get under control, the officer who had called me a mamsel pointed his gun right at me, and in a split second, I could tell he was about to shoot. I flinched, had no choice but to push Wellmana down and covered her with my body, knowing full well my transhuman physiology would definitely survive small arms fire. The officer fired twice, people screamed. I expected bullet impacts. Instead, bright flashes together with loud cracking sounds erupted twice in quick succession near me. The reinforced refractor field from my pendant did its work and stopped the bullets. A quick mental note on the trajectory of the bullets told me the officer's shots were avoiding Wellmana, while another part of my mind analyzed the whole situation. The kick pebble flew right past the officer. He must have confused it as an attack. To avoid further escalation and possible fatal accidents, I reluctantly decided to play the Halo card. I stood back up for the Halo light show, but felt a strange, Sudden surge of power when I tapped into the ability. Wait, what is going on? Instead of the expected result, my halo was unleashed with blinding intensity. I was dumbfounded by the unexpected spectacle, and the chaotic scene that was on the verge of losing further control went quiet. The brief silence was broken by one of the pilgrims crying out loud, "By the Emperor! It is the real saint." As soon as those words were exclaimed, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. The tangible surge of emotional energy from the ecstatic pilgrims seemed to fuel my already overcharged halo further, and new phenomena manifested. Spectral doves of pure light appeared, the angelic birds flying in and out of existence at the edges of my halo, leaving delicate feathers that slowly melted to the air in their wake. The extraordinary sight only served to elevate the pilgrims' exaltation further, and many started religious hymns and knelt down to pray to me. Despite being amazed by the scene, I looked up to assess the situation. Most pilgrims were down on their knees. Two of the officers were halfway apprehending the second assassin, while the guy who shot me stood still, looking totally shocked. I then heard a shaking voice behind me struggling to overcome the crowd's chorus. It was Wellmana talking frantically into her vox. "The Holy Daughter was shot. Send emergency first aid and a suppression force to my coordinates." "Wellmana, you were shot." After dropping a quick death glare at the officer, she stood up, looked at me with unconcealed worriedness. "Where did they hit?" she asked, her tone bordering on hysterical. "I am fine. Look at me. I am fine," I assured her. Under the full illumination of the risen sun and my halo, Wellmana appeared a bit disheveled and rough around the edges. She just stood there and looked at me without blinking, her eyes slightly too red to be natural. She had been crying? Not really knowing what to do, we just stood there exchanging stares. I felt her mind unfold to me like an open book. Underneath that charming face, struggling to stay neutral, were boiling emotions of disbelief, relief, and veneration. Veneration? I was hit with the realization that while Wellmana was like a friend to me, she viewed me not purely as a person but something bordering divine. If this was not managed carefully, it could go down the path of some ugly one-sided personal worshipping, as no normal interhuman relationship could ever be established with one side playing God. So after quickly confirming there were no more immediate threats around, I turned off my halo. Ignoring the sounds of disappointed gasps from the crowd, I asked the still motionless scholar, "Wellmana, are you all right?" Instead of answering my question, tears started flowing down her cheeks. Now what did I do? She then stepped forward, her arms outstretched to embrace me. Not expecting this from her, time slowed down for me as I automatically ran a short burst of aspect scans on the seemingly emotionally unstable Wellmana. No signs of chaos, taint, nor explosive detected. With my speed, I could easily sidestep to avoid her attempt to bear hug me, but in the end decided against it. Wellmana caught me and actually started bawling. With all the people surrounding us, this was getting really awkward. It was at this moment the monastery erupted with high-pitched sirens. The sounds of war from the megastructure instantly chased away any last semblance of morning tranquility. Accompanying the sirens was a message that was broadcasted over the whole field, ordering everyone to stay put. Up in the skies, I noticed many flyers quickly appearing, and the air itself was filled with Vox transmissions. Much further away, I heard the sound of the gates opening, followed by the distinct trembling of tracked vehicles rumbling forward. Soon a few flyers zoomed past high above us. I looked up and saw many shiny things dropping down. Reflecting the morning light and shining like silver angels, the armored form of many Sororitas seraphims descended from the heavens. To the awe of everyone present, the seraphims dropped down at breakneck speed before expertly firing up their jump packs' retro boosters at the very last minute. The white livery under their silver-colored power armor fluttering gloriously to the roar of jump packs as they gracefully descended all around us. A Seraphim Superior skillfully touched down right in front of us just seconds before a whole squad of the elite sisters landed to form a protective circle around me and Wellmana. Many more Seraphims descended around the pilgrims with weapons drawn. As if on cue, a few immolator tanks entered the area, their massive twin heavy bolter turrets turning menacingly while their loud haulers repeated the order of telling everyone to stay still. Yeah, my out for a walk stunt definitely went too far. Internally, I was sweating bullets at how the events had escalated. Externally, thanks to Regulus, I looked calm and was cool as a cucumber. Despite the arrival of a whole detachment of battle sisters, Wellmana was still sobbing away on my shoulder. The Seraphim Superior eyed me up and down. After seemingly satisfied with my unscathed condition, she knelt down to me. "Holy Daughter." Her voice was distorted by the decorated helmet, but still recognizable. I gently pried the crying scholar away from me and said softly, Wellmana, Sister Superior Zarfia is here. Zarfia stood up, sent a brief report on her vox before taking off her helmet and tucking it under her right arm. She gave Wellmana an incredulous stare before saying, Sister Dialogus, I was around the area and rushed over after receiving news of an emergency. But never in a million years I would have guessed it was one of our own who was assaulting Lady SYRINE. While I was utterly amazed by how the stern-looking Zarfia could deliver such a joke with a straight face, her jest worked as Wellmana quickly retorted with her still jerking voice. That was not funny. There was an ambush and Lady SYRINE was protecting me when she got shot twice by that Arbites over there. She then pointed accusatorily at the now hapless-looking officer, and in response a few seraphims immediately pointed their weapons preemptively at the man. While I snickered internally at the officer's expression through his half-mask, two hovering open-topped speeders similar to the ones utilized by the Space Marines entered the scene. This was new to me as the Sororitas did not employ such units in my knowledge. The color scheme and emblems on the speeders indicated they were ambulances. Hovering easily across all obstacles, the speeders soon reached us. On the leading speeder were a few familiar faces. Alicia, Verita, and Kira with a skull probe orbiting her got off from their speeder just as squads of battle sisters freshly disembarked from the immolator tanks joined in. The place was now filled with the familiar low humming of power armor backpacks. The skull probe floated over and communication was established with a familiar voice speaking in my head. My princess, I see your lengthy reboot is completed. Crypto, while my initial scans revealed you to be in perfect health, are you still suffering from any malfunctions? You once told me my brainwave had changed. Any further changes this time? A moment, please. This is interesting. From my records, the deviance of your brainwave has dropped from 70.865% to 49.734%. So did you regain further memories? Some really ancient memories came back to me, but none of it shed more information on my original plan here. I see. We should stop our conversation here and continue after a final vetting by the Inquisitor. I believe he will be with you soon. While I was having a quick chat with Cryptor, Verita and Kira were checking on my condition while Alicia started securing the area. Being the highest-ranking Sororitas in the field, Alicia gave a quick glance at the situation and started giving out orders. She was efficient and clear-cut. Her no-nonsense demeanor with an air of militaristic authority were completely at odds with her appearance of a young lady who was just slightly over half my mental age. Alicia had always been cordial when interacting with me, and the fact that she was a Palatine of the Sororitas, an elite military order in a universe always at war, had not properly registered on my mind until this point. This was the first time I saw her in this light, and it made me grimace inside. What the hell was I doing with my life when I was her age? When Alicia was done, she turned to me, looking stunning in her polished silver war plate and practically glowing in the morning sun. When our eyes met, an almost unperceivable smile formed on her face, and she bowed respectfully. Her unconcealed thought came through to me. Thank the Emperor you are finally back. Just then a third speeder appeared and quickly approached from the distance. My eyes picked up two of its passengers to be Palatine Domini with that Archdeacon dude. The latter seemed to be struggling to keep his hi-hat staying put in the open-topped vehicle. As the third speeder reached us and the Archdeacon disembarked, there was another small uproar from the pilgrims. Apparently he was an important figure to the religious folks. In his elated state, the Archdeacon was babbling away while approaching me. Thank the Emperor. You have finally awakened. Such a miraculous day, such joy. Come, my lady. We must speak of his revelations, and there is much great work to be done. I winced inside at the incoming headaches. A quick peek at the non-reaction of Alicia and Domini told me they could not help me with this. The Ecclesiarchy was supposedly the civilian organization their order served after all. It was then Verita who was talking to her vox turned and took out an inquisitorial rosette. She held it high and announced, by the order of the Inquisition, no one is to further bother Lady SYRINE before her final clearance by medical examination. I was saved for now. B2CH.6 examinations. It sounded like a war was raging on the other side. Thank the Emperor. It fills my heart with a new level of zeal just to hear you speak again. Canoness Diadino's voice came through. The distinct sounds of mass bolter rounds cracking in the background did little to douse her enthusiasm. She was currently leading a sizable Sororitas force directly hitting the uncovered heretical cults following the investigation leads recovered from the ritual site. I am fine. It is good to hear from you. I replied to the Vox unit, just in time for my enhanced hearing to pick up the half-muted roars of Flommers accompanied by the screams of death. I recoiled from the carnage, but the canonist spoke again with a total disregard of what was happening around her. I should be back as soon as these sectors are done. I have to go now. There are heretics to be purged. Hope to see you soon. Please take care. I ended the call and turned my attention to those around me. A few sister hospitalers were wrapping up my final medical examination. Strangely, the whole procedure was done under the supervision of a Mechanicus tech priest. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Mugos Balpratis, the tech priest who I just met, was canning in binary to himself. Like many of his kind who were heavily augmented, his current post-human form was completely devoid of facial features. Instead of having a face, a pair of large lenses glowed with blue lights in the Mugos' hooded head, illuminating an explosion of cables dangling from where his mouth would be. Despite maintaining the basic human form, the Mugos was completely immune to the art of body language reading, but somehow a distinct feeling of happiness could be perceived from the cold exterior of the tech priest. Such fine, amazing, and delicate work. While already mentioned in my previous logs, it is worthy to emphasize again that the subject is beyond any specimen I have ever come across. Even the most advanced transhumanism exhibited by the Astartes pales in comparison. Just by observing her has allowed me to catch rare glimpses of the magnificence of true Primarchs. Balpratis was rapidly pacing around while his two servo-skulls orbited me. One moment he looked like a seasoned connoisseur appraising a piece of fine art. The next instant he reminded me of a paleontologist studying a supposedly extinct species, constantly switching his attention between observing me, reading instruments, and making record logs. To behold the complexity of the subject's physiology functioning in her awakened state is truly a fascinating sight. Fascinating. Fascinating indeed. Balpratis stopped his pacing, turned to look straight at me and asked, "Excuse me, do you understand binary?" "Yes, I can communicate in binary too." I canned back via my connection with one of his own servo-skulls. The tech priest remained motionless for a moment before asking, "Did you just utilize one of my servo-skulls?" I had been doing that all the time with Cryptorer's stuff for a while now and got used to it. Now that Balpratis mentioned it, accessing functions on his drone without consent did seem to be quite rude. I quickly apologized for my transgression. "Oh, that. I should have asked for your permission first. I am sorry. When thou desire to discourse purely, use binary. It pleases and surprises me that you can converse in our holy code. But how did you gain access to my drone without me granting you user privilege?" "I have no idea. Again, I am very sorry for that." "Inconceivable. Did I accidentally deactivate the security protocol?" Balpratis then started checking on one of his many data slates. "Settings verified. Kindly attempt accessing my drone again. Like this." I moved my finger up and down and commanded both his drones to climb and dive, mirroring my motion. By the machine god, it is like my thrice-blessed barrier is not even there. "I see now why Dominus Cycle called you the omniscient princess." The tech priest then went quiet. I next felt what could only be described as a sense of primal fear flashed for the briefest of moments in his mind. Fear? Why fear? Wait, if I could so easily hijack his drone, that also meant I could technically take over his senses and even his body function, like that of a cyborg body snatcher in those cyberpunk stories? The notion of being a weapon jumped at me again, but the very idea of taking over someone's body sent revulsion down my spine. Before I could sort out my thoughts, Balpratis canned again. "O glorious Omnisia, this one have again underestimated thine boundless capabilities." Then, to the amazement of everyone present, he bowed down and prostrated to me before starting to speak in his heavily augmented synthetic voice. "My deepest apologies. I have been rude and forgot my position. Please stop. I don't mind." "Are you working under Dominus Cycle?" I asked while gesturing for him to stand. Somewhat assured, he stood back up and answered, "I happen to have the dubious title of the most achieved Mugos biologist on Nusquam. The field of transhumanism is one of my areas of expertise. I was summoned by the Dominus to help treat your injuries." "I see. For that I thank you. I am not worthy of gratitude from one such as you. For all my knowledge, I could do little but nudge the healing process in the correct direction. The miracle of Omnisia's grand design did the rest. If I recall correctly, Magos biologists are something of a distinct breed of tech priests, since one of the Adeptus Mechanicus main creed being the flesh is weak. Specializing in biology of all things was more than often looked down upon by their ranks. Curiosity got the better of me and I asked, as a biologist, "Do you suffer any prejudice from your peers for specializing in this field?" He seemed surprised by my question but answered, "While it is unfortunate some of my colleagues treat biology as a subject beneath their attention, all knowledge is equal before the Omnisia. Valpratis then paused slightly before continuing. That said, may I ask how are you aware of such information? Oh, it was written in the lore webpage. I almost said it out loud before stopping myself. Just a hunch, with the common mechanic as saying the flesh is weak, and all that. I answered. Oh yes. There is no truth in flesh, only betrayal. There is no strength in flesh, only weakness. There is no constancy in flesh, only decay. There is no certainty in flesh but death. So say the Credo Omnicia. Valpratis chanted almost reflexively to the uneasy expressions of the sister hospitallers nearby, but he seemed either totally unaware of it or paid them no heed. That said, he continued, in you, I witnessed the level of perfection attainable only in machines derived from the divine source. How you could achieve cybernetic attunement without any implant is beyond me. Tell me, can you access the noospheric network? Noosphere. Now that was a really obscure piece of lore, supposedly an information and communication technology system developed during the closing years of the Great Crusade. I was quite sure no way SYRINE could. A line appeared in my vision. Activate noosphere connection? Yes/no. Eh? Dumbfounded, I selected yes from the options, and in the next instance a never-seen-before interface appeared in my vision. I sat alone in a room, aware of the stringent security arrangements just outside the door. They were not taking any chances of me going missing again. After my examinations, I was brought here to wait for Inquisitor Thaberus and had the time to reflect on various matters. In front of me were many noospheric information windows, floating in augmented reality only visible to me. I was at a total loss on how this technology worked. In essence, it was an information network without the need of infrastructure. The network was utilized almost exclusively by the Mechanicus. To me, it looked like a strange internet without any advertisement. If that was not weird enough, somehow I was able to access it without having any cybernetic implant. You are a weapon for a different era that never arrived. That statement from Big E struck me again as I pondered its implications. The main question for me was, what type of weapon? Definitely not a warlord like the actual Primarchs. Otherwise, I would be another Giga Chad of uber stature. Instead, I was slightly vertically challenged compared to even the common folks here. That and my own reflections reminded me of those social media models with their carefully crafted pictures. Say, SYRINE can definitely make a killing as a media influencer back on Earth. So, an era where the Great Crusade had successfully concluded then? If the Emperor's initial plan had worked as intended, peace and order would be achieved in the entire Milky Way by the might of the Primarchs and their legions. Running low on tangible enemies that could directly threaten the Imperium, the Emperor should then turn his energy to his other biggest hobby, science. Unshackled by dogmas and superstitions, scientific research will march with such speed the armies of Imperium would continue to advance until they reach or surpass even the fabled age of technology. Then the critical Webway project would have been finished. The Imperium could then in theory move its inexhaustible, hyper-advanced armies anywhere at any time around the whole Milky Way. In this new era, humanity would flourish and reach new heights. Instead of spending endless amounts of resources grinding on the eternal wars, we would have terraformed many more worlds, increasing our population in the countless trillions. In return, the number of armies we could raise would reach an unfathomable quantity. By then, the Imperium would be so resource-rich and technologically advanced that your average guardsman would be equipped with power armor. Whereas the current rare resources like Terminator plate and Artificer armor would become standard issue for all Astartes and other elite troops. In theory, humanity would be able to deploy what would now be considered arcane-grade weaponry like phosphex, vortex ordnances, and others in unimaginable numbers. The Imperium would become so powerful that nothing in the galaxy, not orcs, not necrons, not tyranids, not even all of them combined, could stand in our way. Given time, we would Dyson up all the suns in our galaxy and attain powers rivaling that even the fabled old gods. As I was daydreaming about the glory of an enlightened Imperium, something tagged at my attention. What is this peculiar feeling? I had a distinct feeling that someone, or something, was trying to contact me psychically. The source of this calling was weak, or weaker than me. I could easily refuse the communication like turning down an unsolicited phone call, but something about it felt familiar. I took a moment to measure it, tasting its meager power. A distinct texture of apprehensiveness mixed with a sense of urgency was seeping over, and a figure popped into my mind. Astropatheratus. I weighed the possibility of it being a masked psychic attack, but decided the odds of that were very unlikely. Taking the risk, I steeled myself and accepted the communication. Plus hello. Plus my lady. Plus. Yup, it was the astropath. I could even picture him clearly being half-soaked with perspiration from the level of anxiety of his voice. Plus, HIATUS, it has been a while. Plus I heard the news. After sensing your active powers, I could not help but attempt contacting you. Plus, it is good to hear from you again. How's my favorite astropath doing? Plus, I replied, somehow naturally talking to him like bantering with one of my old pals. Plus, please, my lady, I am beneath your praise. Anyway, you are not in any trouble, are you? The Inquisitor had collected that scary old lady a while ago and is probably heading your way. Plus, scary old lady? Plus, no idea who you were talking about, and no, I am not in any sort of trouble at the moment. Plus, I replied. Plus, good to hear that. Plus, HIATUS then hesitated for a moment before almost whispering the rest of his message in a hushed tone. Plus, and, while it might be not my place to say this, but please, be careful of the Cardinal. He is rushing back from off-world. Plus, his words reminded me of the Archdeacon who mentioned an astropathic message in that hallway. Being officially the sole astropath on the planet, all astropathic messages had to go through HIATUS. That meant. Plus, HIATUS, aren't you breaking the rule or taking a risk by telling me this? Plus, I asked. He hesitated again for a while before replying. Plus, well, sort of, maybe. But between it to be canonized living saint and a known corrupted priest, it is easy for one such as me to place my loyalty for the throne. Plus, the current cardinal has such a bad reputation. I sighed internally on the foreshadowing of more troubles ahead before sending back. Plus, thank you, HIATUS. Your advice is appreciated, but please do not risk yourself unnecessarily in the future. Plus will do. That's it from me for now. The Emperor protects. Plus, he sent and ended the psychic communication. That left me alone to ponder upon the revelation, so this cardinal's reputation was terrible enough it preceded him. While I was not sure of the extent of influence he had on the planet, with the current backing of two dependable power brokers in the form of the Inquisition and the Mechanicus, in theory I should be fine. After a short while, I could tell Fabris had arrived at the monastery by the increase of highly encrypted Vox messages in the air and the presence of psychers. Some more waiting later, the door finally opened and the Inquisitor stepped in with his retinue of 6 people. Neandra and the psychic duo aside, there were 3 new faces. Among the newcomers there was an old lady who wore round shades and a psychic hood. The psychic might radiating from her was on another level above the psychic duo. She was probably the same person HIATUS was referring to as the scary old lady. Then came a bald elderly man whose physique seemed too muscular with his supposed age. On his scarred and weathered face was a bush of graying beard. Above that was a big nose accompanied by a pair of green eyes that looked at me with a steely gaze. A dark brown priestly robe together with a huge mini-storm emblem hanging down from the man's neck completed his stereotypical holy man look. The only thing that looked out of place for him was the massive eviscerator on his back. The final addition was the strangest of all, a little boy with light orange hair looking no older than 6 years old. The boy was in front of the group and eyeing me curiously. Appearance-wise, he seemed totally unremarkable if not for the huge Inquisition emblem displayed on his simple gray tunic. Neandra was as cold and pretty as I remembered, looking a bit tired yet somehow giving off the impression of a loaded spring, standing beside the Inquisitor. Fulton and Salih were in the back row, trying to appear chill, but I couldn't help but notice they looked somewhat nervous. There was this uneasiness in the air which was beyond my grasp. I tilted my head a bit, activated thought acceleration to analyze the situation, and soon figured out the gist of it. This is a test. Fabris was being careful, just in case I was tainted and became twisted by the warp with my close encounter with the greater demon. What if I was really compromised? Do we start a deathmatch here and now? While that notion gave me the chills, it must be nerve-wracking for them. These new people must be some previously hidden big guns. Here was a more powerful, probably Primaris grade psyker, while the pious-looking old man must be a Hierophant who specialized in demonic threats. It reminded me of what I read in an old book titled Codex, Witch Hunters. Then there was this weird case of a little boy who looked kind of emotionless as the vanguard. Why would Fabris bring a child? Unless. Curious about the small kid and having nothing to hide, I smiled and walked towards my final test. Fabris bowed slightly while pulling down his hat with his left hand, then drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly while his right hand hovered discreetly close to an Inferno pistol before addressing me. SYRINE, Inquisitor, I appreciate that you are still honoring my request. So, who are these new people? And why is this kid here? A peculiar new feeling hit me as I got closer to my visitors. I noticed the slight increase of gravity drag, and the feeling that something was being drained away from me. The weird sensation increased in its intensity the closer I got to the unsmiling boy. What is happening? Is he a... Resorting to a familiar skill, I ran Analytica on the little boy, but no text appeared. I knew it. Being this close to the boy, I became aware some of my powers were being drained away. However, the replenishment rate seemed to outpace the stripping. In the tugging between energies, a familiar and nostalgic feeling emerged, the sense of normality. Every time when psychic energy was pulled away from me, for a microsecond it felt as if I was a normal person again, feeling the mortal mundaneness and a stronger pull of gravity on my body. I found myself captivated by the sheer nostalgia of it and reached my hand out to the boy, savoring the familiar feeling. Upon seeing my action, the boy hesitated and stepped back with fear in his eyes, but I distinctly felt he was afraid of hurting me, not the other way around. "What is your name?" I asked. He seemed surprised, raised his head, and stammered. "I am Zaki." "Zaki, nice to meet you. I am SYRINE. Tell me, are you a carrier of the pariah gene?" The boy's eyes widened. He then looked down and slowly nodded. It kind of broke my heart. Poor kid must have had it hard, all his life being repulsed by the people around him due to the anti-psychic field generated by his rare genetics, making everybody around him uneasy and practically a walking bane to all psychers and warp entities. Judging by the fact that the trio of psychers were still functioning this close to the boy probably meant his pariah's nullifying effect range should be quite small and weak. He was still a small boy after all. That said, to me for the moment, Zaki was a precious gateway for a brief taste of normalcy. I reached out and lightly touched the boy's hand. That was an action that would have been painful for a typical psyker, but I only felt an increase in the false sense of mortality. While my action surprised everyone present, the boy practically looked stunned. Then it dawned on me this might be the first time in a really long while since someone had actively sought out to touch him. That probably explained why the kid looked perpetually sad. His life so far probably consisted of mostly social isolation and episodes of being shunned by other people. Humans are social creature after all. Growing up like that would be mental torture. You poor thing. Zaki, let's be friends. Not waiting for a response, I knelt down and pulled the cute little boy into an embrace to comfort him, while simultaneously enjoying the nostalgic illusion of being a mortal human again. The trio of psychers practically flinched at my action, but I couldn't care less. This feeling of normality, it has been too long. For a moment, I was my old self again, being that geek back on Earth with my normal self, a mortal, a nobody in society. Someone who would leave no trace on the history, utterly mundane but human. Emotionally, I was hit so hard a familiar message appeared in my vision. Regulus, action override. I welcomed it, for it had blocked tears from flowing. "It is all right. It is all right. Everything is fine," I said softly, more to myself than Zaki. The little boy tensed up at first. Gradually he relaxed and finally embraced me back before starting to cry while hugging me tighter. Already I could feel my powers had completely neutralized Zaki's pariah effect. Like the flow of a river being temporarily obstructed, my suppressed psychic might push through the obstacles, triggering Psychona Activa. Powering up, a sensory world unique to psychers opened up to me. I no longer had the illusion of being a mortal human, but was grateful to Zaki for the brief experience. Nearby, 3 psychic resonances flared into existence, 2 of which I was familiar with, while the third, despite being the strongest of the 3, flickered unstably as if in fear. I looked up at my visitors and wondered for a moment why the old lady was shaking uncontrollably before remembering this was the first time she witnessed my active state. Ignoring the trembling Primaris psyker, I held the crying boy up, pinched his chubby cheek slightly while turning to the inquisitorial gang. "It is all right, Zaki. Tell me, did any of these people bully you by calling you soulless?" The trio of psychers were unable to hide their grimaces at the sight of me holding up the boy. I imagined if they were to do it, the experience would probably be akin to hugging a molten stone. Zaki stopped weeping and answered in his childish voice, "No, but no one ever played with me." Neandra slightly raised an eyebrow while the elderly man visibly relaxed and formed the sign of Aquila. Thabris sighed softly, his right hand pulled away from the holster to reach into his trench coat and pulled out a flask. Ignoring Neandra's full glare, the Inquisitor took a big gulp from the flask and said his greetings. "Good to see you up and well again, Princess." V2CH.7 Overview. Taking a walk? Taking a walk. We were in another private one-on-one meeting, and Mr. Straight to the Point was at it again. He even stood up from his chair to emphasize the point. "Who do you think you are?" Thabris snarled at me, the Inquisitor's displeasure at my antics written all over his face. "The whole planet, nay, The whole subsector might be turned upside down should you get yourself hurt or killed out there. Lest you forget, there is a psychic beacon that might be tied to your well-being. Thabris looked more ragged than before. He must have been overworked during the days when I was in a coma. Utterly clueless on how to appease him, I resorted to cheating by expressing my regrets with a signature move only performable by girls, casting my sight down, holding both my hands up and extending only my index fingers so they touched each other. "I am very sorry," I mumbled. Thabris continued to glare at me for a while before sitting back down, silently conceding there was not much he could do to punish me. There was a short moment of awkward silence before I spoke. "It was just outside the monastery. I had no idea it could be dangerous." He scoffed and replied, "A lot has happened. After the heretical cults on the planet were exposed, all Imperial forces were mobilized to hunt them down, and in return the heretics retaliated where they could." "Why were the heretics near the monastery gate?" I asked. "Nusquam is crawling with a sizable number of these previously hidden heretics. Those you met near the gate were the loose agents of these cults. As for what they have been doing here is a long story. Tell me first, how did you get out of the monastery without anyone noticing?" he asked. I looked down again while replying, "I had a dream, regained some memories and abilities that helped me to get out unnoticed, but would rather not share them." He cast me a side glance. "Keeping secrets now? So say the man who visited with a psyker, a hierophant, and a null who I never met before." Still feeling slightly betrayed by him showing up with hidden aces for my final clearance, I retorted for the sake of it but kept the spite out of my tone. "Fair point." Surprisingly, Thabris conceded with a nod. He then took down his capitaine, placed it on the table next to a delicate tea set before saying, "Both the psyker and hierophant were semi-retired while the boy was a recent addition. I would not have deployed them if there were other options." "Sorry, but we had to be sure." "I understand," I said with a nod. "So what happened? How and why were you outside?" he asked. I offered a half-truth. "I woke up surrounded by monitoring devices with no one around. It was so strange I decided to take a walk and look around." It was only natural he did not fully buy my words. Thabris shot me a wary look before saying, "The reason you were left alone was because of an incident. Do you have any recollection?" I stared blankly at him in response. He let out a sigh before continuing, "When we tried to contact your mind via psychic means for the second time, a manifestation of the Emperor appeared." "Say what? What happened?" I asked, shocked. Thabris did a double take on my reaction before continuing. "According to testimonies, when my psychers failed to make any progress on contacting your mind, they attempted brute force and that triggered a psychic feedback. A misty form of the Emperor manifested, shimmering in holy light and all. It was just for a very short time, but he gave a warning about messing with you." Pausing only to verify my expression, the Inquisitor continued with a whisper. "This happened right in the heart of a Sororitas monastery and was witnessed by a Palatine and a whole squad of Celestian sisters who later testified, swearing by the sanctity of their souls. You could only imagine, pardon my expression, the shitstorm that soon followed." "What exactly did he say?" I asked with all the seriousness I could muster. "Care to take a guess?" Thabris asked back. A traumatic scene flashed before my mind, heightening my pulse. "Was it, 'Your presence here is not authorized'?" His eyes widened for a fraction of a second, and he nodded grimly before looking into my eyes. "My agents confided to me it was probably a protective measure or residual memory rather than a true manifestation. Was it, though?" I gulped, betting on Regulus to hide my true feelings. No one must find out I might be a runaway from home. I returned his gaze without flinching and said, "No comment. Please ask no further on this." Thabris held his gaze for a while longer before looking away. Anyway, the incident resulted in fierce debates that raged for a full day. In the end, the sisters accepted no arguments. Doing what they thought was their best to follow his decree, they evicted most of Cryptopher's personnel from the monastery and even severely restricted the presence of their own people around you except for routine inspections. Hence why you woke up alone. I was speechless. After a short while, the Inquisitor started to make himself a hot drink. "You want one?" he asked casually. "Yes, please." I accepted his offer, figuring it might be unwise to refuse the gesture twice. While Thabris started on the drinks, I looked at his capitaine on the table and noticed scorch marks that were not on it before. "What happened?" I asked while pointing at it. "Those," Thabris answered while continuing to prepare our drinks. "I was in the northern region and managed to locate some of the people who were partially responsible for ambushing us on board the Flame Raven a while back. They were less than cooperative upon confrontation. I watched as the Inquisitor distributed meticulously measured portions of brown decaf powder into 2 delicate ceramic teacups. He then poured boiling hot water from a space-age kettle into them before continuing his story. Naturally, we liquidated them. Do you want 1 or 2 servings of sugar? I trust your judgment. 1 it is. Cream. Yes, please. As Thabris continued to make our drinks, I could not help but notice his every action seemed so purposeful and precise. What is going on in the mind of such a person? Curious, I attempted to read his mind discreetly, but nothing was forthcoming. Either I was still new at this, or he was trained and protected by the serious mental fortitude that Inquisitors were famous for. Alternatively, some protective measures might be present. What happened to the war? I asked away. About that. While the rebel army was defeated, their leader Kai then escaped and returned to his stronghold in the north, taking shelter behind fortresses and his people. Thabris said while passing me a steaming drink on a saucer. Careful, it is still hot. Thank you. I reflexively touched the cup with my index finger to test its temperature, but the feeling came off weird. While I could tell the cup was very hot, the spiking flash of pain that should have occurred on contact did not occur. Feeling curious, I put my whole palm on the cup and was rewarded only with a more intense version of the sensation. This temperature would have hurt for a human. While I mused over another newly discovered transhuman oddity, Thabris continued. A direct attack would lead to another drawn-out bloody affair with many forces involved, something we wanted to avoid with the threat of cults and renegade Astartes still present. Thabris then paused and took a sip from his drink, prompting me to do the same. It tasted like premium instant coffee with a twist. This might be the first time I properly consumed a drink after coming to this world. While my mind dwelled on such triviality, the Inquisitor continued his tale. Meanwhile, despite our best efforts to control information, tales and picked feeds of your performance were soon leaked and transmitted around the whole planet. WA? So much for wanting to keep his low profile to the public as possible. Wait, hold on. What was I thinking? They had already built a statue of me. I suddenly had a bad feeling of where this was going as Thabris spoke again. Obviously, the initial plan of keeping your presence a secret from the public was no longer feasible. Since the Holy Daughter prophecy had long been propagated on Nasquam, everyone quickly connected the dots. After some discussion, we decided to use the situation to our advantage by openly admitting that the prophecy had come to pass. As per our agreement, please remember your current status now. Oh yeah, that agreement. It had been a pivotal point of discussion back then at the fortress, to announce my true identity to the world or not. After a lengthy discussion between the pros and cons, it was decided to leave it in ambiguity. As Thabris put it, the weight of my status meant I could not afford being looked upon in a dodgy light by the higher powers, as that would bring unwanted complications in the future. On the other hand, to brandish my status as a mini-primarch without proper powers to back it up would be utterly foolish, bordering suicidal. All that was even before considering the extra layer of muddy issue of my personal relationship with the Emperor. So personally, I would like to delay this becoming public knowledge as long as possible. In the light of that, it was decided that if I became widely known to the populace during the war, our side would cover up my true identity with the declaration of an emerging imperial saint. Well, that solo live performance of mine just sealed that deal for good. Thinking about that, I pushed down the urge to facepalm. So, to the people in the upper echelons in the know, I am the Emperor's daughter. To the commoners, I would be the Holy Daughter, the prophesied imperial saint. That was the setup which hopefully bought us enough time to gain a proper footing. Luckily for us, this incident also provided the best cover-up story for your loss of memory. Blame it on the coma. Please remember that going forward. By the way, I only know this after the battle, but do you know how many versions of your prophecy are out there on Nusquam? He asked. Stumped, I shook my head. Thabris continued, there are about half a dozen versions of these prophecies on the planet. And guess what? As far as I can tell, none of them are true, and not even the ecclesiarchy knows the extent of the full story. Huh? Dumbfounded, I asked to confirm. Wait, you were telling me the church did not know the full details? Thabris took another sip from his drink before answering. From what Canonist Dinah had revealed to me, only the highest-ranking sororitas of the local order and the designated Dialogus lorekeeper were aware of the true prophecy. So even the church was kept out? Is that even possible? Thabris shrugged. Think about it. The whole Adeptus Sororitas was founded upon the hubris of a single delusional man who almost destroyed the Imperium from within by hijacking religion. So despite serving as its military arm, the church itself rarely earned the sisters' full trust. Oh yeah, it did appear that way in the lore. In fact, most Imperial factions were more often than not portrayed as mired with internal power struggles and double-crossings all the time. So as far as most folks are concerned, legend has it there will come a time when this world and its region would face calamities beyond reckoning. In its darkest hour, a holy daughter of the Emperor, probably a living saint with connections to the SYRINE, will appear to turn the tide of darkness. Other than that, all details are vague except for contradicting theories of origin. Huh, bloody convenient if you asked me, he said and paused for a while before continuing. Anyway, since the northern region has a more conservative and religious population, we devised a narrative that worked against Cayenne. A quick propaganda campaign was launched, blaming the ritual and breach incident on Cayenne. We accused him of being used as a proxy by the great enemy, subsequently nearly damning the whole planet and grievously wounding their saint. With countless picked feeds and testimonies from troops on both sides, the narrative successfully turned most of the people against Cayenne, severely eroding his local support until he was all but abandoned by his people. Even the previously silent ecclesiarchy had come out to formally condemn Cayenne while acknowledging your status as a saint candidate. Cornered, Cayenne holed up in the most secure part of his personal fortress. By the time our strike force breached the final defense, he was found dead in an apparent suicide. The rest of his faction unconditionally surrendered soon after, Thabris said before taking another swig from his cup. The images of Cayenne's profile pictures surfaced in my mind. He was a handsome man with an air of aristocratic grace that would charm most ladies, hardly the type people would associate with an upstart planetary lord with a grisly end. With that, the uprising came to an abrupt end. We turned our focus on cleaning up and going after the hidden cults while your Muggos friend busied himself with treasure digging. The cults, of course, would not take this lying down. Their agents retaliated where they could against exposed high-priority targets. He said while glaring at me again. I smiled awkwardly in return. So the Civil War has ended. If you are interested in the final numbers of casualties, I have a report here, Thabris concluded while handing me a data slate. I took the device and glimpsed at the report, feeling a sense of numbness at the numbers. Why the long face? Thabris' words made me look up from the report. How did he? The poker face provided by Regulus should have been perfect. You can tell. I needed to know. The Inquisitor rewarded himself with another half-smirk. No, you took too long to read. I felt like doing another face-bomb for giving that much away. Internally, I lamented at my inexperience in dealing with a true professional. A sense of uneasiness informed me if I continued to operate carelessly and carried on like this, he might eventually figure out I was but a useless civilian on the inside. The thought of that gave me chills as I passed the device back to him. If your primary aim was to cut down casualties, it was a massive success, he said while putting the data slate away. Put it this way, you managed to turn what should have been hundreds of thousands of casualties into localized episodes of tragedies. By the throne, I have seen industrial accidents resulting in more deaths. You were correct. I just dislike these unnecessary loss of human lives. I confessed with a nod. He gave me another glance before asking, can you elaborate on that? I was stunned by his question and silently cursed myself for slipping my tongue. Am I supposed to explain 21st century humanitarian ethics to an Imperial Inquisitor? No, I need to repackage my reason. After organizing my thoughts, I gave him an answer. This is a wanton waste of trained personnel. I despise wastage of precious resources. Thabris said nothing, but maintained his steely gaze on me for a moment before looking away and commenting, for your information, more than half of the casualties were caused by either friendly fire, field accidents, or belated medical attention. So, that concludes the uprising. Done with the war report, Thabris finished his drink with a large gulp, prompting me to catch up with my own drink. While I drank in silence, Thabris switched topics. So, about what you did today at the monastery and the gate, you knew? About what? Taken totally out of my depth, I played the only card in hand, strategic ambiguity, and replied vaguely, which exact part were you referring to? Either about the state of ecclesiarchy on this planet or the implications of helping that man near the gate, he said with another shrug. Wait, implications? Let us start with the ecclesiarchy. You might have picked it up already, but I need you to be informed on this, Thabris said, somehow sounding more serious than before. I gulped, readied myself for whatever was to be revealed. For now, be wary of the church, especially the cardinal, he whispered, going full conspiracy mode. Huh, but that was kinda expected. As an atheist in heart who had witnessed countless deeds of misguided religious folks, people who proclaimed to be representing an almighty enigmatic being with a straight face were not exactly on my most trustworthy list. As that thought crossed my mind, the Inquisitor whispered again. He might have something to do with the uprising. Covert investigations are underway. Eh? This sounds even more serious. Can you tell me more? I asked. The details are sketchy, but Kythan might have received secret blessings from the Cardinal to take over the planet. Now, the real question of whether he was compromised by chaos cults is not clear at this point. The sisters were wise to keep their distance from the church during this ordeal. This was not the first time I heard bad stuff about this cardinal. Understood. Then what about the man I helped at the gate? I switched topics. Thabris took out his data slate again and conjured a report. Citizen Ridabor Surmerd, just discharged from the monastery infirmary. A retired general of the Planetary Defense Force. His children are listed in the surrendered ranks. For days he had been petitioning in front of the monastery for an official pardon for his children and the others. Due to his ranking before retirement, he had become a sort of de facto spokesperson for people in the same situation. Why here? It became the focal point once everyone knew you were being treated here. That statue outside? It was rushed out and delivered to the spot within a day by the devotees. The mere mention of that statue made me involuntarily cringe again while he continued. Tensions have been brewing between kin of the surrendered rebels like Rudabor and the others who could not forgive their actions. They insisted every person who participated in the uprising be punished with the harshest sentence possible for the demonic incursion and getting their prophesied saint, you, hurt. Thabris suddenly paused at the beeping of a vox call. Speaking of getting you hurt, you should hear this, he said while putting a small device on the table and switched it on. Lord Thabris? A deep and strong man's voice burst forth. Speaking, Marshal. My lord, I just heard about the incident. On behalf of all the Arbites, I formally apologize for the actions of my subordinates. Is this saint candidate hurt in any way? By the Emperor's grace, not at all. It might have gotten ugly otherwise. There were a few hundred devotees at the scene plus a whole detachment of battle sisters that arrived soon after. For their own safety, your subordinates are temporarily being held inside the monastery. Thank the throne. Lord Thabris, please let me know of your decision on how to deal with this. Kindly convey our deepest regret to the saint candidate. Very well, I will contact you later. Thabris said and ended the conversation. That was the top Arbites here, Marshal Gallian of Svindle. You heard him. So what to do with the Arbites trooper who shot you? He asked casually. I was hit with a sudden implication that with but a word from me, someone could disappear forever, and that the old saying of everyone being equal before the law was forever a pipe dream. Thinking back on what happened, while at times that Arbite sure felt like an arsehole, I was not sure if that warranted final judgment. Not liking the idea of deciding someone else's fate due to an interaction gone awry, I made up my mind. Please let the Marshal decide on his punishment. Is that so? Thabris said. Despite his flat tone, he seemed a bit surprised I was not asking for anything heavier. Yes. By the way, what were the Arbites doing during the Civil War? I asked, seriously curious. Thabris started to make himself more comfortable on the chair before replying. They were completely caught off guard by the whole event and were about to launch a series of suicidal operations to apprehend Kythan when I arrived. Since then, they had been operating under my directive, using their fortress as the main staging point. Fortress? I was about to ask before realizing the obvious. It was Fortress Endurance Sigma. The fact that I had stayed inside a supersized Arbite's precinct fortress without realizing it made me facepalm internally again. The Inquisitor continued, back to the topic of Citizen Rudabor, your timely aid might be viewed upon as a direct stance to pardon the surrendered troops. I am sure the word is spreading on the street right now. I am also sure your actions have further tarnished the Church's dubious local reputation, considering your first appearance was with the devotees rather than the representatives of the Church. The sudden realization that everything I do might carry some symbolic weight dawned on me. I definitely went overboard with my stunt and have to be really careful about my actions in future. Thabris concluded, now that you are being updated of the recent events, I would like to inform you that my promise to you is kept, and it is time for you to fulfill yours. My mind played back my conversation with him on that fateful day when I promised him to look for a solution. It is about what to do with the soldiers that got too close to the demon? Yes, all 20,000 of them. Currently kept in a temporary tent city. 20,000? Thabris waited a bit before asking. Am I supposed to be worried when the Holy Daughter is giving me a 1,000-yard stare? I replied to his taunt with a heavy-lidded stare, and he laughed. So, it is time for the newly anointed saint candidate to work on her third miracle, Thabris said with another smirk. Third, not keeping score? First was your song that stopped the war, the banishment of the demon being the second. He replied without batting an eye and continued. The third would be on sorting out the troops who might be compromised by the breach. 20,000 people might be a small number in the grand scheme of things, but the political implications would be huge. He paused a bit before concluding. Should you succeed in this arduous task, it should put enough pressure on the church to expedite their process and formally canonize you as a living saint, giving you the much-needed public political legitimacy to do a lot of things. I would appreciate it if you could look into this quickly. A hunch is telling me complications might arise if this is not resolved soon. Let's go then. I stood up and declared. Thabris was startled for a second before regaining his composure. While I appreciate your enthusiasm, you are not going anywhere. Stay put here for at least a day or two for observation. In my professional opinion, dragging the Holy Daughter around after she just woke up from days of coma will result in the whole Adeptus Sororitas revolting against me. Oh, right? My shoulders slumped. The Inquisitor continued, Besides, do you know anything about the vetting process against Warp Taint? I will arrange the Psychers to brief you as part of their break. They are currently overworked as it is. I realized I would have to savor a short, precious breather before being swamped by whatever was thrown my way again. One last thing, about the insidious heretical cults. Thabris spoke again just as I thought we were done here. From what we uncovered, I believe they all hail to a single leader at the very top. This person, an arch-heretic with vast forbidden knowledge, should have been at the ritual site during the breach and might have survived. Didn't you mention only finding dead people at the site? I asked while recalling what was mentioned. Yes, more like chunks and debris of dead people, Thabris nodded. We later found a fresh set of footprints leading out of the site and disappearing into the wilderness. Since we could not find anything of significance on other human remains, I suspect this single survivor might be the arch-heretic. So, a very dangerous person might be on the loose, another +1 for my countless worries ahead. B2CH.8 candidate. Someone was humming that song again. Malin Hadmayer was on her break when she heard the familiar melody from somewhere in the sea of military tents. The young preacher was soon humming along when a voice called out to her. Sister Preacher Malin. That song again. Malin turned and saw a young man who wore a similar preacher's outfit like her own walking over. Brother Preacher Xavier. How are things on your side? Like herself, Xavier was one of many newly sanctioned preachers hastily recruited as part of a massive faith validation endeavor for the surrendered masses. It surprised me, but the people here exhibit more faith than I expected. Xavier said with a satisfying nod. I have the same observation. The emergence of a living saint must have rekindled their faith in the Emperor. She is still a saint candidate at the moment, right? For the moment, that is true. But in my opinion, considering what we have witnessed, it would be outrageous if she doesn't qualify for her contributions. Agreed. Xavier said before asking, so any new development on her condition? Nothing. Malin said with a sigh before switching topics. On other news, some linguistics experts have been cracking at the lyrics of that song. Most now agree that it was made up of multiple ancient Terran languages. Really? For real, the current most trending topic was guessing its title. From what little they had translated, It's Only Love and Beautiful World are leading the poll. Xavier smiled. I can always count on you for any latest news on our mysterious savior. Another sermon session is coming up for me. I'll see you around. Malin watched as Xavier left, leaving her alone with that song in the air. That song, that mysterious song in ancient human tongues that stopped the war. The very song that was credited by many for saving their lives, and later that of the whole planet after the heretical scheme came to light. Everything felt so surreal. There was an old saying, there are centuries where nothing happens, and there are weeks where centuries happen. Malin was definitely living on that latter part as the centuries-old stability enjoyed by her world disappeared with the recent happenings. The Holy Daughter prophecy, a local legend with many variants that even Malin herself had deemed silly, had actually come to pass. Prompted by the recent earth-shattering events, Malin started doing her own research on the legend's history whenever she had time to spare. From what she was able to discover, records mentioning the Holy Daughter prophecy started appearing about 1,000 years ago, coinciding with the time the local minor Sororitas order was established on the planet. Digging further, for the first time Malin noted the Adeptus Ministorum, commonly known as the Ecclesiarchy, or simply the Church, seemed to have a standing policy of localizing its teachings and subverting any local legends to become its own. When the church encountered the Holy Daughter prophecy, it simply took it under its wings to be listed amongst the countless other imperial legends and prophecies. In a galaxy mired with endless war, unrest, and despair, no one paid heed to another story that provided a glimmer of hope. Then it actually came to pass. A mysterious girl arrived and saved the planet from the brink of disaster. If the news was to be believed, she ended the largest battle of the Civil War while preventing massive casualties, narrowly averted Nusquam's damnation, and possibly martyred herself to stop a rampaging demon. It all sounded so outlandish. Nusquam had not seen a major war in 300 years, let alone witnessing a demonic incursion. Personally, for Malin, the notion that a living saint could have emerged and passed away before anyone noticed in this backwater imperial world was more outrageous than all the ridiculous events combined. It even made the young preacher wonder for a moment if her homeworld was abandoned by the God Emperor to have their saint taken away so quickly. Triggered with a sense of melancholy, Malin took out her data slate and conjured a picture on its display. It was a picture she had viewed countless times, but still struck her with a sense of awe whenever she laid her eyes on it. It was a picture of a Sororita's Rhino armored transport tank, and sticking out of its opened hatch was the breathtaking sight of a regal-looking girl glowing with a blinding halo. Illuminating a backdrop of a darkened rainy sky, the glowing girl held a sword in one hand, pointed forwards. Malin recognized the sword to be the priceless relic of the local Sororita's order. She had only seen it once in person from a distance. In the picture, the relic sword was covered in bright blue flames and appeared slightly too large on the outstretched arm of its petite user. They said the picture was taken before the entire army in the front lines confronted a towering monstrosity that shook off enough firepower to level a city. Details on what happened was sketchy, but supposedly in the end the warp entity was banished, and the girl greatly injured in the process. As the news spread, it soon became a point of public contention and an embarrassment for the church. People could not get over the fact that the church was silent and unaware that the Holy Daughter prophecy had come to pass while its cardinal was off-world on yet another dubious pilgrimage. The church generally had a standard approach for power struggles between the nobility for planetary governorship. Any such local disputes were tolerable as long as the winner maintained their loyalty to the Imperium and the God Emperor. However, recent events with the dark ritual and demonic incursion had led many to suspect that the uprising was being instigated by agents of the Great Enemy, leading the church to finally speak up. Breaking their silence, the ecclesiarchy quickly started a series of propaganda campaigns with their signature self-righteousness, demanding the harshest punishment possible by executing all the surrendered troops. However, their blunt proposal was rejected by the planetary governor Catalina von Cleus, and her stance was backed by the various powerful imperial factions that secured the victory. Even the church's own military arm, Order of the Shining Beacon of the Adeptus Sororitas, which contributed a lot to the victory, objected to the proposal as the Holy Daughter herself had promised leniency for the surrendered troops. Then there was the Inquisition that appeared out of nowhere. The all-powerful branch of the Imperium took control of the situation and quoted in a statement saying, "This world can ill afford such a senseless loss of trained personnel in these trying times. Such actions could potentially aid the hidden enemy." Behind the scenes, the ecclesiarchy also suffered severe backlash from the pious population in the north who had a lot of family members within the surrendered ranks. Holding little true power in the local political landscape, the church's demands went nowhere. It was then the Inquisition reached out and requested aid for validating the integrity of faith for the surrendered troops. Desperate to prove its worth, the ecclesiarchy recruited many preachers for the task. Employed as part of the massive effort, Malin had been working tirelessly on her assigned tasks for the past days. Between the sermons she was giving, Malin had been doing intensive interview sessions with random individuals, looking for the slightest trace of heresy. The overall results had surprised her. Instead of the typical Nusquamese laid-back attitude towards religion, most of the interviewees exhibited a renewed sense of faith. "The Emperor gave us a second chance. I felt reborn and have no intention of wasting it this time," one said. "We had all been fooled. Can't wait to get back at the heretics," declared a soldier fuming with righteous fury. "I caught a faraway glimpse of the demon and need no further convincing. The Emperor is the only reason humanity still exists in this world," an officer confessed with a 1,000-yard stare. "I saw the light of the saint with my own eyes, preacher. She was at the forefront of the forces that came to vanquish the demon. The sight alone was worth 1,000 sermons. I wish you were there to see it yourself. Viewing it from a blurry picked feed did it no justice," a young trooper said to her. To witness a living saint doing the God Emperor's work in her lifetime. Oh, what she would do to witness such a sight. Malin began daydreaming as she walked back to work when a cultured voice called out from behind, breaking her thoughts. Preacher Malin? Yes. Malin looked back and was surprised to see an individual she never expected to meet in this place. There at a short distance away was a man wearing the distinct garment of an ecclesiarchy deacon, flanked by two robed crusaders. Malin blinked. The exquisite details on the deacon's garment, together with the glittering of his many magnificent ecclesiastical trinkets, informed her she was not seeing things. Why was a deacon directly addressing a lowly preacher? Then to Malin's shock, instead of asking her to come forwards, the deacon with his bodyguards made a beeline for her. As they approached, the crusaders' sheer intimidating presence along with their towering storm shields kept everyone else at a respectable distance, scattering the crowd in their way. Having no idea what she had done to attract the personal attention of such a high-ranking individual, an ominous feeling descended on Malin. Making the matter worse, she struggled to recall the name of the deacon in front of her. Malin had never fancied her chance of meeting the few active deacons due to her lowly status, and thus never committed their details to memory. Esteemed deacon, it is such an honor. I did not expect to meet you in a place like this. Malin formed the Aquila sign while bowing, silently praying for the man to not notice her skipping his name. Luckily for her, formality seemed to be the last thing on the man's mind. We go wherever the emperor's work demands, replied the deacon with a politician's smile before revealing the purpose of his visit. Malin Mayor, you have been summoned. Pardon? Summoned? Yes, you were to drop everything and come with me now. But my work here? Pay it no heed. Arrangements have been made. May I inquire who exactly had summoned me? Malin asked, her mind a messy blank with the sudden development. She looked at the deacon, begging for an answer. A hint of frustration flashed on the man's face for an instant before he indulged her curiosity. You are being summoned by the archdeacon himself. And so, Malin soon found herself inside the mini-storm Grand Cathedral. After walking through many heavy doors leading to the second highest tower, Malin entered an office with a mind-bogglingly luxurious interior. In the center of the office was a huge desk cut from a single slab of marble, its delicately carved surfaces decorated with many golden and platinum elements. Behind said desk sat the second most powerful religious figure on the planet, Archdeacon Reincarnation Venerin himself. Malin remembered the man to be nearing 100 years old, yet he looked barely 50 and was still quite handsome with all the de-aging treatments. The archdeacon appeared to be deep in thought and merely nodded to acknowledge his visitors before signaling the others to leave with a wave. After her escorts bowed and left, Malin quickly performed her greeting to the archdeacon and knelt. It took a while before Reincarnation broke the silence. Preacher Malin, welcome and please rise. Tell me, have you dedicated your further studies to any of the Orthodox creeds yet? Upon hearing his words, Malin rose but kept her head bowed respectfully. Venerable Archdeacon, to answer your question, I have yet to master my fundamental studies to decide on my dedication to a particular creed. The man behind the huge desk nodded before asking, Do you know why you were summoned? Pardon my ignorance, Your Grace, I have no idea. Reincarnation stayed silent for a moment before saying, As of this morning, the saint candidate has awakened and seemed healthy. She even showed the emperor's light at the gate of the Sororitas monastery fortress in front of hundreds of devotees. The news has been suppressed for now, but not for long. Upon hearing the shocking development, Malin involuntarily gasped and looked up. Venerable Archdeacon, that is marvelous news. The throne be praised. Did you get to speak to her? It took a second before the overly excited young preacher realized she had interrupted the archdeacon, so she quickly lowered her head again. To her relief, Reincarnation did not appear to be offended. Instead, he answered with a hint of excitement. Yes, while it was unfortunately short, I spoke with her. May I ask what was your impression of the saint candidate? Malin asked, unable to contain her excitement. By the throne, she had an otherworldly spiritual presence that is difficult to define, Reincarnation replied before trailing off, lost in memory. It took a moment before he spoke again with a tone of wonder. How do I put it? She radiates warmth and calmness, but what really captivated me was her quiet confidence. Combining those qualities with her unearthly beauty, she reminded me of everything wonderful in this world. When she is around, I find it hard to take my attention off her. You will understand the moment you meet her in person. Malin was slightly taken aback by the excessive statement. Surely the archdeacon did not just confess to gawking at the saint candidate? And why was she here again? Venerable Archdeacon, while that was most enlightening and I thank you for your insight, may I inquire about the purpose of my visit? Malin asked. Realizing he might have gone overboard, Ricine awkwardly cleared his throat. Ah, yes, the ecclesiarchy needs a representative operating beside the saint candidate immediately. Due to the past few unfortunate blunders, we cannot afford to be excluded from her future actions. Since His Holiness is off-world, the task of selecting a representative falls to me. But alas, this is no simple matter. Naturally, almost everybody wants to work beside a saint candidate and get the chance to witness the God Emperor's miracles up close. The choice, however, is far from simple. Give any senior clergyman the position and all his rival peers would scream favoritism, plus it will be viewed as patronage to the individual's particular creed. Ricine explained with a sigh. Malin stayed silent, not sure why she was hearing the archdeacon complaining about the difficulties of his position. So for the sanity and stability of the church, the representative in question needs to be freed from such burdens and preferably a female due to obvious reasons of propriety. When the archdeacon finally finished his rambling, he gave Malin a long, thoughtful look before coming to a decision. This is where you come in, Preacher Malin. Do you know that due to the presence of the Sororitas order, there are but a handful of preachers in this world deemed suitable for this honor I am about to bestow onto you? Rejoice, you are very lucky. Malin did not believe what she was hearing and felt her head going numb just by thinking about the conclusion of that logic train. She could not help but look up to see Archdeacon Ricine smiling somewhat self-deprecatingly as he slowly walked over to her. If I were any younger and in a suitable position, I would do anything for this. Junior Preacher Malin had Mayor, heed your new duty, the Archdeacon said while handing her a delicate letter with an official Adeptus Ministorum seal. I, Ricine Venerin, Archdeacon of the Adeptus Ministorum on Nusquam, hereby officially assign you as the representative of the ecclesiarchy to the saint candidate. Praise the Lord, praise the God Emperor, our Savior. Somewhere on Nusquam, a man awakened from his restless slumber and groaned. He found himself inside a shadowy room, his pitch-black surroundings broken only by the flickering of multiple monitor displays nearby. Every so often, the flickering streams on the displays temporarily lit up the room, illuminating a man with an impressive physique yet looking absolutely miserable. A long, unkempt beard hung from a face etched with lines of exhaustion. His skin was rough and weathered while his once piercing eyes constantly darted around wearily, as if searching for something. After failing to locate whatever horrors haunted his dreams, he put up a hand to shield his eyes from the flickering lights. Calming down slightly, the man groaned again as painful memories of his life's work burning flooded back to him. Everything had fallen apart. While he knew his supposed masters were fickle beings, he could not fathom what had transpired. He was close, so close to becoming one of them. The muffled pain on his head grew more pronounced, as it did every time the idea of losing his shot for ascendancy crossed his mind. Just days ago, his many decades of scheming and meticulous planning was coming to fruition. Even with the surprise activation of a psychic beacon that came out of nowhere, everything was on track. He was but a step away from his ascension, this close to achieving immortality and made eternal. His masters on the other side had promised. They even marked him out as one of their favored servants. The man had all he needed to reach the apex of existence. By his design, the dim-witted Imperials were tricked into fighting amongst themselves, and their deaths would be the sacrifice to fuel his ritual. From a hidden site secured with careful use of his vast resources, he and his followers created a breach in reality, opening up the planet for a demonic invasion. According to his plan, the summoned demons would assault the populace, further fueling the ritual to allow even more demons into reality. From there, the cascading nature should do the rest. But then things started to go awry. The ongoing civil war between the governor and her half-brother was strangely not providing enough casualties to feed his ritual. Just as doubts began sinking in, something in the Sea of Souls answered his calls, something huge and powerful. It was so enormous that the breach expanded as it tore through the opening in space-time and wriggled itself into reality. The thing he summoned, or the thing that had summoned itself, was beyond his understanding. Unlike any known servants of the Holy Great Four, what came through from the breach was at first a huge lump of shadow. Everyone was puzzled until it started to solidify, its shadowy form materializing into bones, sinews, muscles, and more until eventually a towering black-winged demon rose into reality. A greater demon. They had summoned a greater demon on their first attempt. Seeing the magnificence of their success, everyone cheered. The man was ecstatic to say the least. While many questions lingered, like why the possession offerings were not taken and no one recognized what type of demon it was, the fact that it did not immediately attack meant the ritual worked as intended. With this magnificent being leading the charge, the downfall of this world was all but assured. While the cultists were ecstatic, the newly formed monstrosity that barely fit in the massive underground storage hall paid no attention to the puny mortals around it. It raised its muscular hand and observed it, as if tasting and experiencing its new existence. The man approached the imposing warp spawn to initiate communication. "Greetings, Great One. I am Grigerii Morvich, the one in charge of this congregation that brings forth your blessed existence. May I ask which of the Holy Great Four do thou hail from?" The thing slowly turned its head to face the cult leader, surprising everyone as it communicated via telepathy. "Plus the Holy Great Four? Take a guess then. Which of the Holy Four?" Plus it asked. Suddenly feeling pressured, Grigerii blinked and managed a response. I am totally lost, Great One. My apologies, but my studies seem totally inadequate." Plus take a guess. Plus it insisted with a non-negotiable tone. The malicious bale lights in its eyes glowed with increasing intensity. Cornered, Grigerii thought for a moment before deciding this was a trick question. He gulped, betting it all on his intuition. "My answer is that thou do not hail from any of the Great Four." There was a short moment of silence before the warp monstrosity started to laugh, or it tried to. What came out was a poor imitation of laughter, a terrible bestial sound that was out of this world. Despite its eldritch nature, the inhuman sound was clearly laced with malevolence and mockery. The demon then silently raised its hand to the air where a colossal axe materialized. After grabbing the weapon, it announced, "Plus correct. For your reward, you shall be the last person I kill in this world. Plus." Then the massacre began. Grigerii found himself at the door of one of his many hideouts some time later. He had no recollection of how he arrived covered in bruises and wounds, but he remembered losing everything. That thing. That cursed thing he summoned disregarded his status as a marked one and took all from him. His many devout followers slaughtered, his precious artifact taken, and worst of all, his powers were stripped away. It had somehow denied him the connection to the ether and made him a normal man. Confused and scared out of his wits, Grigerii had been hiding in the hideout ever since. While he was keeping a tab on the outside world via the newsfeed, emotionally he was utterly devastated, barely coping with his fall from the peak of existence straight down to the gutters. Anyone else with a lesser mental fortitude would have gone insane. Grigerii was sure of that. The fact that he was still alive proved he was made of sterner stuff. Slightly reassured, Grigerii turned on his bed and his hand touched something wet. Jolting to his senses, he quickly switched on the lights, and what he saw petrified him. On top of the pillows of his massive bed was a mess of blood and organic matter. It looked like a crime scene where someone's brain was blown off. Wait. Grigerii suddenly recalled what had really happened. He was not as stern as he imagined. Faced with an impossible scenario, after days of soul-shattering despair, in a moment of weakness he finally put a gun to his own head. Or did he imagine his suicide? Grigerii turned around and saw the used pistol on the bedside. Slowly he picked up the weapon and checked its ammunition count. Upon finding out a single shot was missing, he felt every strand of hair on him standing on their end. But how? Grigerii was about to give in to insanity when an inhuman voice sounded in his head. Plus the ether is much bigger than you think. Plus. It was that thing. Realizing what was residing in him, Grigerii screamed, something he had not done for more than a century. Before he could do anything else, his body froze. Then a searing headache hit him as his memories were read by the entity. After a while, the thing inside him came to a conclusion. Plus my splinter and the target annihilated each other? So be it. Plus it said while slowly holding up the pistol and pointed it at Grigerei's own head, seemingly about to finish what he had attempted once. No. Wait. Grigerii screamed desperately but was unable to control his body. Plus I had kept my promise and made you whole once. Plus. Please. I beseech thee. I offer thee everything. Grigerii begged as tears rolled down uncontrollably and he wetted himself. While he knew better than anyone about the futility of appeasing to such an entity, he had to try. Just when Grigerii believed he would die for real this time, his gaze became fixated on something. There on one of the many flickering monitors was a news update with bold letterings, Saint Candidate Awakened. The news flash was accompanied by a series of pictures, one of which depicted a glowing girl on top of a rhino tank hatch, her arms stretched out, holding a flaming blue sword that pointed forward. The thing inside Grigerii went quiet, and then he felt a series of intense emotions bubbling over him. It started with flashes of anger mixed with amusement and then fascination. The thing pondered for a moment before finally deciding on a course of action. Plus Grigerii Morvich. I will make you an offer. Plus, sometime later in another hidden location, a group of people were whispering their worries in a meeting room. It was a gloomy event, the somber atmosphere of the gathering amplified by the news featured on the wall-mounted main display. So, she has awakened, but our master is still missing. We need effective leadership now. Our brothers and sisters are being hunted on all fronts. Shouldn't we be appointing a new leader at this point? Who should it be? Surely not you. Careful of your tone. I, Stellar Clamor, second in command to the master until his unfortunate disappearance, am the most qualified around here to lead. You wish to lead us? Over my dead body. As the meeting was heating up, there was a commotion at the door and a runner came in without knocking. Panting, the runner made an exciting announcement. Everyone, the master is back. What? Where is he? Before anyone could get a proper answer, a figure barged into the meeting room uninvited, a figure everyone here knew well. It was the missing leader Grimdark himself, looking sharp and alert. Master, rejoice, my disciples. The wait is over, Grimdark said. What happened? Where were you this whole time, Master? Grimdark raised a palm to calm the gathering and said, There were setbacks, but I have returned. Master, what happened to you? Asked Stellar, the person who had suggested electing a new leader just then. Brother Stellar, why such a question? Grimdark asked. You feel different. I can no longer sense your powers. The room of acolytes quieted down upon hearing one of them utter such a question. Grimdark, however, did not immediately answer. Instead, his attention became fixated on the main display on the wall where another news about the Saint candidate was streaming. It became so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Eventually, Stellar broke the silence. Master? Oh, excuse me. But to answer you, yes, I still have my powers. Grimdark turned his attention back to the gathering. In fact, I am stronger than ever. Allow me to demonstrate. He smiled, then gestured with his hand as if forming a fist. In the next instant, Stellar screamed as his head was slowly crushed by an invisible force. He grabbed his aching cranium with both hands, wailed and fell over, rolling on the ground. Then Grimdark's hand closed into a fist and Stellar's head popped, spilling blood and brain matter everywhere. While the rest of his acolytes became petrified, Grimdark asked casually, Anyone else wishes to usurp my position? None dared to reply. Good. Listen to what I have to say carefully. Grimdark said, the smile disappearing from his face. We have encountered setbacks, but the path forward is still open to us. Grimdark proclaimed, his eyes brimming with unnatural powers. Didn't my prediction of the Astronomican's light fading come to pass? I have since received further revelations from the ether. I tell you all now, no slaves of the corpse god, no governor, no inquisition, not even that upstart false saint can deny us our destiny. Gather our people, heed my instructions, and we shall take back what is rightfully ours. To the promised world, the cult leader concluded with his fist held high. The master is back. To the promised world, his followers cried out enthusiastically. Promised world, promised world, promised world. B2CH.9 A new day. A twin of Terra in the middle of nowhere. Legend has it the planet was discovered during the height of the Great Crusade, when legions of Astartes were claiming much of the galaxy for the Imperium of Man, a fabled era when the Emperor still walked among mortals. By then, the Imperial Expeditionary Forces had claimed so many planets they only bothered to name the significant ones and simply tagged the rest with denominations. As an unassuming planet orbiting a far-off, non-strategic star system, this then newly discovered world would have been assigned a generic label and fated for obscurity if not for a discovery. That its basic parameters were uncannily similar to the Throne World. The planet was of similar size to Terra with almost equal amount of gravity and revolution length around its sun, and it even came with a single relatively large moon of similar size to Luna. In an administrative council meeting whose official records had long been lost, a member of the attendees had playfully proclaimed the lost twin of Terra had been found. That unusual statement prompted others to do a double take and ask, Where? Nusquam. Someone replied, Planet Nusquam? Oh, wait. Literally meaning nowhere in High Gothic, the incident provoked a rare round of haughty laughter in an otherwise routinely dull meeting, and the name stayed till this day. It was early morning in the Nusquamese capital city of Acieslix, and I was entranced by its sight. On a busy street of the megapolis, I stood as an observer as a tsunami of people flowed like human waves around me. Many thousands of light years away from the cradle of humanity, people made up of ethnicities I neither knew nor recognized flourished under an alien sky. Over many thousand years of additional continuous evolution had subtly changed humanity in ways I could not properly pinpoint. Every face around me seemed more defined and sharpened in features than the crowd from old Earth. Despite the slight difference in appearance, like their ancestors, these people busied themselves with the hustling and bustling of daily life beneath the shadows of super skyscrapers, a scene I was familiar with. While the cityscape of ACSLix would put every modern city I knew to shame, it was considered underdeveloped compared to the notoriously ridiculous hive cities of the Imperium, where each literally housed billions of people. The rowdy city center at the ground level was crawling with endless streams of mundane vehicles, while the rich and powerful zipped around on levitating speeders overhead. The streets were dotted with countless business establishments, each filled to the brim with their patrons. Holographic sponsored messages looped endlessly at prime locations while floating advertising contraptions of all kinds dominated the overhead airspace. Every usable space was either an advertisement or an imperial propaganda message, and I was dazzled by the whole ultra-metropolitical sight. In a way, I felt like a medieval person who was suddenly introduced to a modern 20th century city. Yet in this overwhelming spectacle I found myself attracted to a particular scene. In the sea of flowing humanity was a little girl who wore a bright jacket piggybacking on the shoulders of her supposed father. My attention was glued to her carefree smile until the pair disappeared around a corner. Then it dawned on me that my old self would never care for such a scene. Just who was looking at that, me or? It is me, or you. It is complicated. SYRINE's words rang again in my head. I felt a sense of nausea just thinking about that and recalled my psychic projection from the city center to a place closer to my body. The ground below me shifted and the crowd changed from workers rushing to work to pilgrims gathered near the Sororitas monastery's gate. I walked around and saw a bandaged Ritterborg giving a speech to a huge crowd beneath my statue. A squad of battle sisters provided basic security nearby. I stayed for a while and listened to his story about how my random act of kindness had validated his actions, but soon decided to end the surveillance session after experiencing embarrassment from hearing his over-exaggerated praises. The sensation of having a body returned and I opened my eyes to my current lodging, a nice room attached with a small living quarters inside the monastery cathedral located at one of the top towers. Beep. A servo skull floated over. My own personal servo skull, a gift from Cryptor passed to me by Kira. I was given the choice between a brand new, fully synthetic drone or one made with a real human skull, whose cranium was said to be retrieved from a favorite valet of his who had died gloriously in service to the Omniscia. No prize for guessing my choice here. I named it Solace, the synthetic skull probe sidekick. With a flick of my mind, I connected to Solace and was updated on all the headlines of the major news channels. As the old saying goes, truth is the first casualty of war, and here was a world enslaved to a regime that was at war for 10,000 years. I was not even sure what I expected, but the truth spoke for itself. There were multiple major news channels and information portals, but none were telling the full or real story. The Imperium's information control machine was way ahead and in full control of the narrative, misdirecting and compartmentalizing events while dropping smokescreens over crucial details. There was no mention of the missing Astronomican light nor the appearance of a new psychic beacon anywhere, despite the fact a huge silver beam on the horizon could be perceived whenever I went psychically active. Next, I turned my attention to Cryptor's excavation progress updates. The process had turned out to be more difficult than he anticipated. From the report, it seemed like it would need another few days for his teams to reach the buried entrance of the hidden vault. Progress had been severely hampered by complications of moving heavy breaching drills into position while complying to the demands of the Sororitas on working on their sacred ground in the inner sanctum, the place that started it all. While I was very curious about the contents of the vault myself, deep down another part of me was dead worried of what we would or would not find inside. I had tried to send my astral projection over, but this skill was still very new to me and the site proved too far for my amateurish control. In the end, I could only wait for the result. Would Cryptor withdraw his support for me if we found little to nothing useful inside? How should I navigate this messy and potentially cutthroat imperial politics now that the immediate threat was no more? You could say I am a worrywart, but my mind could not help but wonder about the future. It was still early in the morning, so I redid a mental recap of what happened yesterday. I became acquainted with the senior Primaris Psyker Yahaime. The way she sort of freaked out when I imitated the psychic duo by bowing and calling her mage yeah, or elder sister May was low-key hilarious. We got along fine, and I learned about her story of almost dying to a sudden surge of psychic powers after arriving here. She was saved by a medically induced coma and the help of having Zaki, the null boy, being nearby to stabilize her symptoms. I never knew you could use a pariah like that. After that, the rest of the day was spent on learning about the chaos taint vetting and purification processes. It was a mixture of theories, practices, rituals, and pseudoscience, which I was able to distill into a simpler, more efficient process with insights that came to me naturally. At the end of the day, I was confident enough to request for trial runs. If everything went smoothly on the back end, I should be able to put my theories to the test later today. Feeling restless, I sat up from my bed and looked at the mirror on the wall. With my enhanced eyesight, the dim light of the room did little to obscure the reflection of a breathtaking girl staring back. My sight was locked onto the enchanting scene, but I soon felt like being judged by a demigoddess and had to look away. The sororitas had provided me with the best stuff in their powers. Everything from accommodations to food was top quality. But truth be told, my life since waking up has been a total mess. Knowing neither hunger, thirst nor fatigue in the human sense, my daily life's rhythm went totally out of whack. Baseline, fundamental questions like should I eat and drink normally was a mystery. I was also dead worried about the non-existent need to frequently visit a toilet. The necessity to examine all these mundane issues closely made me feel like a newborn with an incredible sense of uneasiness. I got up from my bed and walked towards my only possessions in the room, a collection of huge luggages in a corner which was brought over from the fortress. I had since been taking stock of their contents in order to find out more information about myself. As far as I could tell, simple-looking white robes were the most abundant item in the collection, more than enough for me to wear daily on a washing rotation. Guess these would be my default attire, like the black turtleneck sweatshirts for a certain infamous billionaire in my time. There was a set of god-tier quality self-grooming tools that was identified by Analytica to be made of adamantium alloy, one of the strongest substances known to the Imperium and typically used to produce high-grade military gear like the Space Marine Terminator plates. I reckoned these tools might outlast some unfortunate empires. Then there were some tubes of ultra-concentrated food that looked like toothpaste, some space-age toiletries, bottles of perfumes, random trinkets, and pairs of footwear. As I was going through my stuff, a familiar sensation crept up. It was the feeling of an acquainted psyker trying to contact me via telepathy. I accepted the request to converse. Plus morning, Lady SYRINE. Plus good morning, Sali. Plus my lady. Sorry to disturb you this early in the morning, but Throne Agent Herlindia will like to see you shortly for an urgent briefing. ETA 40 minutes. Plus noted. Thank you. Plus. Herlindia Winson, the quiet and nice-looking brunette who more or less functioned like a secretary to Inquisitor Thabarus, would be arriving soon. While she always looked professional and reserved, I remembered seeing her go batshit crazy when Interrogator Amail got killed in a vision. It got me curious as I was not sure how far one could trust information glimpsed from a simulated scenario. I hurriedly washed up and prepared myself, which admittedly was little to no work thanks to the passive ability of Regulus. Even with my superhuman perception, I struggled to find minute flaws from my reflection in the washroom mirror. Herlindia arrived soon after, looking tactical yet elegant in her dark inquisitorial attire. She was flanked by two people. One was a professional-looking gunman armed with a lasgun, while the other a hooded scribe. The scribe held up a device and did some scanning around before nodding to Herlindia. She nodded back, left her escorts behind, and walked into my room, her heels clicking sharply on the marble floor. Lady SYRINE, morning. Herlindia smiled and bowed. As she did so, a pleasant and uplifting scent drifted over. Perfume? As I wondered about it, a flurry of information appeared in my mind. Scent analysis. Aldehydes, neroli, bergamot, lemon, iris, jasmine, rosa, orris root, lily, civet, sandalwood, musk, amber, vetiver, vanilla, patchouli, ethanol, androstenone. Just when I thought that was way too much information, further details were still coming in. Wait, was that the sin of a man hidden beneath all the layers? Is she really having a relationship with the interrogator as suggested by the vision? Morning, Herlindia, I said while doing a double take on the pretty throne agent, and she eyed me back curiously. While I normally would never busy myself with the personal life of others, in this case I yearned to learn if the vision was correct. I decided to probe and casually asked, by the way, where is Interrogator Amail? Caught off guard, Herlindia's thoughts leaked for a fraction of a second, and I caught glimpses of her memories about the passionate session she had with Amail from yesterday night. It was so abrupt I almost broke character but was saved by an old friend. Regulus, action override. From my deadpan surface reaction, it took an instant for Herlindia to dismiss the notion that I had any interest in her lover. She put her professional smile back on and said, "The interrogator is on another mission to root out the cults. Why the sudden interest in his whereabouts? My dear, I am so sorry about the privacy intrusion. Let me make it up to you by making your day." I shook my head and smiled. "Nothing in particular. I had an epiphany because you looked extra charming today. It just dawned on me that you and the interrogator would make a nice-looking couple together." Herlindia looked shocked for a second before breaking into a hearty giggle. "Lady SYRINE, I never knew you could be such a sweet talker. Unfortunately, time is scarce, and we have to get down to business. By the Inquisitor's order, I am here to quickly brief you on the latest developments." I nodded, and she started her briefing. "Your request for the test candidates for purification trials have been expedited. For security purposes, we had prioritized those who are exhibiting extreme withdrawal symptoms after their metaphysical exposure. They will be arriving here later today. Can you tell me more about these symptoms?" While individual reactions with sudden exposure to warp entities in close proximity vary a lot from one another, these are the individuals who practically became vegetables due to extreme shock. Such patients will usually just wither away if left alone, but more often than not be administered with the Emperor's Peace to prevent possession risks. The Emperor's Peace is a fancy term for euthanasia. So basically, they're just people waiting to die. I nodded, somewhat relieved by a selfish notion that I could do no worse for them. We have the means and methods to treat cases like these, just not the capacity to handle this many people. Herlindia clarified. "I was briefed on the method yesterday." I nodded in reply. On paper, the Inquisition had 3 psychers versus the workload of 20,000 people. That was even before considering the slow and archaic procedures involved if we do it by the book. Even a humanist like me had to admit mass execution looked like a logical solution for such a hopeless-looking scenario. There might be a way out of this, but I had to test my theory first. Up next, the church is sending their representative over. Herlindia said while passing me her data slate. Junior preacher Malin Mayer, a local citizen of 20 Terran Standard years old, recently sanctioned as a preacher. We had gone through her background and found little notes of interest. A new preacher? I looked at the profile picture on the device. Defying my expectation, she was surprisingly decent-looking. It appears so. Her family was of average standing without powerful connections. You could say the church had sent over a nobody, which is unexpected considering this is a very sought-after position. Why do you think that is the case? We had gone through various theories. In conclusion, either the church wanted to avoid heavy infighting, or they are sending over a sacrificial pawn. Due to the extremely high-profile nature of your case, it should be the first. Internally, I shivered at the unspoken implications on the latter. What will happen if I decline their representative? I asked while handing back Herlindia her data slate. She shrugged. They probably will just elect a new person. I got a hunch if I refuse this candidate, they might fall back to their usual demographic of grumpy or saintly old men. By the way, Governor Catalina will be visiting shortly. May I act as your assistant in the meantime? Herlindia asked. It felt strange, and I was still very new to being a big deal. But obviously, I needed all the help when it came to real imperial politics, so I nodded. Much obliged. Please take care of me. Catalina arrived soon after. The impeccable timing solidified my impression that all the VIPs on the planet were under tight inquisitorial surveillance. I was seated in a meeting room when Catalina stepped through the door. The governor was led in by Wellmana and flanked by multiple advisors of her own, looking immaculate in her highly ornate and decorative formal outfit. Catalina wore a mainly purple regalia made from the finest-looking materials, lined with golden embroidery and embellished with precious metals and gems. A golden sash on her body acted as placeholder for various metals. Highly tailored, the regalia fit her perfectly. Meanwhile, I was back on my comfortable, simple-looking sleeved white robe, and the contrast between our attire stuck out like a sore thumb. Not sure about protocols, I simply stood up as she entered the room. I really need the help of an etiquette expert. My lady. The governor greeted, her eyes widened upon seeing me after all these days. She looked a bit pale, and I sensed a mix of intense emotions bubbling beneath her controlled visage. Governor, how are you doing? I asked. By the throne's blessings, I am doing great. Pardon me, what I am about to request is against standard protocol, but may I have a private moment with you? Totally at a loss of what would be appropriate, I glanced over at Herlindia, and she returned to do as you see fit. Look. Well, at least Catalina was not considered to be a threat to me by the Inquisition. Very well, please give us some space. Everyone else complied, Soon it was only the two of us left inside the meeting room. So, Catalina? Instead of replying, to my surprise, Catalina knelt down before me before stating what was on her mind. By his blessings and your holy work, my world, my home, and the homes of countless Nusquamese were saved from the brink of damnation. No words can convey my gratitude and the gratitude of my people to the throne and you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Catalina said, her voice cracking with raw emotions. Before I could say anything, she continued, and finally, thank you for being alive and well. It worried me to death that you may never wake up from your injuries. Then she started crying. While Catalina looked like a fine lady in her prime, I knew she was well over 70 years old and could not push the mental image of a crying grandmother out of my mind. This is embarrassing. On the other hand, I was reminded of the fact my actions did save a whole world, a fact that I seemed to be trying to forget for some reasons. Then I sensed her thoughts on how she viewed me. Savior. The governor was viewing me like she was a desperate damsel in distress, hanging from the edge of a failing skyscraper and looking at a superhero flying in. Being a ruler of a planet and all, I guessed it was very rare for her to come face to face with any peers, let alone a person who could potentially solve her problems. I let her cry for a while before leaning down to hold her hands. On skin contact, more of her emotions ran through me. I sensed her anxiety about the future, her shame on losing the control of her domain, and the pain of losing family members. Was she ever close to Kaiden? Catalina, please rise. My lady, before that, can I ask some questions? What do you want to know? Why has the Emperor's light ceased reaching us? What was that psychic beacon you lit, and what will happen to my world? Catalina asked. By now her tears were running like waters burst forth from a failed dam. I felt the shivering of her smooth hands. This was a person who stood at the apex of an imperial world, almost losing everything twice and now faced a future of uncertainties. I can't answer all your questions and have no plans to do any changes beyond the necessary. In truth, I had no plans at all, but that was beside the point. So what comes next for Nusquam? She asked again. For a moment, I considered telling her about my memory loss, but decided against burdening her with more reasons to be anxious. As for what comes next, I guess it depends on what we will find inside the vault. Vault? Well, I can't tell you much, but after that we continued to talk and chatted away. Well, it ended up with her talking most of the time, while I avoided giving out any critical information. The topics changed from the state of the planet to seemingly random personal stuff. It felt like a mix between a friendly chat between friends and a therapeutic session for her. Eventually, we stopped and Catalina freshened up her makeup and expressed her gratitude again before leaving. As soon as the governor left the room, Herlindia joined me again. She eyed me inquisitively and I shrugged. Seemed like she needed someone to talk to. I told her about the vault. Was that wise? Considering the governor will know about that sooner or later, it is fine. Please consult us beforehand on revealing important information to anyone in the future. It was then Herlindia's comm beat beeped and she answered it. Through my transhuman hearings, I heard the conversation. Herlindia. It was Tsali the Psyker. Yes. That new preacher from the ecclesiarchy is here. I lightly probed her mind. No issues found. Affirmative. Herlindia turned to me. That preacher is here. Should I meet her? I asked. It is up to you. If you do, please remember to keep confidential information from her. I remembered Herlindia mentioning that rejecting Malin here might result in the ecclesiarchy replacing her with a random old man. That cardinal or not, even when Robert Gilliman became the Lord Commander of the Imperium with all his legit powers and legions of space marines, he also had to entertain and keep the church around. Yes, I had little choice in this matter unless I preferred to swap the new lady priest with an old man. Send her in. I nodded. A while later, Wellmana led a young lady in preacher attire into the meeting room. She matched the profile I saw earlier. The newcomer's face lit up the moment she saw me. I effortlessly picked up her thoughts that were broadcasting like an open-air concert. So beautiful. Malin's mind screamed while she froze still, eyes locked onto me. Wellmana waited for the young preacher to introduce herself, and when it was not forthcoming, she lightly cleared her throat, snapping Malin out of it. Blessings of the throne upon you. I am Malin Hammayer, designated representative of the Adeptus Mini-Storm. She said nervously, formed her Aquila sign with her hands and bowed. Did the ecclesiarchy really just send a total noob over? B2CH.10 Purification. Amnesia from injury. Malin exclaimed, her outrage, raw emotions of surprise and shock boiling over from her loud mind. Not even a few minutes into our first meeting, and the new Adeptus Mini-Storm representative was already showing herself to be an unorthodox candidate. By the throne, Is that true, sister? Breaking what I suspected to be standard etiquette, the young preacher stood up and directly eyed Whelmina while demanding validation of my condition. Yes, that much is true. The scholar replied reluctantly with her eyes downcast. I sensed Whelmina's mind leaking sentiments of guilt and shame for the sororita's apparent shortcomings. In truth, it was not their fault. The sisters were taking one for me to conceal my great secret, one that I could never share with anyone. As for me, I was keeping my mouth shut. The less I talked, the less holes there would be in our story. As far as the matter was concerned, Malin as the representative of the church was on a need-to-know basis, and we did not even tell her my supposed memory loss was from a previous injury. Malin turned to me, her expression a mix of pity and mortification. Then she slowly walked towards me, which should be another breach of etiquette, before reaching out to grab onto my hands. Now this was definitely a breach of etiquette as I noticed Herlindia raising an eyebrow. This will not stand. I will notify the church, and we will find the best treatment to rectify this. Malin proclaimed, emotions of righteous protectiveness pouring out like an erupted volcano. In her eyes, I had become a victim of tragic circumstances. We have sought the best treatment available, and there have been improvements to her condition. Whelmina replied defensively. But Lady SYRINE still has not regained her memories, right? I demand a detailed report on how it all happened. If it was due to the negligence of the Adepta, I will petition to move the Saint candidate into our care due to incompetence on your side. Malin released my hands to point an accusatory finger at Whelmina. That statement hit a spot, and the two of them soon got into a heated argument. I watched helplessly from the sidelines as the verbal warfare escalated. Then Herlindia, who was reading her data slate, leaned over and whispered, "The test candidates have arrived. Palatine Alicia is handling the transfer." Just in time. I looked at the quarreling ladies and decided it was better to just get on with my plans for today. Thank you. Let's go, I said and stood up, surprising the spatting pair. My lady, where are you going? Whelmina asked. To test if my theory could work to save some people. The test candidates we mentioned before have arrived. I answered. But your condition, Malin stammered but was unable to complete her sentence. I looked at the astonished preacher and suddenly thought of a cool response. I smiled and said, while I may have lost most of my memories, I have not forgotten my duties. On that fateful day, Trooper Ignatham's worldview collapsed on the battlefield. The trooper first saw the supposed invincibility of the mighty Northern Grand Army he belonged to getting totally humiliated. Then after a day of twists and turns he witnessed Supreme Commander Lord General Luther turned into a mist of blood and gore by a gargantuan creature from out of this world. Ignatham was in the front row seats when it all went down. The trooper saw the nightmarish warp spawn up close. Like a prehistoric man who suddenly encountered a legendary apex predator, it was an overwhelmingly shocking experience. Being a trooper, Ignatham was conditioned for combat shock, but this time the threat he perceived had extended to his entire species, and it proved too much. As a resident of a fringe civilized world far away from most of the galactic horrors, demons were but vague concepts to him until that very moment. The demons are real. Ignatham's terrified mind was taken to the edge, all training failing him. While the gigantic demon never showed him the slightest attention, for a microsecond Ignatham saw its eyes, and it shook his soul. The sheer level of hatred and malice pouring forth from those glowing orbs convinced him they needed supernatural help. Ignatham did not raise his trusted lasgun, nor did he attempt to flee. What was the point? Throne preserves us. This foe is beyond us. His mind searched frantically for any possible solution. Silly but plausible notions flashed before his mind, looking for a way out. The God Emperor was too far away on Holy Terra and confined to his golden throne. His angels of death were not around. Hold on. If demons are real, then those stories about saints must be real too. Maybe if they had an anointed saint blessed with his power. Wait, was that singing lady a saint? But she was on the other side and might not extend a helping hand. We are doomed. Ignatham's jumbled mind concluded. He lost his mental strength, dropped to his knees, and began laughing uncontrollably as the pandemonium of madness continued around him. That was where his conscious memory ended that day. For a while now, the young trooper could not remember anything nor focus his mind. His name, his life, his aspirations, and everything else about him felt like a barely perceivable whisper in the air. Everything was hazy. In his altered state of mind, he found himself floating in space. At first, numberless, unblinking stars surrounded him, but soon they started disappearing, leaving an unsettling dark void. Surrounded by total darkness, he came to the realization he was not alone. There in the lightless depths, a feeling of something truly colossal stirred. The trooper's terrified consciousness was sinking towards the darkness. Deeper and deeper his mind dove until it was hanging at the very edge of the abyss. An eternal void was staring at him, and he sensed a disturbing resonance coming from an unimaginable distance away. When he listened hard enough, it sounded a lot like cruel laughter. Feeling trapped in the worst case of sleep paralysis, he wanted to scream, to wake up from this living nightmare. His consciousness hung helplessly at the edge of sanity while staring at the beckoning void. After holding on for an indeterminable amount of time, he felt the final reserves of his inner strength dissipating, his feeble mental fortitude unable to hold against the darkness forever. Finally, his last ounce of strength left him, and he screamed in his mind as he was about to drop into the proverbial cosmic abyss. He felt the prospect of facing an eternity of damnation. A lifetime of conditioning kicked in, and he instinctively cried out to the one and only entity in the galaxy who could offer salvation. Throne, Emperor, have mercy on my soul. The void replied in silence as he cried in despair. Just as the young trooper was about to totally lose it, a bright light burst into existence. He watched in bewilderment as the surrounding darkness was chased away by a warm golden light. Ignithum. Someone called from a distance. Ignithum? That sounded so familiar. Wait, that's my name. I'm Ignithum. Suddenly the heavy mental fog was lifted and he remembered everything. Stunned and surrounded by the bright light, he sensed a presence nearby and turned to it. Ignithum could not believe his eyes as a girl emerged from the brilliance. She wore a robe of the purest white, her face obscured by a blinding halo of divine radiance. Ignithum. The girl called his name again. Her soft and gentle voice seemed to echo to eternity in this strange space. Ignithum struggled to pick out facial features as her impression shifted every time he focused on it. For a fleeting moment, he caught glimpses of his long-deceased mother, but she looked so young and beautiful here. Ignithum felt no fear. A feeling from the bottom of his heart informed him the shining figure meant no harm. So this is the afterlife? Ignithum was sure of it. He started crying and reached out with his hand. Show me, he thought, show me the afterlife. It was working. I felt a deep sense of relief as what seemed to be warped taint residue was burnt away from the patient by my halo's intensity and close proximity. While I was still totally clueless on how any of this worked, there was no arguing with the result. The patient, a young trooper from the rebel faction, was seated across me with our faces less than 2 feet apart. My halo was on full blast, the psychic energy holding a hint of the Emperor's unique version of divinity driving away the corruption. Welmina, Herlindia, Malin, Celie, Alicia, and a small squad of sisters were watching attentively nearby. Earlier, when Malin saw my halo in person for the first time, she lost her composure and was moved to tears. This light is so divine. Her mind screamed while the sororitas only emitted deep silent reverence. Why is her mind so loud? I wondered for a second before deciding to focus on finishing the task at hand. Ignithum. I called his name. The trooper started moaning softly like a person waking from a deep sleep. His once totally off-focus eyes started training on me. A hint of comprehension showed on his face as tears started flowing down his cheek. He was coming around. Ignithum. I called again. Instead of answering me, he feebly raised his right hand. Trooper Ignithum. Still no reply, but someone had definitely come back home in that previously listless body. His hand slowly started to reach out as if trying to caress my face. From my perspective, his speed might as well be a bean sprouting, so I ignored it. The majority of my attention was spent closely observing the retreating darkness in his body. My theory and method needed to be confirmed. Thousands of lives were riding on this. I looked closer, engrossed in the incredible sight of the minuscule warp residue inside him dissolving like dew meeting the afternoon sun. That would do it. With this therapy we can. It was then something entered into my peripheral field at high speed. By the time I realized what was happening, there were few good options left. Wham! The sound of a solid strike rang out in the room as Ignithum's face was hammered by the back end of a bolter. The trooper was still falling back from his chair when 2 battle sisters rushed over to him. In the next second, Alicia had stepped in front of me while the poor trooper was about to be pummeled further. Stop it. He was just coming around. I called out. The sisters froze on my command. 2 of them were midway of laying into him with the butts of their bolters. A third sister had just switched off the safety of her bolter and was likely a moment away from discharging her weapon. That was close. It was partly my fault. I did not realize how serious the sororitas were about my protection. They must have taken the trooper's attempt to touch me as a form of assault. Sisters, please stand down. Thank you. Alicia, it is fine. I gently pushed away the Palatine who was blocking my path and walked over to the down trooper. He was in shock, holding up his hands to block further blows while breathing heavily from a bruised face. If it was not for me subtly pushing him at the last second to avoid maximum impact, he would have suffered at least a few broken teeth on top of that. I turned my halo off and squatted down for a better look at the trooper. He was glancing around nervously, looking confused. Imagine waking up from the worst hangover ever to a bunch of angry battle sisters gumutting you. A part of me wanted to laugh out loud at the absurdity of his situation, but I kept my straight face and asked, "Have you awakened, trooper?" He nodded quickly. "Kindly introduce yourself." I asked for confirmation. He hesitated for a second before starting to talk, his voice weak and dry with insufficient hydration. "Trooper First Class Ignatham Heron of Squad Gerhardt, 2nd Platoon, 1st Battalion of the Northern Great Army, reporting for duty." "Ma'am," he said with a forced gusto before forming the Aquila sign while on the ground. "He seems fine now. Please check on him." I said. "Well, we happen to have an expert here," Herlindia said before turning to Malin. "Preacher, you were involved in the faith validation process, correct? Could you do a preliminary check on this trooper?" Malin, who was still in a kind of trance upon witnessing what happened, snapped to attention after being addressed by an agent of the Inquisition. "Right. Pass me his information and I can do that." As Malin started working, I went on a discussion with the others. "So how was that?" I asked. "Splendidly done, my lady. It would not have worked without your level of powers," Celie commented. "Is this sustainable? Are you feeling drained?" Herlindia asked. "I think I can do it all day," I said after testing my reserves. "That is frankly absurd," Celie remarked pensively, making me wonder about my own psycher level. "If we are going to continue, I would suggest tying up the rest to prevent them from attempting anything." Alicia chipped in, looking fiercely protective. A while later, Malin reported that aside from feeling confused about his situation, everything seemed fine with the first test candidate. We went ahead with the rest and tied them up beforehand as Alicia suggested. One by one, the test candidates were freed from their vegetative state. The interesting bits were their myriad of reactions. Most nervously looked around while asking what had happened. A few cried out for their mothers. One asked if I was an angel to lead his soul to the Emperor. I pressed on, learning a little bit more about the process with each candidate and was gaining confidence until one uncooperative case. For this particular individual, the residual taint inside him seemed extraordinarily stubborn and did not dissipate with the same treatment process. I tried and tried until I decided to increase intensity by moving closer to the candidate. With our faces about 1 feet apart, my halo was practically engulfing him as I observed his condition. The last bit of warp residue retreated further but still did not dissolve, and just when I decided to move even closer to finish the job, the trooper suddenly lashed out with a blood-curdling scream and came biting at me with extraordinary speed. Time slowed down just enough for me to get a proper look at everything, including the young man's eyes. In the windows to his soul, I saw an abyss. Nothing but madness glinted in his iris. Startled and propelled by self-preservation, I reacted by jerking back while delivering a hand chop with maximum force at his throat. While the man seemed deadly fast in his altered state, I proved to be faster and my attack connected first despite striking out later. In slow motion, I saw my hand sink into his neck and cut right through, pushing through layers of elastic skin, flesh, nerves, arteries, and bones. I experienced each layer's distinct texture and density as my hand crushed into them, until a jumbled-up organic mess formed and stopped me from decapitating him outright. The brutal momentum flung the crazed trooper like a rag doll to the side, splattering the room with a shower of crimson blood before he dropped to the floor in a literal bloody mess. In the next moment, Alicia was shielding in front of me again, shouting orders while another sister dragged me back, away to supposed safety. While I could have easily freed myself from the feeble human restraint, mentally I was in a shock and just went with the flow. Already 2 more sisters had stepped forward, their bolters trained at the fallen man. But the trooper remained motionless. The only movement was the spreading of his blood on the floor and the dripping of the same blood from my hand. Alerted by the commotion, Malin, who was working next door, appeared. Her expression turned to horror upon witnessing the gruesome scene. For some reason, the only thing on my mind was my first encounter with the Grimdark universe as a classic computer game I picked up. On the back of its box was a quote printed in a large and thick font stating, "Thou shalt kill." While my mind became a numbing mess, the expected adrenaline rush from such an event did not occur. Instead, the sense of utter calmness I felt, as if I just swatted an annoying insect, shocked me. The dripping of warm blood from my hand eventually refocused my jittering attention. I held up my hand for a closer look, found it covered in blood but otherwise unscathed despite cutting through a man's neck. I am sorry for the mess. Please excuse me while I go clean up. Not waiting for a response, I departed and headed towards the nearest washroom that was registered in my memory. Luckily for me, hand sanitizing liquid was still a common enough feature in the grim darkness of the far future. Alone in a water closet, I stood and watched like a zombie as the last traces of blood on my hand was washed away by running tap water. I just killed someone with my hand. Yes, I killed people before. In the final battle of the Civil War, some of my actions had directly led to the demise of rebel personnel. But those kills had been done remotely, using machines from far, far away. This was my first melee kill, up close and personal. Thanks to my Primarch-level memory retention, I could still clearly recall how my dainty hand went through the man's muscular neck as if human flesh had the consistency of tofu while neck bones were little more than brittle, hollowed-out twigs. For some reason, I also could not help but notice that despite the massive spillage of blood, not a single drop of the sanguine liquid managed to cling onto my robe. Just what sort of cloth is this? I ran Analytica on my own robe. The reading came back, material, superior eternal silk. Totally no idea what material was that. After washing my hand for the third time, I rinsed it dry and muttered a silent curse as the faint smell of blood still lingered. Then I realized that probably only transhumans could detect such low levels of the scent. It was like that time when no, not me, SYRINE escaped from beneath the Imperial Palace. What did she do back then to get rid of scent trails when cornered by the custodes? I raised my hand for a closer inspection while recalling the memory, then almost reflexively my psychic energies flexed for the briefest moment and a minuscule amount of power was discharged onto my hand. In the next moment, invisible warp fire fluttered and burned through the surface of my hand, ionicing everything on top of the skin and obliterating any last hint of the blood. I was stunned by the immediate result. It seemed I just discovered another weird application of my powers. As I left the water closet and opened the door to the outside, two battle sisters guarding nearby snapped to attention. It took a moment for me to comprehend that even just for going to the sink to wash my hands, I had elite bodyguards armed with bolters looking over me. When I returned to the room, it was filled with people doing some sort of crime scene investigation. Everyone turned to me as I stepped in, and the atmosphere felt extremely tense. Some of the people's surface thoughts even came through to me. Throne, this is bad. One of them was thinking. Heads might roll for this. Another person echoed mentally. That made me nervous. Technically, I just committed murder in front of everyone despite the fact that the man attacked first. As I pondered on the situation, Alicia approached me with a grave face. That felt extra strange as she seldom displayed such an expression towards me. That alone and the grim resolve I felt emanating from her made me even more nervous. Wait, really? Am I in trouble for this? Just as I was contemplating what to say, to my surprise, Alicia knelt down in front and started apologizing. Holy daughter, we are extremely sorry for our inefficient vetting process that let a heretic get so close and attack you. I will be personally taking responsibility for this transgression. The Palatine said softly, and despite her neutral tone, I could feel the intense emotions of regret and shame she was keeping a tight leash on. Heretic? The sight of Alicia, a well-mannered, pretty, and extremely capable girl deep in remorse kneeling in front of me broke my male-centric heart. I reached down, held onto her shoulders and said, "Don't say that. Show me what you have discovered." She obliged and walked me to the mess I had created, the small crowd parting before us. There, in a pool of dried blood, was the almost decapitated corpse, his head turned to the side on the floor, eyes lifeless and mouth opened wide by a squatting sister hospitaler next to him. At first, I was not sure what was being shown to me, but then my spine chilled upon seeing what Alicia had meant. Inside the right cheek of the dead man was a sizable scar of sorts that formed the shape of 8 arrows in a radial pattern. It was the mark of chaos, symbol of the great enemy. This was the first time I saw this symbol in this universe, and it occurred in such a gruesome manner. Back in my world, the symbol of chaos served little more than a mark of rebellion or the dedication to a fandom. Here, it looked like it had a life of its own, with real tangible powers. It took a moment before I deduced stopping our work here was akin to conceding to the enemy. I turned to the throne agent, Herlindia. How many more candidates to go? 7. Please guide the sisters on what to do with this. We will continue to work with the rest, I said. After getting a glimpse of what was at stake, I fully intended to finish the job. B2CH.11 interrogation. So the Chaos cult had infiltrated the local military. Energized by the incident, we proceeded with the rest of the test candidates quickly with more stringent measures, like tying them down to heavy chairs during the procedures and checking their inner cheeks. Nothing extraordinary happened with the rest of them, and by the time we were done I was informed by Herlindia that Thabris had arrived and wished to meet me at the crime scene. Through some persuasion I managed to drop all the girls to meet the Inquisitor alone. Neandra was guarding the sealed-off room when I arrived. I nodded while passing and she bowed. Like her boss, I noted the assassin's surface thoughts were totally unreadable. Inside the room, the Inquisitor was studying the remains of my victim while squatting down, looking every bit like an overworked homicide detective. "SYRINE," he nodded. "Inquisitor, I see you made a mess of this heretic. Sorry, I reacted with too much force. Should have kept him alive for information gathering. I believe we aren't missing much." He shook his head. "Remember the gunman at the gate?" As expected, nothing much came up during their interrogation. The insidious cult we are dealing with are too careful for such amateurish mistakes. A professionally operated chaos cult? My own impression of such cults was that they were usually just loud and semi-unorganized, but this insidious version seemed a lot more dangerous. I have ordered all of the detained rebel troops to be double-checked for this. The cult's infiltration was way worse than anticipated, Thabris said while standing up before dropping a surprising praise. "Your rapid pace of work is truly commendable. You didn't come all the way just to compliment me, right?" I asked jokingly. He returned a side stare and scoffed. "Of course not. My interest in the result of your work aside, there is a person I would like you to meet." "Who?" "You have seen him before. He has been a guest here since the day we met," he said cryptically. It took a moment before I realized who he was referring to. "You meant the Space Marine?" "Correct." Accompanied by Neandra, I followed Thabris' lead and we headed downstairs. So the Sororitas Monastery had fortified underground levels where they housed their dungeons. I lamented my decision of not exploring the place yesterday night with my projection. Back then, after learning to project for the first time, my instinct was to fly towards the shining city on the horizon instead of checking out what was literally beneath me. The deeper we went, the grimmer the atmosphere became. Most of the walls were carved out from solid, obsidian rock, and the passages were barely lit by flickering torches and some eerily glowing illumination technology. The air was thick with the scent of decay and despair, and the only sounds were the echoes of our footsteps. Eventually, we reached a heavy gate leading to the actual dungeon. You could tell they were not fooling around as it was guarded by sisters armed with storm bolters. These ridiculous things were double-barreled version of the standard bolter, usually found mounted on top of Rhino armored transports, or wielded by elite Astartes Terminators. As we entered the final door to a reinforced prison chamber, I smelled the Astartes way before he came into view. I remembered reading in a novel about some humans complaining about the body odor of space marines in real life. That was sort of expected, as gigantic genetically altered muscular humans, they were already more beast than baseline human in terms of body mass. And that was before considering their usual routine of wearing fully sealed power armor for extended periods of time. But all things considered, the stink was not too bad. I could tell the scent was similar to that of normal humans, just a lot more intense and complex. My mind was filled with such triviality when the massive figure we came to visit came into view. He was imprisoned in the last cell of the chamber. The Marine was not alone. Two figures who I recognized, Sister Hospitaller Verita and Muggos Balpratis, stood beside the subdued transhuman. Both bowed as we entered. As for the Marine, he was stripped of his armor and missing all his limbs like I remembered. Secured with heavy chains, he was pinned onto the wall in a crucified pose. A myriad of tubes of unknown functions were inserted into his body in various places. His eyes were closed and a half-mask was placed over his mouth, probably to prevent more acid-spitting attacks. The Marine was in a bad shape. Illuminated by the harsh artificial lights inside the cell, countless scars could be seen running like angry centipedes on his hypermuscular body. "Inquisitor." We inspected the prisoner as requested. Everything was within expected parameters. Balpratis reported. "Thank you, Muggos," Thabris said. "Is he sleeping?" I asked, curious. The prisoner is in a self-induced deep meditative state, one of the standard Astartes approaches to conserve energy while being imprisoned. It can also be used to ignore standard physical torture during interrogations. Balpratis explained. The Muggos' words made me do a double take on the Marine's condition. Now that I got a closer look, it became clear some of the wounds on him were quite fresh, and I winced internally at the implication of recent tortures. Eager to get this over with, I turned to Thabris. What do you need me to do? I was hoping with your powers you could double-check if he was compromised by chaos corruption. We need to know how big a threat he and his kin are to this world. The Inquisitor said softly, but his explanation only raised many more questions. May I ask, why are you asking me to do it? Shouldn't this be better handled by seasoned professionals like your psychers? I asked bluntly. We have already tried it. And that got me more curious. The results were inconclusive. While my psychers being overworked might have been a contributing factor, we suspect this individual was trained to resist psychic interrogation. That could only be achieved if they have psyker in their rank. Thabris remarked grimly. A rogue librarian or a sorcerer? That sounded troubling indeed. All right, what do I need to do? I conceded. Try reading his mind for their objectives here and check for any signs of chaos corruption. Thabris instructed. Huh? I never told anyone about my ability to read minds yet. Who said I could read minds? I asked, testing the water. He shrugged. I thought it should be natural for a psyker of your caliber. Do what you can to gather any information. Is this another test? I could do nothing but to proceed with his request. Standing this close to a real Astartes, the human side of me experienced for the first time the full impact of what it meant to come face to face with an absolute physical superior of your species. Being this close, the Marine looked much bigger and imposing from my point of view. Even while seemingly totally incapacitated, I felt the raw power residing in his over-exaggerated chiseled form, and it filled me with a deep sense of uneasiness. It was akin to being in close proximity with a huge predator. The human part of my mind went hyperactive and kept nagging me about the present danger. But I am the bigger threat here, right? I quieted down my mind and considered what I had learned so far. My interaction with Kathalina seemed to imply that skin contact amplified my mind-reading ability. I decided on my approach, raised my hand up to reach for the Marine's gigantic bald head before realizing I had severely underestimated the difference of our stature. Slightly flustered, I pointed to a readily available tool to remedy the situation. Pass me the chair, please. No one commented about my vertically challenged status and Verita moved to help. Soon I was standing on top of a chair, and my hand finally reached the Astartes' smooth cranium and touched the skin of his forehead. It felt surprisingly smooth but cold. I willed myself to read his surface thoughts but sensed resistance. Not only was I unable to read the Marine's mind, his mental wall was actively repelling my attempts. Going nowhere, I closed my eyes and upped my game. Psychana Activa activated. Instinctively, I synced my breathing with the Marine while my powers engulfed him. At first, the resistance of his mind held, but as I started pumping more and more power, it began to wane. Come on, let me see your mind. Come on, come on, come on. Simulatio activated. Huh? Suddenly, I entered an altered state and found myself in a void. Immediately, I came to an innate understanding. My mind was syncing with the Marine, and this vision was a placeholder for us to meet. At first there was nothing, then slowly I heard some voices and saw a figure illuminated by dim lights in the distance. As I moved towards the light, the surroundings changed and morphed into a grassy field with a starry night sky. I moved closer to the figure, and sure enough, it was the Marine. Here he was whole again with all his limbs intact. For some reason, in this vision, he wore a set of scout armor instead of power armor. Seated on the ground in a meditative posture, he was chanting away while a small campfire, the source of illumination I saw earlier, flickered in front of him. Hello. I greeted the Marine, but he just continued his chanting, which turned up to be some Space Marine mantra. In the furnace of war we are forged. We are his finest warriors. We give ourselves to his will. We are his bulwark against the terror. We are the tip of his spear, the edge of his sword. We are defenders of humanity, and we shall know no fear. On and on he murmured with practiced ease. I looked at his solemn expression and listened to his words for a while before coming to a conclusion. The only way he could be a traitor was that he was an Alpha Legion operative, an unlikely scenario. Greetings, Space Marine, I said, but he just continued to ignore me while chanting. I thought for a moment on what could break the ice and said, I would like to talk to you about your brothers on the Shadow Talon. It was the name of the Thunderhawk gunship I glimpsed with my very brief interaction with its machine spirit. After hearing the gunship's name, he finally stopped chanting and slowly opened his eyes. Just when I thought we could start a conversation, he just checked on his hands and refused to look at me. While I had no idea on how any of this worked, in the real world he no longer had his hands, so I just let him have his moment. After a while he finally spoke. Which? This vision is your doing? The Marine asked with an accusatory tone, He had a deep and powerful voice, yet there was a hint of unmistakable youthfulness. Not keen on being labeled by that term, I replied with a question. I am a psyker, not a witch. Would you call the Emperor a witch? His massive body twitched almost unperceivably after hearing my words, but he remained silent after that. Seeing the window to talk was rapidly closing again, I tried to stir up conversation. For real, I have no idea why you were made whole here. You might be just missing your limbs. I stated the truth, being quite a bad liar all my life. I had decided to be truthful whenever possible as a standard policy. The Marine seemed surprised by my answer and finally looked at me. While we exchanged stares, I finally had a good look at his face. Is he still a kid? Superficial Astartes features aside, his face, his posture, his eyes, everything about him made me feel like I was dealing with a youngster who was barely 20 years old. Now that I have answered your question, it is only fair that you answer one of mine, I said, wanting to make him talk before he walled up again. Tell me, why did your brothers on the Shadow Talon spare my life when they had the chance to eliminate me? He looked at me in disbelief, and I pressed my advantage. They had their chance with the turbo laser destructor. I was fighting a greater demon. Your brothers shot the demon, not me. His eyes widened further, but still his lips were sealed. I waited for an answer that never came, and even sensed he was withdrawing again. Seemed like expecting straight answers just like that was asking too much. I needed to take a step back. All right, if you do not wish to talk about your brothers, what about just telling me where this place is? I asked, looking at the eerily quiet alien landscape around me with its unfamiliar vegetation. 3 small moons were in the night sky, and the star constellations were totally different from Earth's. This is my home world. Surprisingly, he talked. It is really different from mine, I remarked. Show me yours, he asked. Since this vision was created by my power, it should be within my ability to change it. I started envisioning a beautiful summer night on old Earth. My Primarch level of cognitive ability constructed the overall setting before rendering the finer details in my head. Satisfied with the vision, I then willed what was in my mind into existence, and our surroundings suddenly changed. This is so cool, like playing as a virtual director in real life. The 3 small moons were no more, replaced by a single large moon on the night sky, while the star constellations became familiar. A nice breeze brushed against my face, making my hair flow while carrying the sound of crickets chirping in the distance. Instead of the previous quietness, the air became filled with the gentle hum of nature, and then a sea of fireflies appeared. I sat down on the soft patch of grass across the marine and watched in amazement as the fireflies began their mesmerizing dance. Their tiny lights flickered in the darkness, creating soft glows that illuminated the surrounding foliage as they moved gracefully around each other, forming intricate patterns and shapes in the night sky. I gazed up at the constellations above and was struck by their sheer beauty. For reasons unknown, I recognized the constellations from old Earth even though I was never a stargazer. The Orion constellation was definitely the most recognizable. That other one was Canis Major with Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. Then there was the Ursa Major, often used as a navigational tool before the global positioning system became common. Were they in my memory from the countless documentaries I watched, or? Regardless, I had never seen stars this clearly before. Pre-March grade senses together with psychic sorcery had brought the constellations to life in this vision, and they twinkled and shone like diamonds in the sky. I sat quietly in the idyllic setting and was reminded that back on my Earth the light pollution had made it almost impossible to pick out the stars from the night sky. Then there was my severe case of myopia. Many decades of excessive gaming and questionable lifestyle had deteriorated my eyesight significantly in my old self. Such a sight was out of the question in my old life. Surrounded by the magical scenery, warm glow of the fireflies with the soft chirping of the crickets' soothing ambience, I lost myself in the simulated tranquility. Well, you were certainly enjoying yourself. The Marine brought my focus back to him, a hint of frustration in his deep voice. I looked at him and smiled. It is not as if you were talking much. This looks amazing, no? He looked around and finally nodded. Where is this? I thought of the current state of humanity's cradle where the oceans were long gone and sighed in response. The place looks a lot different now. This scene exists only in memory. Is that so? He replied flatly. We stayed silent for a while, just enjoying the relaxing atmosphere with the soft crackling of his campfire. Looking into the fire, I noticed an unusual item. What is that? I asked, pointing at the thing in the flames. To me, it seemed to be a personalized Inquisition rosette, a stylized eye held by dragon claws. When the Marine saw the rosette, his previously impassive face flashed with anger and disgust for a microsecond before he closed his eyes, refusing to interact further. "Hello?" I asked, but he remained silent like a statue. I considered my options and realized in this false world my powers had fully engulfed him. A brute force approach to accessing his memories was possible, leaving him at my mercy. "I don't want to do this. Cooperate, or you will leave me with no choice," I warned him, hoping he would play nice, but received silence. Reluctantly, I powered up and began pushing into his mind. He resisted. While his willpower was as strong as steel, as I gradually increased my output, it became clear he would not last forever. Soon he was sweating profusely under intense pressure. I could tell it was only a matter of time before his mind or something else would break. As the Marine suffered in silence, I noticed the campfire that had been burning brightly only moments before had dimmed considerably. I looked at the strange fire and felt its connection with the Marine. This fire is a representation of his life force? Curious to see what would happen, I reduced my output and observed the campfire brightening up as if it was responding to the release of pressure. To further test my theory, I eased up further and was validated in the next moment as it flared up immediately. Looking at the intensity of the fire, I came to a grim conclusion. He would have died if I had pressed on. I looked at the Marine again. He carried no signs of corruption and was ready to die for his brothers. He never relented, and I did not want to kill him. We had reached an impasse. I released my power over him and immediately found myself back in the cell again, my hands still on the Marine's head. Unlike before, the Marine's forehead was warm like he was having a fever, and he was sweating heavily just like in the vision. Feeling disorientated, I looked around and found Verita behind me, ready to catch me in case I fell off the chair. How long did I close my eyes? About half a minute. Thabris replied. 28.3 seconds to be exact. Belpratus remarked. What the hell? Time dilation. I had read about scenarios like this in the novels, characters experiencing lengthy otherworldly visions only to return to their reality where not much actual time had passed. How was it? Thabris asked. I could push through his mental barrier, but he might die. Let's talk outside. We left the cell, went to a secured room next door, and sat down to talk. A while later, I finished my story. I found no trace of chaos corruption on him. Lastly, he seems to have a distinct distaste for the Inquisition. Please elaborate. Before that, could you tell me what you know about this Marine and his chapter? Thabris took a long look at me before offering his opinion. No offense, but I think it is unwise to involve you in such matters at this moment. Unconvinced, I was about to argue with the Inquisitor before realizing my own shortcomings. Despite having some amazing abilities and the baseline of a demigoddess, I was still hopelessly dependent on the people around me to navigate this world. I had no access to money, no concept of the norms of daily life inside the Imperium, nor do I possess any basic life skills like operating mundane vehicles in this world. Heck, I did not even understand the basics of my body and could not even properly control my own physical strength. Wait, am I currently close to being a useless goddess level of meme existence like Aqua the water goddess and Konosuba? Mentally pummeled by a series of sudden critical self-reflections, I was just looking down at the ground and lost in my thoughts when Thabris broke my stupor. Psychic exertion catching up? I think that is enough power usage for you today. I have a few places to visit and will be going soon. Please give a more detailed report on the interrogation session to Herlindia, he said with a hint of concern. I thought for a moment before asking, are you going anywhere dangerous today? Why? Thabris looked up with a glint in his eyes, no doubt second-guessing my motive. Pointing to the wall where my senses easily detected the presence of Neandra, I smiled and replied, if it is possible, I would like to borrow her for half a day. Again, why? After listening to my reasons, Thabris consented to my request, but only agreed to lend me the Imperial assassin for a few hours. He made the arrangements and soon left, leaving me alone to deal with his most deadly operative. Looking lethal as ever, Neandra approached me with the grace of a prowling predator. She knelt down respectfully and said, Lady SYRINE, you need my service? Neandra, I heard from the others that it was you who carried me to the Black Star from that muddy field. For that you have my thanks. As for now, I have a request. Being the only transhuman I could talk to, you could say she might be the most relatable person I had in this world at this moment. Neandra looked up from her kneeling position, her expression telling me to go on. Teach me how to access my transhuman strength and on top of that, some basic fighting skills, I said. Upon hearing my request, a subtle expression of hesitation flashed on her ice-cold pretty face, but she didn't reply immediately, so I pressed on. You are free to withhold any technique you do not wish to share. I just need the basics. As you command. She relented. There is also this thing I need to ask you. My apologies to you in advance, it is quite an intimate question. I bent down, putting a hand up to whisper my question. Neandra looked confused for a second before she leaned over. I had many questions to ask, but decided to go with the very fundamental issues first. How many times do you need to go to the washroom a day? B2CH.12 training. The seemingly simple subject I asked ended up being an in-depth topic of its own right. Between genetically engineered organs with a more efficient digestive and waste management system, there were many factors that could muddle the frequency of a transhuman's need to visit the bathroom. From Neandra's limited knowledge on the subject matter, a few standard Terran days of not needing to visit the loo was normal for most transhumans. On the extreme end of example, the Vindicare assassins of the Officio Assassinorum, the ultra-elite snipers who trained their art of marksmanship to near perfection, were known to stay still for many days in a single position just to get a chance to eliminate their quarry with a single gunshot. Another issue to consider were the extra layers of cybernetic enhancements and built-in waste management plus recycling systems in advanced suits. For example, the Astartes power armor had built-in systems that could sustain a marine's metabolism without needing to stop to eat or drink while taking care of waste management. No one had ever heard of a space marine looking for a washroom in the middle of a war zone, and they were known to be confined in their power armor for months in brutal void warfare where taking one's suit off for a leak was out of the question. Then there was my case where my physiology was practically state secret. I really have no idea, Neandra said while shaking her head, her long ponytail swinging from side to side. The level of engineered organs aside, I have heard of rumors about psychers who can alter bodily functions with the deeper mastery of their powers. When it comes to you, both aspects are of unknown quantifiers. She looked dead serious when delivering her conclusion. We returned to the upper floor just as our conversation wrapped up and was received by Herlindia and the rest. Preacher Malin has gone through all the remaining test candidates and the initial results are promising, Herlindia reported. While that was certainly good news, the sample size was too small and the progress too slow for what we needed. Very well. Kindly arrange a fresh batch for tomorrow, add some variety, and increase the number of candidates by half. Please look into methods that can increase the efficiency of the whole process. I said, My lady, you are doing this again tomorrow? We have to show it to the world. Malin exclaimed, hardly able to contain her excitement. I am sure the Archdeacon and the rest of the senior clergy would be honored to witness you performing the Emperor's miracle. May I invite them over? Bringing the hi-hat fella and his gang to watch me work? I had mixed feelings about Malin's suggestion. The notion of turning my work into religious propaganda just did not sit right with me. But as an outsider, I had to concede due to my limited knowledge of the local politics. The pros and cons of such an action was beyond me. It was time to consult the professionals. I looked at Herlindia with puppy eyes. She quickly got the hint and dropped the conditions for Malin's request. Esteemed members of Adeptus Ministorum are welcome to witness Lady SYRINE performing her work, but due to special circumstances, every visitor has to be vetted by the Inquisition beforehand and no recordings will be allowed. Against my expectation, Malin did not protest about the imposed conditions. Instead, she quickly sorted out the details with Herlindia and promptly excused herself to inform the church. I had Neandra talk to Alicia on the arrangements needed for our little training session later, and before I knew it, lunchtime had arrived. Non-militant members of Adeptus Sororitas usually eat 2 meals a day, lunch around noon and dinner in the evening. Not feeling hungry at all, I declined the offer of lunch and ended up killing time at the library inside the monastery with Wellmana by my side while waiting for Neandra to get ready. Like almost everything in the Imperium, the monastery library was huge, imposing, and a sight to behold. Made up of 2 floors, the library was housed in a grand ornate chamber complete with high ceilings, wall murals, intricate carvings, and stained glass windows that cast a natural glow on the many shelves of manuscripts and heavy tomes. The air inside was cool and thick with the scent of aged parchment and leather bindings. Sounds of rustling pages mixed with cogitator stations, muted beeps, and whispered conversations created a serene, scholarly atmosphere. Well, it would have been perfectly serene if not for the presence of many cherubs. Goddamn creepy cherubs. These things were basically undead and genderless babies with decorative feathery wings. Their primary means of movement was by floating around with their built-in anti-grav generators, the same principle utilized by servo skulls. Despite knowing the existence of these biosculpted homunculi beforehand, I had severely underestimated their grotesqueness in real life. With my typical civilian worldview from the 21st century, coming face to face with these constructs proved to be deeply disturbing, like witnessing a Halloween joke that went too far. Whoever thought of having these things hovering around in a place of study was a good idea really possessed a skewed sense of morbid aesthetics. It took me a while to get used to and ignore the many creepy cybernetic undead infants that were randomly floating about. A glance of the shelves informed me most of the books here were about topics of religious, historical, and cultural significance. In essence, none of them looked interesting to me. But since I was already here, I might as well make my time productive. I reached out, retrieved a tome titled Chronicles of Nusquam, and started flipping. To my surprise, I was able to thoroughly read and comprehend the contents just by casually glancing at the pages while turning them. Amazed, I continued to flip through the pages thinking this incredible instant information absorption would stop at some point. But I was sorely mistaken. It just went on and on. Page after page of text was fully read and comprehended at a supernatural speed until I freaked out and slammed the thick book shut. My sudden action made Whelmina, who had been following me around like a lost puppy, look over with curiosity in her eyes. Did I read half the book just like that? Time to put that strange notion to the test. I passed the tome to her. Help me test something. Try reading any line in this book before page 150. Whelmina obliged. She opened the book to a random page and started reading. The discovery of Nusquam as an exoplanet with Holy Terra's almost exact specifications is nothing short of a miraculous occurrence. That is on page 10, first paragraph. Am I correct? Let me see. You are correct. Try another page. Please hold on. All right, here we go. May we always remember the miracle of this discovery that founded our home and marvel at it. I held up a hand stopping her before continuing where she led off on the page, the divine plan laid down by the God Emperor that guides us all. Praise be to the Master of mankind. Page 83, fifth paragraph. Correct again. Wait, did you memorize all that just by flipping through it? Whelmina asked, astonished. A Primarch's baseline abilities are IMBA as hell. Seems so. If only I could recall my lost memories like that. I managed a vague response. So the saying of a Primarch never forgets was true. In the lore, Horus the War Master once noticed there was a strange lapse in his memory, leading him to investigate and later discovering a big secret. On the note of never forgetting, I recalled promising Whelmina a piece of my wardrobe after the war was over. It seemed like that promise was overdue. Note to self on sorting that out later today. Speaking of Whelmina, I had been detecting a weird sense of nervousness in her mind, plus the scholar's subtle fidgeting around me had become too obvious to hide. Something on your mind? I asked, sounding my best to be casual. Well, Malin had passed some questionnaires to me and wished that you could answer them as soon as possible for her to report to the church. Whelmina answered timidly while taking out her data slate. Speaking of Malin, I believed she just entered the library. Her recognizable footstep was approaching fast from the other end. All right. I think Malin is here. Let's answer them when she arrives, I said. At that moment, a floating cherub got too close for my comfort. Annoyed, in my mind I asked the cyborg baby to bugger off. Shockingly, the cherub turned its head and looked at me before sending me a binary prompt. ++ administrative level directive received. Please clarify the distance or destination for this unit to relocate. ++ it. Surprised, I simply pointed to the far end of the library. Just move along. Instead of floating away immediately, the cherub landed onto the floor before giving me a deep bow. ++ acknowledged, administrator. ++. After completing its flamboyant gesture, it started running towards the spot I pointed with the grace of a 3-year-old and ran past Malin like a playful child, giggling creepily all the way. So just like that, I discovered the cherubs here, like most servo skulls, responded to my thought commands unquestioningly. Both the scholar and the preacher had their eyes glued onto the running homunculus. Then Malin turned to me with a puzzled face and a question. Lady SYRINE, how did you get a cherub to obey you? What do you mean? I had visited this library multiple times. They never obey anyone except for the librarians and the tech priests. Oops. As I was wondering how to talk my way out of this, Whelmina stepped in and explained with a straight face. As the Holy Daughter, Lady SYRINE's divinity is recognized even by the cherubs residing here. Is that so? Malin gasped. Can you kindly demonstrate again? I need to verify such claims to the church. That should not be a problem. Am I correct, my lady? Whelmina smiled and gave me a quick wink. I could even read what was on her mind. This is nothing compared to Baneblade tanks. As one of the inner circle people in the know, Wellmana was present all the way from the planning through the execution of the final Civil War battle and witnessed it all. Since this was my screw-up, I might as well put up a small show to complete the white lie. Very well, I said, and mentally ordered another nearby cherub to come over while doing a beckoning gesture to complete the act. The cherub I targeted immediately dropped its routine, hovered over, and landed in front of me. Do a proper greeting, I commanded. It complied, to the delight of both girls and some random sisters peeking from the corners of the library. The cherub formed the Aquila hand sign to the best of its ability and bowed. Have a seat, I ordered again, and it did as commanded, dropping its tiny back on the floor while looking at us with its unnerving eyes. Fascinating. Is it possible to ask it to do something that we have never seen before? Malin asked excitedly. She had the energy of a pilgrim witnessing a miracle and could not wait to see more. It was then I had a proper look at the cyborg baby. Through the transcendent level of intellect residing in me, I got a better understanding of these constructs. These cherubs were controlled by cybernetically augmented biological cortexes and nervous systems which allowed them to perform simple tasks. You could say they were a more complex version of servitors with some allowed parameters for pre-programmed self-expressions. The cherubs here were programmed with some preset tasks but otherwise reverted to a sort of holding pattern until they received overriding commands from an accepted figure of authority. I looked at the girls with their faces of expectation and wondered for a moment what would impress them. Then a ridiculous idea crossed my mind. Many, many years ago, when Holy Terra was a happier place, in the primordial days of its internet, a video featuring an animated dancing baby had once become a trending phenomenon. Activating thought acceleration, I first analyzed the rough movements of the dancing baby in the video inside my mind. That done, I imprinted the movement sequence to the cherub via my connection to it and let its internal system sort out the details. Movement sequence achievable, I prompted it. ++ affirmative. ++, it replied. All right, little fella, what is the best dance routine you've hidden from the world? Show them what you got, I said to the cherub, which was a purely theatrical display for my audience, then dropped my mental command. Execute movement sequence. ++ complying. The cherub stood up and started the whimsical dance sequence. Just like the viral video, it was soon swinging its arms back and forth with its head bobbing up and down. Moving to the beat of an unheard music, it also bounced up and down on its toes, occasionally taking a step or two to the side while rotating on the spot. The chubby little bugger spun and twirled, dipped and bounced with all the unbridled enthusiasm a homunculus could muster. For a moment, the dancing cherub had become a tornado of motion on the library floor. Completing the package were the cherub's uncanny facial expressions. Its eyes were wide open with artificial excitement. Its mouth opened in a toothless grin while it repeated the dancing sequence on the spot again and again to the uproar of everyone present. It still looked darn creepy to me, but my audience seemed to disagree with that notion. Their reaction spoke of visceral excitement and joy, like some fangirls witnessing their idol's live performance. Even the previously peeping sisters on corners of the library had come out to check out the little bugger's performance up close. It was becoming a ruckus, and the noise was fast getting out of hand, so I clapped my hands and ordered the cherub to stop. It complied by finishing a last spin before taking a bow and sat down again like nothing ever happened, to the applause of all the ladies nearby. That was amazing, Malin exclaimed, and the others agreed. Some random sisters even went up to the cherub, teasing it to dance again to no avail. The atmosphere was getting lively here. Won't the librarian get angry if we made too much noise? I asked while looking around. A librarian is right here, said a sister, pointing at Wellmana. Eh? I looked at Wellmana. She returned my inquisitive stare with an apologetic smile. All members of the Order's dialogus share responsibility in maintaining the monastery library. She then bent down to the cherub and talked to it like speaking to an old friend. Ada, 55, resumed standard routine. The cyborg baby nodded, stood back up, and floated away, ending our little show. Sisters of the Dialogus Order maintaining huge monastery libraries. How did I miss something so obvious? It was just as the small crowd started to disperse. Wellmana's communicator sounded. Speaking. Yes, she is with me. Very well. Wellmana turned to me. Your training session venue is ready. Would you like to go now? Yes, please. Please follow me. Upon knowing I was attending a private training session, Malin could not hide her disappointment of being unable to attend and observe. Soon, in a small training hall where only 3 people were present, my training with the Imperial Assassin started under the supervision of Verita. Strangely, on a table beside us were 2 egg trays. One was empty while the other had a dozen eggs on it. Neandra was demonstrating what she could do with her strength by bending an extra thick metallic rod into a huge shape. She made it look so easy. Without knowing better, one would think the rod in question was a piece of modeling clay. She then straightened the rod back effortlessly before passing it to me. Here, you try it. I held onto the metal rod, felt its significant gravity pull, and was suddenly unsure if I could do it. Holding each of the rod's ends with my hands, I imitated her stance and pressed hard. The rod bent, but did not go all the way. I pressed and pressed, but the piece of stupid rod stubbornly refused to bend further. Hold on a second, where did my strength go? Didn't I just cut through human flesh with a hand chop? Neandra cocked her head and crossed her arms, silently observing my helplessness for a while before commenting. You have to go all the way. All the way? I breathed deep, increased my strength output, and pressed again. The rod bent slightly further, but far from forming a huge shape. More, Neandra said flatly. Flustered, I summoned more power and, in my frustration, crossed an unseen line. A scary level of strength I normally had no access to poured forth, and the metal rod gave way. It was so sudden my hands almost hit each other, and the rod was bent into a teardrop shape. Good. Remember how that feels. Now bend it back, Neandra said. Won't it eventually break from metal fatigue? I was curious. Not for this material. I did as told, but was conscious of my crossing of the human threshold this time. The rod was easily stretched back to its straightened form, and Verita gave a small applause. Very good. Now do this to see how much control you have over your strength, Neandra said while taking back the rod and started demonstrating a new sequence. First, she bent the rod again. As soon as it became U-shape, she put the rod aside and moved an egg from one container to the next. Then she unbent the rod and proceeded to move another egg. Now you try. I bent the rod as easily as before, but when I touched an egg, it popped the moment my hand touched it. Wow. Be always conscious of the amount of strength you're exerting, Neandra lectured. Without proper control, you might accidentally kill someone if you mixed up different strength usages, she explained without further elaborating, but I was already imagining a possible gruesome scenario. One moment, I might be lifting something super heavy when a random person got too close. Forgetting my current strength output, I moved a hand to push the person away, and that's how you get human goo. I wiped my hand on a prepared towel and went at it again, popping 2 more eggs before succeeding with the rest. Neandra nodded in approval. Excellent control. Do this training again in the future whenever you need a refresher. That was faster than expected. We still have some time left. What do you want to do next? I looked at the Imperial assassin, remembering from the games I knew their combat prowess supposedly rivaled, if not surpassing, even most Space Marine captains. While I was never into real fighting, would I be able to beat her in mock combat with my raw baseline stats alone? Can we do hand-to-hand combat duels? I asked. Nothing that risks injuries, please. Verita chipped in quickly. Neandra just looked at me with a hint of interest until an almost impossible to perceive smirk appeared on her face. She then nodded, held up a few fingers while starting to lay down ground rules. You heard the sister. We have to make it a safe and civilized affair. First, no usage of strength above the human threshold, something you just mastered. Second, certain techniques are off limits. No striking to the back of the head or spine, no eye gouging, no fishhooking, no biting, no hair pulling, no groin strikes. And that was how I got my first chance to test myself against a real deal. I was excited. This was the ultimate theory test of nature versus nurture. Pitting raw demigod stat lines against a seasoned and hardened Assassinorum operative would be interesting, right? Even with the low odds, I got a chance at winning this, right? Under the supervision of a worried-looking Verita, I adopted a stance dug out from memories of my internet trawling days, raising my hands up before me as I crouched on solidly planted feet. Neandra, in contrast, relaxed herself, standing casually with her hands hanging loosely. We exchanged silent stares for a few seconds before I decided to move. I launched my body onwards, covering the distance between us in a blink of an eye. My right arm locked back, chambered and ready to whip out once I got close enough. As fast as I was with my transhuman abilities, Neandra was just as fast, if not faster. My feet barely touched the ground again when she took a step towards me and raised a hand that greeted my hurtling body. My sternum ran into her fist with a loud crack, and I was sent crashing into the ground. While I reflexively winced for the impact, defying my mortal expectation, both the hit and the harsh landing did not hurt much at all. Since this body could withstand jumping from a few floors and land with contemptuous ease, this level of impact was literally nothing. Standing up, I tried again by leaping to the left to flank Neandra. The assassin replied by dashing past me and lashing her leg out. Her shin caught the back of my knees, and in the next instant I was tumbling face first to meet my new friend, the ground, again. Thinking fast, I rolled into the fall, my face only briefly smashing into the floor before I pushed myself up on my feet. Before I could even regain my bearings, Neandra was suddenly right in front of me. I barely twisted away from a jab to my face, just in time to register a protest from Verita, but that only left me exposed to a rising knee into my guts. Instinctively, my hands came out to try and catch the attack, but Neandra then took the opportunity to slam her forehead into mine, soliciting another loud objection from the sister hospitaller. Once more I fell, and I was grateful that my body did not feel pain so keenly. Nien. No hitting on the face. Verita berated her colleague. Relax, these levels of attacks won't leave any marks, Neandra replied calmly. Even if it did, with her physiology she would heal in no time. After catching my breath, I decided to refine my attack. I lunged straight at her for the third time, my senses tuned to the max for this focused attack. Things slowed down. In time dilation I saw how Neandra moved and could not stop myself from marveling at the sheer fluidity of her movements. Like a ghost she once more slipped past my effective fighting range, but I was ready for her. Or I thought I was. I sent a readied punch to intercept her approach, but she simply ducked under it and replied with a quick jab into the armpit of my swinging arm. Powering through the numbing impact, I used my other arm to deliver an uppercut into her body that was sure to hit. Neandra battered aside the strike with such force that I was spun about, and then I was struggling as her arms were suddenly wrapped around my neck in a tight chokehold. I futilely tried to struggle free or hit her in an effort to break her grip, but all that got me was a slow descent into the embrace of my old friend, the ground. With Neandra's legs wrapped around my arm and body, I tapped out. After being released, I voiced my objection. No fair, why am I always doing the attacking? Let me try defending for a change. Neandra almost smirked again. That can be arranged. Ouch. I got trashed. Laying on the floor looking at the ceiling, my mind was running back at how the Imperial assassin proved her lethality with expertly executed combat moves done with inhuman grace. While they say you never knew until you tried, in hindsight it was kind of expected. Despite having the body and agility of a mini demigodling, I was overcome by Neandra's ferocity and unparalleled combat experience. The Imperial assassin displayed no fixed discernible fighting style. Her moves reminded me of various martial arts, a hint of kung fu here, a bit of karate there, flashes of judo, hints of Krav Maga and dashes of Muay Thai. The only real emphasis of all her moves was brutal efficiency and effectiveness, the whole package delivered with lightning-fast precision strikes. The fights, if you could call them that, were brief affairs that ended so fast I did not even have time to work up a sweat. The later sessions of our mock battles had become so one-sided I became frustrated and was forcing a slight resemblance of a win to no avail. My little tricks and thought acceleration proved to be little help. Neandra was always a few steps ahead, whereas momentary time freezing was just like pressing the pause button in a losing game to look around, providing little but a slight delay to the inevitable. In this ultra-tight close-quarter melee, speed and strength with precision triumphs everything. It ended with me being body-slammed onto the floor, prompting Verita to call out and protest against possible injuries. Aware that Neandra's time with me was running out and yielding to her prowess, I stayed on the floor as Verita hurried over to check on me. Silly girl, such level of body slamming can't hurt an apex transhuman. I am fine, only my self-confidence is hurt. I whimpered as Neandra entered my view with her usual unreadable expression. That was bad, huh? I lamented. You telegraphed your moves too much. Your movements were fast but rigid and slightly restrained by your attire. She said matter-of-factly. Can I have more sessions like this with you? We will see. Throne be damned. I hated the idea of being in a state comparable to a useless goddess so much. Starting from now, I will do whatever I can to gain daily life proficiencies in combat prowess. B2CH.13 First Communion. After thoroughly trashing me, Neandra left soon after. Accompanied by Verita, I was on my way returning to the library when Herlindia intercepted us before we got onto the lift. I heard Malin had prepared questionnaires for you, the throne agent said to me, and then she turned to Verita. I am taking over and joining the session, just in case. Verita nodded, and so I returned to the library with Herlindia. We found Wellmana and Malin having a discussion in a corner. Both girls stood up the moment they saw me, and I was soon dragged over to answer their questionnaires. I provided little information about myself other than arriving via a Mechanicus ship on a divine mission, forsaking all other details using the excuse of memory loss, and just went with the flow under the supervision of Erlindia. Unable to gain much on my personal nor important information, to my annoyance Malin started asking about the details of my song. What is the title of the song? Is it true that its lyrics are in ancient Terran languages? Malin asked with an unhealthy level of enthusiasm without noticing Wellmana giving her a quick side-eye. The scholar's surface thought was clear to me. Of course it is. I worked on the translation for days, then verified it with multiple other experts. Wow, Wellmana could understand English and Japanese. I had totally forgotten that Sisters of the Order Dialogus were usually linguistic experts. Do you remember your singing on Miracle Day? Hold on. I have it here, Malin said and reached for her data slate. No need. I stopped her. No way was I going to let her repeat that painful memory. I had seen the recordings and knew the song, but Miracle Day? That's the unofficial name people had started using for the day when Nusquam narrowly escaped damnation. Wellmana chipped in. Then can you please confirm its title? People have been guessing for a while now, Malin said excitedly and handed me her data slate. On it was a news article discussing my solo performance and a number of speculated titles to go along with it. I looked through the article and the proposed title list, caught a glimpse at the accredited translators' names and saw Wellmana Mayer was listed as one of the primary contributors. I then read into the details, gasping internally at how close they came to guessing, and before finding Beautiful World amongst the top contenders for proposed title, they had nailed it. I pointed with a finger at it. Yes, it is in ancient Terran languages. Whoever did the translation and guessing of its title did a great job. This is the correct title. I knew it. Malin exclaimed while Wellmanoa's face lit up upon receiving my indirect praise for her hard work. Looking at the happy preacher and scholar, I thought for a moment before deciding to properly honor the song's creator. It is not my song, though. I have no idea why I remember this, but I knew for a fact the original artist is from Holy Terra a real long time ago. Malin's eyes widened upon hearing my explanation. How long? She asked. Should I give a proper date? Nah. I thought for a moment before giving her a vague but truthful response. When Holy Terra was still known as Earth and the Seven Oceans were still around, I answered and watched as her expression went from ecstatic to blank, unsure of what to make of my comment. Ignoring a speechless Malin, I activated the notepad function of her data slate and wrote down the name, Hikaru Utada, before passing the device back to her. Please properly attribute credit to the real artist. It was the least I could do for cross-dimensional piracy. It was near the evening when they booted Malin out of the monastery with the excuse of visitors' hours being over, and they could not provide accommodation on such short notice. In truth, I knew the sororitas were just messing with the new preacher. I was having another round of checkup done by Verita, supervised by Muggos Balpratis and oddly just another senior-looking sister hospitaller who I had seen a few times. Usually there were more of them around. I remembered seeing a few of them during my previous sessions. Just you two today? I asked Verita, trying to jumpstart a conversation in the silence. From now on, probably so. Verita replied. All the others except Sister Julia here had voluntarily submitted themselves to partial memory wipe. Mind wipe? Volunteer. I stood up, a mixture of shock and outrage washing over me as I instantly understood what had happened. As my caretakers during my rehabilitation, most of the personnel involved would have known what I really am. But without a high enough security clearance, they were forbidden to keep their memories of that information. So that was why the Psychers were here too. In the grim darkness of the far future, serving the Imperium meant not even your memories belonged to you. Viewing this as a private citizen from a mostly democratic country of the 21st century, such infringement was sacrilege to the basic human rights of the highest order. Who do you think you are? Thabrus' words echoed in my mind as I stood still, contemplating the impact on the lives of people around me with my existence alone. What I didn't anticipate was the effect of my response. In front of me, both sister hospitalers had knelt down while the Muggos had become completely motionless like a statue. From the reflection of his lens I saw myself, icy face and eyes gleaming with power. I was angry. It showed, and people got scared. I could see while Verita, who knew me better, was still relatively calm, the senior hospitaler was trembling slightly. Throne, please. I am no Aran. I let out a soft sigh and sat back down. My apologies. I am not angry at any of you. It is just, I find it difficult that people are losing their memories because of me. Muggos Balpratis took a deep bow before he spoke. As expected of the one who was created by the Omnicia and is closer to the divine source, your vexation is comprehensible. Denying the sisters of their recollections of your true identity is equivalent to theft of their knowledge, robbing them of a portion of divinity's manifestation, thus rendering the memory wipe an act of sacrilege. Nonetheless, I assert that the compromise for improved information security is advantageous and well worth it. Did this guy just do a runabout version of Sasuga bootlicking? Nonetheless, the Muggos did provide me with a nice exit ramp, so I nodded in acknowledgement. I am sorry for my emotional display, but it was upsetting. Personally, I view all personal memories as sacred. No one had any further comment, so I then turned to the senior hospitaller, Sister Julia. We have met but never been introduced. Yes. The senior hospitaller quickly lowered her head as she introduced herself. I am Hospitaller Superior Julia Pometh, ranking sister for the Order Hospitaller on Nusquam. I am beyond blessed to be making your acquaintance, holy daughter. I will be in your care. I nodded and tried to be approachable but felt only religious veneration on Julia's surface thoughts. I realized it would be very difficult if not impossible for me to establish an interpersonal relationship with her at this point. We concluded the checkup and Balpratis gave me the report. While I am far from able to divine the grand design created by the Omnicia, but even with my limited knowledge, it is my belief that you are as healthy as can be. Daily checkups would not be necessary from this point. Finally, it was official. I was fit for duty. Later that day, I received news that Canoness D. Dinah had delayed her scheduled return, chasing after more heretic nests. It was around dinner time when I noticed some news about the heretic hunts. Due to newly uncovered leads, hundreds of people had been arrested and many more executed. I wondered if that had anything to do with what happened today, as my eventful second day of living in the monastery was coming to an end. Dinner was a dull solo. I don't feel like eating the nice food in front of me affair. I had solace, my servoskull, skin the food for poison and toxin beforehand, a procedure Verita had insisted that I should make into a habit. Speaking of dinner, I just realized having eggs around meant that chicken, our poultry friends back from Earth, had made it to the stars with us. I wondered if they were still considered the most abused domesticated species around at this time. Soon after dinner, Herlindia visited to get a detailed report of the psychic interrogation on the Space Marine. She was also staying at the monastery for the time being. I was halfway narrating my story when it occurred to me. Can I fully trust the Inquisition? As much as my natural inclination to just leave everything to people like Thabaris and Herlindia, something was bugging me. The way the Inquisitor had asked me not to dig too much into their business was a dead giveaway that I was not fully trusted by them either. Then that vision of an Inquisition rosette held by dragon claws burning in a fire flashed before my mind, and I decided on my course of action. I need to look into this myself. I skipped the most crucial parts, finished the report, and was left alone after that. Finally free, I was going to sort out my gift for Wellmana when a scene outside the window caught my attention. My room had some large curtained windows directly overlooking the gated entry of the monastery compound, where a crowd much bigger than the one I saw had gathered. Religious fanatics. I shivered and closed the curtains. I then took the time to pick an outfit as the promised gift. Totally clueless on fashion, I selected a ceremonial gown which looked formal enough for most occasions. I remembered Wellmana did pause for a second longer when she came across this particular piece the last time. Fingers crossed that she really did like it. Talking about fashion, I was wondering where to get a sample of the mundane life on this planet when the television unit in the room caught my sight. Why didn't I think of that? After some fumbling with the remote control, I managed to operate the ultra-high-resolution TV and spent some time watching their programs. The first program I came across was a documentary called The Glory of Humanity, celebrating the achievements and accomplishments of humanity. It showcased the technology, culture, and warfare that have made the Imperium of Man the current greatest power in the galaxy. In pure propaganda fashion, it could not stop singing praises to the Emperor the whole time. Flipping through the channels, I next came across another show called Loyalty Unto Death. It highlighted short stories of incredible feats of known ordinary soldiers and citizens during trying times to showcase their unbreakable loyalty and dedication. Only a few featured figures survived their ordeal to personally tell their tales. Feeling uneasy about watching a show about martyrs, I changed the channel again and landed on an interesting show called Imperial Justice. It followed a local law officer on his adventures of dealing with crimes on Nusquam while working with the Arbites, literally a space-age, grimdark cop show. That said, these programs were not subtle in their pushing for the themes about loyalty, self-sacrifice, and dedication to the Imperium. My initial impression was that for the average citizen, their way of life was very rigid. There was an emphasis on class status and how people need to know their places. Suddenly my servoskull, Solace, signaled an incoming call with Wellmana shown as the caller. I picked it up with a flick of my mind. Hello, Wellmana? My lady, sorry to disturb you at this time. I just received confirmation on the list of ecclesiarchy visitors tomorrow and, even through the voice chat, her tenseness and hesitation was apparent, so I decided that I might as well ask her to come over. Something to discuss? Just come to my place. Wellmana arrived soon after. I recognized her footsteps and unlocked the door remotely as she reached the entrance. Then Solace welcomed her into my living quarters. It was far easier to read the mind of others when the other party was willing and wanted to share. Even before Wellmana was seated, I was already receiving information by casually skimming her surface thoughts. Tomorrow, important ecclesiarchy big shots are visiting. Archdeacon, deacons, prominent priests and preachers. Seemed like the whole elite hi-hat gang would be coming. We have some very important guests from the church coming tomorrow. Yes? I asked preemptively, not wanting to waste time nor make her job difficult. Oh, yes. Wellmana answered happily, truly glad that I opened the topic for her. His Grace Archdeacon Ricine will head a prominent delegation for a visit tomorrow. Then I sensed multiple worries that hung heavily on her mind, presentation and arrangements. I played along. Thank you for handling all the red tape and formalities. Should I wear something more formal for the occasion? Would you like to pick an outfit for me again? That would be great. Wellmana bowed and smiled from the bottom of her heart as almost all her hurdles were immediately solved. We dug into my luggage again and went through the collection quickly, eventually settling on an outfit. I tried it on and the scholar sister nodded approvingly, satisfied that I looked formal enough for the important guests tomorrow. Speaking of outfit, I believe I still owe you a gift, I said while taking out the folded ceremonial gown. Wellmana went pale upon seeing her gift, and she raised a hand to cover her mouth. I am sorry it is overdue. Please accept it. I pushed it to her. Wellmana grabbed hold onto the garment respectfully with both hands. Her dizzied mind eventually blossomed into a spring of gratitude, and she finally said, I will treasure this greatly. She even lowered her head slightly to hide her teary eyes. Anyway, I should use this opportunity to ask questions about some issues that were bugging me. Wellmana, I was informed that some of the sister hospitalers who oversaw my recovery had their memories wiped. Who exactly in the sororitas currently knows of my true identity? About that, as far as I know, beside me and all the palatines, only the canoness and her retinue, plus Sister Hospitaler Julia, knows the whole truth. Not even Zarfia? Well, technically she won't be in the list. But I am not sure if Canoness D. Dinah had kept up with the code of secrecy with key figures like Sister Zarfia. Why? The true prophecy foretold the danger about proclaiming your identity to the world, and we had kept the number of people in the loop as low as possible. However, it is not beyond the canoness to disclose such information to trusted individuals to boost morale. At times I could tell she couldn't wait to inform the whole world that the Emperor had sent his hidden daughter here for something truly massive. I winced internally, silently praying whatever was in that vault would be worthy of such high expectations. Tell me about the Cardinal. I switched topics, hoping to know more about this infamous individual from a local. Wellmana's expression became visibly grimmer with the mention of the Cardinal. She gave off the impression of talking about a black sheep in the family. Well, His Holiness Podinith IV might be too ambitious for his own good as the Cardinal of Nusquam. Why is that? You see, it was a fascinating story. In essence, a nearby shrine world, Sanctitas Primus, was the primary religious hub of the subsector. A long time ago, after a particularly savage power struggle for the cardinal throne on Sanctitas Primus, the losing faction who were on friendly ties with the nobles of Nusquam fled to the planet with the victors high on their tails. Caught in the middle, the Nusquamese leadership then made a deal with the church. It was agreed that Nusquam would remain a secular world permanently, forever keeping the church out of its central political power structure to prevent the rise of a competing shrine world. And thus the exiles were allowed to live the rest of their lives in peace, and a unique political structure was born. Podinith IV is a man who has great interest in power but is stuck in the impossible local political landscape to expand his influence. Wellmana explained, so at times he vented his frustration in an unruly fashion. I see. We went quiet after that. In the ensuing silence, I felt something slowly building up in Wellmana's mind. A while later, she finally built enough resolve to ask her question. Please, can you tell me about the God Emperor? Surprised, I took a closer look at Wellmana. The dialogous sister exchanged stares with me without flinching, but her pupils had dilated from the sheer mental pressure she must have experienced just to bring out the question. She really did want to know. As for me, for the briefest of moments, I felt like a person who just discovered my new best friend was way more interested in my celebrity dad than myself. Not very cool, but totally understandable. What do you want to know? I finally asked after a while. Anything and everything. I am sorry. My only memory of him is beyond words. I started saying and sensed Wellmanoa's mood dipped sharply upon hearing my words, but she did a good job on keeping a neutral face. What was I supposed to tell her? That for a psyker the Emperor looked like a sentient son and his current mind was too shattered to hold a simple conversation? I only had second-hand memory about seeing the actual Big E, and it was quite a traumatic experience. It would be so much easier to show than to tell. Hold on, this could be done just like that psychic interrogation, right? I can do that. I became excited by the idea. It felt like discovering a new world. In theory, I just needed to create a virtual vision and guide her synapses into my simulation. It should be a much easier process since she was a totally willing subject in comparison to the Space Marine. The very notion of being able to give visions to others was utterly intriguing to me, so I decided to give it a chance. There might be a way. Would you like to try? To do what exactly? For you to see him yourself. Wellmanoa's face tightened up just by my mere suggestion, but she nodded eagerly and consented. I do not understand, but if it can deepen my connection with the God Emperor, I am willing. Well, in that case, I need to prepare the scene first. All right, give me a moment. Psychona activa activated. Cogitatio acceleratio activated. Simulatio activated. Gathering my powers, I closed my eyes and began the massive internal calculations on recreating the mind-blowing psychic impression of the Emperor inside my mind. The work was not easy. To do this, I had to push into the deep recesses of my memory, which were heavily entangled with emotions. From there, I painstakingly reconstructed my impression of the Emperor in that fateful reunion. Running thought acceleration on overdrive, I tweaked and adjusted, then modified and improved the scene thousands of times inside my head. It was a doubly difficult process as most of the involved elements were not even physical in nature. Nevertheless, I persevered with brute computation strength and pushed forward many adjustments until finally, a satisfactory level of closeness of what I remembered was achieved in vivid three-dimensional information. Then it occurred to me I did not catch a glimpse of the actual Golden Throne in SYRINE's memory. That darn throne was so prevalent in all the lore, an Emperor sighting experience would be incomplete without it. Luckily, I had seen the throne on the cover of an official novel and went to work with the sanctioned source. As usual, there were many blanks to fill, but these were much easier work when compared to the reconstruction of the Emperor in his full psychic glory. Soon with the throne settled, I just needed to put the virtual Emperor onto the throne in a seated position and everything was good to go. It is ready. I opened my eyes, happy with the preparation, but nevertheless felt the need to lower Wellmanoa's expectation with some disclaimers beforehand. I smiled and extended a hand to her. No promises, but I will do my best. Hold on to my hand. What am I doing? Asking the Emperor's daughter to provide glimpses of the master of mankind? Is this not an act of sacrilege and an abusive position of the highest order? Wellmana had been asking herself such questions a lot in the past minutes. Her pulse quickened just by reviewing her own actions. Surely this was bordering on blasphemy. But this might be the only chance she will ever have. Plus, Lady SYRINE has been so kind and accommodating. Wellmana had an idea of what was coming in the near future. This rare event of being alone with the Emperor's daughter probably might never happen again. So when she finally built up her courage and made her request, Wellmana watched in mortification as SYRINE abruptly went silent. Just as the sister believed a grave mistake had been made, to her surprise SYRINE had turned around and agreed to her selfish petition. More shockingly, SYRINE even spoke of a way to let her see the master of mankind. Not knowing what to expect, but obviously unwilling to miss out on this, Wellmana eagerly agreed to whatever SYRINE had in store. SYRINE then spoke of having to prepare for the experience and closed her eyes while the sister waited with bated breath. A while later, when the holy daughter opened her eyes again, her once depthless silver pupils glowed gold with divine light. Wellmana had seen this phenomena a few times now. However, this was the first time she was witnessing it up close. In the next instant, SYRINE extended a hand to her, and Wellmana took it without hesitation. There was an explosion of light, and suddenly, Wellmana found herself in a strange place. It was foggy all around, like a scene in a dream, but her senses were vivid. As she battled with the incongruity, a childlike voice called out to her. Wellmana. Startled, the sister looked up and saw a small figure appearing from the dense fog. To her relief, it was SYRINE, except strangely, she was a child here. Both her appearance and attire were the same, just that she had shrunk and looked to be no more than 5 years of age in this impossible place. Can you hear me? The little SYRINE asked as she approached. Her tone and mannerism was as Wellmana remembered, full of warmth and friendliness. Relieved, she bowed and answered. Yes, my lady. Where is this, and why are you, a child? The little SYRINE smiled and looked kind of embarrassed about her situation, patting her own head while dropping a statement. Sorry, I am new to this vision thing, and might have overlooked certain issues. Vision. So this is one of the many divine visions Wellmana had read about. To think she was experiencing it herself, and the idea that she was about to receive divine revelation shocked the sister. Hold on, I just wanted to know more about the Emperor. Anyway, let's proceed. Oblivious to her inner struggles, SYRINE pushed forward before she could protest. Suddenly an explosion of light burst into existence as Wellmana felt like a sun had materialized behind her. Accompanying the intense illumination was the rising heat on her back, and an overwhelming presence indescribable with words. Is that? Wellmana had a hunch of who had appeared behind her and started to shake uncontrollably. Wanting to confirm with her own eyes, she was about to turn around but found her legs unable to move. Confused, she tried again but found her shaking body refusing any directive. Feeling helpless, she turned to SYRINE, only to see the latter glowing like an adorable little angel under the intense light, though she was no longer smiling. Slowly the little SYRINE started walking forward, her sight locked into the far distance behind Wellmana. With every step SYRINE took, the suffocating pressure from the unknown presence intensified. Up and up the pressure climbed until eventually it became difficult for Wellmana to even breath. She was about to cry out for help when SYRINE spoke again. Wellmana, turn around. That broke the petrifying spell and Wellmana found herself able to move again, but only barely. Trembling, the sister started to turn, feeling the intense heat climbing onto her face as she did so. With a final colossal effort, Wellmana spun around to face what was behind her. The scene awaiting the sister was beyond her imagination, and Wellmana struggled to make sense of what she was seeing. At an indeterminable distance away was a pyramid shimmering in golden light. It was huge, clearly occupying a space far away, yet it stretched and swelled to fully occupy her vision. On top of the pyramid was a colossal throne covered with impressions of golden filigree that weaved through intricate circuitries, pulsating with a subtle energy hinting at the immense psychic forces that swirled within. Countless banners with powerful symbols and glyphs hung from the heavens atop of the throne. While the overall scene was out of this world, it all paled in comparison to the illuminating figure that was seated in the middle of it all. Wellmana's mind went into overdrive. She simultaneously could not get enough of looking at everything, yet at the same time she found herself lacking the courage to look directly at the shining entity who she believed to be the master of mankind. But this was what she had asked for, and Wellmana resolved to not let this miracle go to waste. Under suffocating pressure, she steeled herself and forced her eyes to focus upon the figure that dominated the entire space, the source of all the intense lights in this strange place. And finally, she saw him. Seated atop the golden throne was an awe-inspiring glowing figure that transcended her mortal comprehension. Fully clad in an ornate golden armor that was embellished with intricate patterns, was a vision of divine majesty that radiated an impossibly regal aura. Obscured by the radiance of a titanic halo that was many times larger than the one SYRINE ever manifested, the figure's facial features were impossible to define. Yet paradoxically, a distinct mixture of sternness and compassion could be felt with the weight of 1,000,000 lifetimes. Surrounding the figure was an ethereal storm of divine energy that danced in spellbinding patterns. The very air itself crackled with raw power, casting an otherworldly glow upon the entire space. As the sister's eyes darted all over the unfathomable sight, she traced where the outgoing lights were heading and noticed for the first time the vast darkness surrounding him. The entire scene felt like a glimpse into the unimaginable scale of the Emperor's existence, a testament to his sacrifice for humanity, a monument to his psychic might that protected all his people from the malevolent forces, and a symbol of defiance against the encroaching darkness that threatened to consume all. Witnessing the whole divine spectacle, Wellmana could not nor dare not move. Her heart hammered like silent thunder. Even the act of breathing felt like a sacrilege. Then the little SYRINE who Wellmana had all but forgotten until now uttered a single word. Father. Wellmana felt every fine hair on her stood on their end as her god in the distance seemed to turn to the calling, and she herself was in the spot where his attention would land. A feeling of an all-knowing, all-powerful force settled on her, and the pressure Wellmana had been feeling until now intensified many times over. Utterly petrified and having nowhere to hide, she stared back and felt herself immolating from the sheer intensity. His divinity, it burns. Wellmana wanted to scream, just as she opened her mouth, a sensation that could not be anything else but being struck by lightning hit her and... Wellmana, please wake up. The fainted sister's head was resting on my lap while I gently slapped her face. She had a rapid pulse and, last I checked, enlarged pupils. I screwed up. Except for the unforeseen situation of me turning into a child in the vision due to the impression from SYRINE's memory, my little experiment was going smoothly and everything was working as intended when disaster struck. The simulated vision was so realistic. Without realizing it, I uttered, "Father," like how the Horus Heresy audiobooks always played with the word, only for me to witness Wellmana dropping like a sack of potatoes moments later in the vision. Our little sightseeing psychic tour had flopped hard as Wellmana suddenly fainted from shock. After I hurriedly ended the simulation, I found a fainted Wellmana back in real life. It was my fault. I should have anticipated this. While for me it was like a fun virtual tour, for the sister it must have felt like the ultimate communion with her God. I even did some on-the-fly adjustments to let her experience the sheer presence Big E exuded, and it proved too much. Just as I was about to bite the bitter pill and summon medical assistance, to my relief Wellmana finally opened her eyes. Wellmana, I am really sorry. Are you feeling all right? I asked, sensing the jitters on her mind, which could mean that I might have caused some unknown damage. Wellmana turned her eyes on me as she struggled to speak. At first it was all gibberish, but eventually her words came through. I saw him, she said, sniffling as tears started streaming down from her eyes, but smiling as she repeated her statement softly. I saw him. That was enough adventure for today. B2CH.14 Confessions. It was late into the night when Wellmana finally calmed down, promised to keep our little psychic adventure between us, and left. Thankfully, she appeared to have suffered little lasting damage done from her communion. So much had happened just today alone. Despite being far from tired, after taking a bath, I laid down on my bed and tried to have a semblance of normality by aiming to rest for 6 hours. Instead, I quickly got bored and inevitably thought of today's events. Oh, right. I killed someone with my bare hands. Strangely, I did not feel much regret, but that was probably due to my victim being lost to chaos. Looking back, those flashes of lethal inspirations I witnessed when that Arbites trooper charged me 2 days ago were no fluke. I could have easily killed the officer with the same contemptuous ease of smashing up some tofu pieces. After moving past the unsettling vast difference in the happenings of this life compared to my old self, my focus quickly zoomed onto reviewing the sparring I had with Neandra. No fair. For the first time after coming to this world, I was finally having some fun, but it was so short-lived. The way I could move with this body was an unattainable dream in my old self as an unathletic couch potato. In my mind, I replayed the melee sequence again and again, reliving those intense moments with my vivid recall while reviewing all my actions and mistakes. I realized that while my body could replicate every martial arts movement with ease, there was no way for me to directly compete with the Imperial Assassin. The gap between our skills, lethal instinct, and actual combat experience was simply too vast to be immediately bridged by any amount of raw talent. It was like having a running contest between a super toddler who just barely learned to walk against the reigning Olympic champion. After many sessions of reviewing our fights, I eventually came up with multiple different ways to improve my odds for future matches. As I was simulating melee bouts inside my head late into the night, I sensed an increase of activity outside and got up to have a look. Peeking through one of the windows, I saw a convoy of vehicles entering the monastery compound. Curious, I laid back down on my bed and closed my eyes. A moment later, I successfully sent out my projection to have a closer look. With my consciousness floating above many parked armored vehicles, I witnessed many prisoners being rushed into the lower levels of the monastery, under heavy security provided by groups of battle sisters. For a moment, I contemplated on following the stream of prisoners to further investigate before remembering the unpleasant dungeon located in the area. In the end, I decided against probing any further for my own mental health. This relentless transition from a normie who once lived an oblivious civilian life to a position of always looking at secret governmental activities proved a bit too much for my sanity. I returned to my body, feeling the incoherent sensation of being in peak physical condition, but mentally exhausted. I pulled the blanket over my head and wished morning would come faster. Eventually, Morning did arrive. After washing up, I went through the news updates and saw more reports of Imperial forces led by the Sororitas doing their thing. Apparently, Canonist Dinah and her girls had been kicking arses, busted a major cultist hive. The powers that be on the planet seemed eager to lift the spirits of its people after the near calamity by capitalizing on the success of the heretic hunts, as the raids enjoyed major coverage. Sanctioned reporters were on site providing every bit of detail, and one of them even briefly interviewed Dinah herself. Flanked by her retinue, the Canonist looked lively, praising the God Emperor and dedicating her new victories to the recently awakened Holy Daughter. Wait, that's me. Hey, stop shoveling attention here. I lamented internally, suddenly desperately missing my old days of having little to no drag on the world around me. Outside of my room, the world continued to grind on, and through solace, I was constantly being updated on the preparation status of today's events. After Wellman called to confirm both the second batch of test candidates and that the guests had arrived at the expected time, I put on the outfit selected by the sister and checked myself in front of the mirror. Time to go to work. I exited my quarters with solace, then started walking down a long corridor to a common area where a secured elevator was located. All around me were high rising walls adorned with intricate religious Gothic carvings and delicate arches that reached toward the high ceiling. The floor was paved with polished marble tiles and laid with exquisite designs that resonated with gentle echo with every step I took. In front of me, the corridor was illuminated by a soft radiance of an ethereal glow. Rays of golden morning sunlight pierced through the richly colored stained glass towering above, casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon the marble floor where shades of vibrant colors competed for attention. Solace the servoskull cruised ahead in the air a few steps in front of me, scattering the minute dust particles that were floating lazily in the light, adding a touch of serenity to the scene. For a moment, I had the illusion of being inside a 6-star hotel of sorts, that I was on a long vacation on Earth visiting a holy site of a faraway land. Walking down the corridor, I was captivated by the interplay of light and shadow that casted dramatic silhouettes on the marble floor. Each step I took revealed new details on the towering stained glass windows, each of them depicting important local historical scenes and many imperial saints in vivid, jewel-toned hues. At the end of this short but magnificent journey stood Wellmana. Illuminated, she glowed with a shimmering sense of spirituality. I could not help but do a double take on the scholarly sister. Something seemed different about her today, something profound but so elusive that even my superhuman senses could not properly pinpoint. Wellmana bowed deeply. "Good morning, Lady SYRINE." "Morning. How are you?" I asked, still feeling a bit worried about the incident yesterday. She smiled before answering in a completely calm voice. "Never been better." We took the lift down, and as we approached the meeting level, I detected Yehai's presence even while being psychically passive. The senior psyker was using her formidable powers, and the psychic resonance reached me even while she was quite a distance away. Psychana Activa activated. As my senses opened to the beyond, I saw what was happening. Yehai was probing the minds of the delegates. As soon as Yehai sensed my powers, she greeted me with subtle telepathy, like a light nod to a friend that cut through physical barriers, knowable only between psychers. Mimicking her mannerism, I greeted the elder psyker back, and then turned off my active state. Turning around, I noticed Wellmana eyeing me. "Yes." I smiled and asked. "I am sorry." She quickly bowed and explained, "It could be nothing. But, did my lady use your powers just now?" "Huh? How did you know?" "I felt something." The scholar said sheepishly. Hey, this got nothing to do with yesterday's accident, right?" As I wondered about the issue, the elevator door opened to reveal Herlindia, who was waiting for us. "Lady SYRINE, sister, morning." The throne agent bowed, looking professional as always but with a distinctive note of, strangely enough, happiness this time. "Morning, Herlindia. You look extra sunny today," I said, dropping a probing statement. The throne agent smiled before saying, "Thanks to you, a somewhat troublesome situation has been painlessly solved." While her words revealed nothing, I was able to glimpse what was on her mind. Praise from Thabris. Good job on getting the upper echelons of the ecclesiarchy to voluntarily submit for mind probes. I have laid the ground rules for the church's guests. Herlindia said cheerfully, "I told them you were under the direct protection of the Holy Inquisition. It is forbidden to ask questions about your background or anything related to the active psychic beacon." They knew about the psychic beacon? I was about to raise that question before remembering that the Cardinal was currently rushing back from off-world, probably with the guide of the very beacon, and he had been keeping in contact with his underlings via astropathic messages. Of course the church knew. Besides, there must be other sanctioned psychers active on the planet. There was no hiding the beacon from the rich and powerful. It was just not public knowledge for the commoners. "Holy daughter," said a familiar, uniquely pitched voice arriving along with the approach of armored footsteps. Looking behind her Lindia, I saw the owner of that voice, Palatine Domini Zeal, walking up to me. Unlike Alicia, Domini's attire as a full-fledged Palatine was more decorated. Her power armor was edged with silver highlights. A sizable iron halo rose from the top of the power pack on her back, while many solid-looking religious trinkets hung together with a sheathed power sword on her waist. The flowing white tabard under her power armor was subtly emblazoned with many repeating symbols of both the sororitas and the ecclesiarchy, adding a hint of ranking to her appearance. Domini did not wear a helmet. Her exposed face was a vision of youthful determination decorated with a few blemishes and scars that spoke of her martial lifestyle, but did little to diminish her overall charm. Spotting a modified version of the classic Battle Sister haircut with her dark blonde hair, she exuded a serene confidence despite looking to be in her late 20s. Her pair of bright green eyes shimmered with the lights of intelligence and zeal, hinting at the potent blend of compassion and righteous fury unique to the sororitas. "Hello, Domini," I replied, purposely skipping her title like I did with Alicia and silently hoping she would not treat me like a divine doll. Despite being one of few ranking sisters who knew my real identity, I never had the chance to know her better. "Greetings. I will be in charge of overseeing your events for today," Domini said as she greeted me with the full compliments of an Aquila hand sign and a deep bow. "Huh? Where is Alicia? She is supposed to be here today. Is this prearranged? Why is Alicia not present?" I decided to ask, but kept my voice as neutral as possible. "Alicia is currently repenting in the cabin of solitude as punishment from her dereliction of duty for letting a heretic get close to you. She will be present in the afternoon," Domini answered with a hint of nervousness. What happened yesterday was not. I almost protested out loud before remembering something about how people in power should never display obvious favoritism. Despite how much I like Alicia as a person, my protest might actually hurt her standing in the order. So instead I simply nodded. "I see. I will be in your care." Seeing I did not react negatively, Domini smiled, brimming with enthusiasm as she answered. "I am honored." Together we walked towards the meeting area where Malin was waiting outside. Her presence pulled my wandering mind back to reality. I was about to meet the ecclesiarchy dignitaries. That notion made me somewhat nervous, and I breathed in deeply, drawing in the cool air that carried with it a faint scent of incense. I must confess, meeting with the elite hi-hat gang was not as horrible as I had imagined. With but a few exceptions, the colorful collection of influential clergy members adorned in their various ecclesiastical vestments were mostly elderly men. Malin stuck out like a sore thumb in the crowd of graying elders and late middle-aged individuals, being the only young person in the church's contingent. As the official representative assigned to me, Malin also had the honor of introducing the most respected spiritual leaders on Nusquam, making her stand out even more. Starting from Archdeacon Ricine Venerin, who I had met briefly before, I was introduced to Deacon Octavius Mortimer, Deacon Maximal Varos, Deacon Laserius Dornan, Deacon Celestia Veridis, High Confessor Malachi Dravian, High Confessor Caius Valerius, High Abbot Marcus Aurelius, Abbot Ignatius Cromwell, Abbot Benedictus Simeon, High Abbess Seraphina Valerius, Reverend Mother Octavia Sinclair, and Lady Amaris Ravencroft. I met their gazes and nodded as each name was announced. Judging by the trepidation and awe etched on their faces, my guess was that I was as unsettled as them while we traded first impressions. These were the elite of the elite the church had to offer. They certainly looked the part. Every individual was a living image of a monolithic priesthood, though some members were clearly better fed than the others with their pristine silky robes and pricey-looking trinkets. I whispered silent, grateful thanks for my photographic memory, for I knew my old mortal self would have forgotten most of their names by the time the introduction was done. Unlike them, my true feelings were masked away by Regulus, while all their expressions were plain to read, and their unguarded thoughts flashed like roadside billboards before my mind. So breathtaking. She is like a living doll. Absolutely stunning. Unbelievable presence. On the other side of the hall were the new batch of candidates in vegetative states, all neatly seated and tied down, ready for the proven procedure from yesterday. With little else to say to everyone present, I conjured my halo to start my work. As the divine radiance filled the hall for the first time today, the ecclesiastical guests' eyes widened in awe and disbelief, their mouths agape as they witnessed the tangible manifestation of their God's power for the first time in their lives. No tricks. No illusion. From the corner of my sight, I caught glimpses of their reaction. After overcoming the initial shock, some of the dignitaries bowed their heads, their lips moving soundlessly in silent prayer. Others were overcome by the weight of the moment, their hands trembling as tears streamed down from their weathered faces. The archdeacon, while rendered speechless, was still able to keep a dignified demeanor, but his trembling mind was leaking loud thoughts which I picked up easily. Throne on Terra. This light. If we show this to the masses, we would instantly restore the church's reputation and the number of faithful will explode. Ignoring the church's elite, I started working with the now familiar motion by stopping briefly in front of every candidate and blasting them with my powers, scrubbing away any trace of residual warp taint. Repeating the results from yesterday, one by one I released the candidates from their vegetative state. Behind me, hushed whispers rippled through the assembly as the guests, each trying to comprehend the significance of the moment. In front of me, the recurring theme of reactions repeated themselves with many of the candidates looking around nervously after being freed from their condition. A few recognized me and asked to confirm if I was the one singing on the battlefield. The cured were then taken away to be further inspected by the people under the ecclesiarchy stationed next door for final verification. As the process continued, I felt an increasing amount of frantic thoughts from some of the dignitaries behind me. Even without trying, many of their thoughts effortlessly leaked through. One was questioning what he was seeing. What in the name of throne? This is real. A living saint is here. Another mind echoed, full of sudden existential crisis. A living saint? In this inconsequential backwater world? Why? Why? I ignored them and continued on with my work. The process went on until one of the candidates, a trooper just like many others, started panicking and asked questions after regaining consciousness. Did we lose? What will happen to me? His voice was weak and cracking. That depends. Are you still loyal and faithful to the Emperor? I asked and received only blank stares in response. I tried to read his mind but only detected a confused mess. This fellow looked suspicious as hell and his silence was deafening. It got awkward and I took note of the closest battle sister tightening the grip on her bolter ever so slightly. I got a feeling a world of hurt was coming towards this confused individual if this was not resolved immediately. Thinking fast, it occurred to me that this might be a good time to test a technique I learned from yesterday. Flexing my powers, I quickly flashed the mental image of a stern-faced emperor in his full psychic glory into the man's mind while demanding a response. Answer me. Echoes of my question rang out in the hall, only to be answered by a commotion behind me. I turned around and saw a plump middle-aged clergyman, who I recognized to be Abbot Benedictus, stumbling on the floor, his high hat on the ground. Did he trip? As everyone's attention fell on the fallen abbot, the chubby man suddenly started wailing in distress as tears started streaming from his eyes. In the next moment, he was shouting towards heaven. God Emperor. Lord. I confess. I have sinned. What the hell? Abbot, what in the throne's name are you doing? Archdeacon Reincarnation called out, his usual sagely bearing disappeared, taken over by an outrage triggered by the sudden shameful display of his subordinate. My lord. My light. I beg for your forgiveness and mercy. Ignoring his superior, with everyone watching in disbelief, the weeping abbot continued to blubber out unbelievable words. More alarmingly, he started crawling towards me like a landed seal, his face an unhealthy shade of red and contorted with duress. Stop. Come no closer. Palatine Domini ordered and placed herself between me and the crawling clergyman, her bolt pistol drawn. She then raised a fist, and immediately a few nearby battle sisters formed a small protective circle around me while switching off the safety on their bolters with practiced ease. Seeing the sudden escalation, I activated thought acceleration and blasted out Auspex to check around for safety concerns. I quickly determined none of the ecclesiarchy guests, including the one on the floor, were armed, nor carried anything resembling explosives. The sisters got jumpy because of what happened yesterday. It is fine, he is not armed. I whispered to Domini and turned to the abbot on the floor. Dear father, I wasn't addressing you. The sorry-looking clergyman on the floor froze. Then behind him came more commotions as two more guests dropped to their knees. The hall went into an uproar, and in the chaos Archdeacon Reincarnation lost all his composure and started ordering the sisters to remove the 3 clergy members prostrating on the floor. Looking around, I noticed Malin covering her mouth with a hand, pure shock and disbelief on her face, while most of the sisters, including Welmina, were silently observing the scene with cold disdain. I turned my attention to the three people on the floor and saw what was going on inside their minds. They were afraid. Deathly afraid. You would think as the top peddlers of institutionalized religion, they would have unshakable faith and would be elated to see any sort of emperor's miracle for themselves. Instead, I distinctly felt they were shaken to their core. Why? If it is not as if they were tainted by chaos. Thinking my halo had somehow caused these people to act out, I turned it off and felt the charged state of the hall immediately went down by a notch. High Confessor Malachi, one of the individuals who knelt down earlier, shakily got back on his feet. Clearly unstable, he pointed a trembling finger at me and shouted with an emotionally charged voice. What was that? Who exactly are you? As the High Confessor of the Mini-Storm, I demand you to provide irrefutable proof that you are blessed by the God Emperor himself. Most people gasped. A lot more cringed at the High Confessor's clearly deranged action. Even the Archdeacon looked totally stunned by the development. It was at this moment Wellmana silently walked over to the Confessor. I could tell she was furious, an angry cloud of emotion floating over her head. As she stopped in front of the Confessor, the elderly clergyman looked at her, confusion on his face. With everyone looking, Wellmana delivered a swift, hefty slap on the Confessor's cheek. The resounding fleshy clap resonated loudly in the hall. Oh my God. Everyone went quiet, and Wellmana spoke in a frighteningly calm voice. How dare you talk to Lady SYRINE with such insolence? Her actions saved countless Nusquamese, and she has saved our world from damnation by facing down a greater demon. Even now she is saving more of our people. Where were you during those trying times? Recovering from the shock of being slapped in front of the whole crowd, Malachi angrily pointed an accusatory finger at Wellmana and continued his tirade. You dare to hit me? Assault. She committed assault. Sisters, abide your duties as members of our chamber militant. Arrest this woman for striking a senior member of the church. He looked frantically at the surrounding battle sisters, urging them to take action, but nobody moved. That's enough. An elegant voice called out with an authoritative tone, ceasing the frantic standoff. Pulling all the attention in the hall, Herlindia appeared with a wolfish grin on her pretty face, Psyker Yehai by her side and a squad of inquisitorial stormtroopers behind her back. Tactical boots clicking sharply on the marble floor, the throne agent walked slowly towards the center of the hall as she made an announcement. Throne on Terra as our witness, everyone here including our saint candidate, sisters of sororitas and esteemed members of the church all witnessed what just happened. Herlindia then paused, letting black-cladded stormtroopers fan out behind her as she raised a small inquisitorial rosette. As the ranking agent of the Holy Inquisition present, I find the behavior of these individuals to be highly suspicious. With the authority conferred to me by Inquisitor Thabris Thorn of the Ordo Hereticus, I hereby order an immediate arrest on these three individuals for further investigation. She then turned to the Archdeacon. Your Grace, do you object to this? Archdeacon Ricine had no reply. He was busy face-palming himself with a hand and was looking down at the floor. The other clergy members exchanged glances with grim faces, a shared understanding passing between them on the pending fallout that would follow. What a mess, all this because I misfired my powers. I thought as my attention turned back to the initial target of my test, the young man who was still tied to the chair. He looked to be in some sort of shock and had tears forming around his eyes. He was whimpering so softly that probably only I could hear his words. I am loyal. I am loyal. I am loyal. I got a feeling this was going to be a long day. B2CH.15 disturbance. 2 days after the incident with the ecclesiarchy delegates, we were finally done with a sizable test batch of people. All that was left to do was to wait for the relevant authorities to verify the results. It was lunchtime, and I was reading instead of eating. In my old life, I was a creature of habit, holding on to the same job longer than my contemporaries would advise, and content on eating the same food in predictable cycles. Just like in my previous life, I began adopting new habits in this new world. For now, the main routine I established was to skip lunch and use that time to flip through books in the monastery library, hastily building my knowledge of this world. Abusing my recently discovered ability to process parallel thoughts, I pondered on the recent events even as another part of my mind simultaneously absorbed information from the flipping pages. On the first day, things had gone smoothly after the 3 disgraced guests were taken away. We proceeded to conduct the cleansing procedure until we ran out of people who were stuck in vegetative state. We then went on to process candidates who were still conscious and functional. Things got a bit messy as many new procedures were adjusted or created on the fly to let my cleansing halo go through the rotating crowd safely and smoothly. In between each cleansing session, I was being dragged around to meet and have small talks with the visiting ecclesiarchy big shots. Most of the time, it was Wellmana who handled the interactions, with Malin acting as intermediary as I talked as little as possible. In contrast to my poker face game, the other parties usually could hardly conceal their awe. It was awkward and suffocating for a not-so-social person like me. Fortunately, from what I was able to glimpse from their mind, most of them bought my semi-divine status. I had expected the church to be more cautious about their contact with me after what happened, but instead on the second day the new batch of ecclesiarchy delegation almost doubled in number, as if the incident on the previous day did not happen at all. In a short span of time, I had seen enough people reacting to my halo in various unique ways to last a lifetime. Judging from the observed details, I highly suspected the reaction of each individual was directly proportional to their beliefs and devotion to the Emperor. In short, the halo might only be good for unnerving people who believed in the God Emperor's divinity. So in theory, if an orc charged towards me, blasting my halo should do little to stop the alien since it never gave a flying fuck about humanity's biggest boss in the first place. We also took the chance to disclose my amnesia to the attending dignitaries of the church. The disclosure genuinely shocked most people and garnered a lot of sympathy points for myself. It also provided the perfect cover for my eccentricity, an aspect which was unavoidable during my interaction with the dignitaries since I was not from this universe in the first place. Meanwhile, progress on the vault excavation was steady, but slower than expected as Cryptora ran into more complications. I could almost feel the frustration in the Archmago's voice despite his totally flat tone while reporting his status. Outside the monastery, even with a supposed gag order in place, news of my activities seemed to have been leaked. Rumors about the awakened saint candidate having started performing miracles inside the Sororitas monastery was going around and was even discussed in the mainstream news networks. Since neither the Inquisition nor the Church seemed to kick up a fuss over it, I assumed that the leak was done on purpose, part of the Imperial propaganda campaign. In other news, Canoness Dinah and her strike force were finally scheduled to return later today after an extended period of heretic hunting. Silently, I hoped that the return of many battle sisters could disperse the ever-increasing amount of pilgrims gathering at the monastery gate. That was how the 2 days went by in a blur with zero progress in my martial training goal. As for now, back in the library, Solace had temporarily joined the cherubs on their eternal air patrol while I continued my quest on devouring knowledge. Exploiting my transhuman ability, I was going through the books with astonishing speed, reading one after another like clockwork. Every time I was almost done with my current book, I would mentally order a random cherub to fetch the next predetermined tome as a replacement to continue the flow. People were watching. To the curious onlookers, I must have looked the part of a supernatural scholar, flipping through one book after another while the cherubs kept bringing over new copies and placing back the finished ones. In truth, I was playing catch-up, gathering information as fast as possible, hastily building my knowledge reservoir of this world and beyond to face the many challenges ahead. I was enjoying the serenity of the moment when sounds of a rumbling stomach shattered my peace. I peeled my eyes from the pages and looked to the source of hunger, Wellmana, who was sitting across from me, her face a deep shade of red. She had been shadowing me for the past days, even foregoing her own lunch just to stay by my side, but she was clearly reaching her limit. "You should go eat," I suggested. "But there is no point in torturing yourself. Besides," I whispered, "you know that I am different." Wellmana did not refute my point, yet she stubbornly refused to move and was beginning to look every bit like a child in a not eating her vegetables rebellion. I almost heaved a sigh at her silliness when the faint echoes of a pair of heavy boots marching across the marble floor tugged at my mind. My attention shifted, superhuman-level senses automatically filtering out all the miscellaneous sounds to focus on the incoming footsteps. They were familiar to me, stern and purposeful, repeated at almost precise intervals. Even by the rhythm alone I knew who was coming. "Wellmana," I said with a neutral tone, "Inquisitor Thorn will be here soon. Go have your lunch." The sister scholar flinched before she bolted upright from her chair and started to turn around, just in time to catch the sight of Fabris entering from the far end of the library. Flanked by her Lindia and Neandra, the Inquisitor with his signature trench coat continued his stride without slowing, making a beeline towards my position. "Go, or he might invoke insufficient clearance to get you going anyway," I pushed. For a moment Wellmana wanted to say something, but eventually she gave me a deep bow before leaving. Right on cue, as soon as the sister turned a corner, the Inquisitor arrived with her Lindia. No sign of Neandra, she had slipped into the shadows somewhere. "SYRINE," Inquisitor. Sorry to interrupt your reading session. You were looking mighty casual today. The usually stern Thabris dropped an unusual comment before walking over and sat down on the chair Wellmana had vacated a moment earlier. Casual? For a split second, I wondered whether he was referring to my attire or activity. I was in my default white robe again since there were no more church people to impress today. The look had been growing on me. I appreciated its simple yet timeless appeal, plus it suited my laziness of not needing to think about what to wear every day. If this was back in the 21st century, casual wear probably implied a tank top and hot pants. Wait. I could never live with that. It was a line my inner guy soul simply would not cross. Hold on, what am I doing? An Inquisitor is waiting for me. Not wanting to keep Thabris waiting any longer, I quickly flipped through the last few pages of my book before passing it to a waiting cherub nearby. The cyborg baby received the book respectfully before bowing and took off, carrying the hefty tome with an exaggerated struggle towards its designated shelf space. Thabris watched the cherub go before reaching into his trench coat and took out a scroll. Without a word, he passed it to me. I used to think the omnipresence and usage of medieval-looking scrolls were a ridiculous notion in a futuristic galactic empire. Not anymore. Unlike data slates, these things required no batteries, were totally unhackable and more often than not, made of durable materials that would survive most rough handling. I received the space-age parchment while examining Thabris' expression for any clues of his unusual action. As always, beside the slight hint of amusement at how serious I must have looked, he was mostly inscrutable and his mind remained an impenetrable fortress. I gingerly opened the scroll and quickly saw that it was a report. A very serious report. The document was prefaced by an inquisitorial logo with all its disclaimers, starting with huge letters stating "for your eyes only." I glimpsed through its contents and was updated on some of the events that were going behind the scenes. Firstly, preliminary results of my Halo cleansing were excellent, with all the candidates passing their purity inspection tests. While detecting minute warp taint was not an exact science mastered by the Imperium, it was reported for the first time in a long while. Not one test candidate woke up screaming during their sleep after receiving my cleansing light. Some good news. Technically, that would push my public miracles count to 3 and fully qualify me for the title of Living Saint. Next, fresh off the press on a very recent report, about an hour ago, a huge church congress attended by the many important religious figures from around the globe was concluded. Quite possibly why Malin was not around today. Sources indicated a sizable number of church representatives wanted to immediately formalize my sainthood in their eagerness to boost the church's local reputation. But that notion was opposed by the major faction belonging to the cardinal, citing that such an important declaration should only be made by the cardinal himself. After fierce debates were held and some punches were thrown, in the end the motion was successfully delayed, and they would wait for the cardinal's return. Besides, the main bulk of the 20,000 troopers were still waiting for the cleansing procedure. Following that, the Inquisition had concluded their initial investigations of the 3 suspicious individuals from 2 days ago. Apparently, the 3 of them were known proxies of the cardinal and had been providing specialized whitewashing services to cover the church's shady activities for many years. As for their reactions that day, I suspected it was due to them being affected more than the rest by my misfired power due to, hopefully, a sense of guilt. The Inquisition was now moving on to interrogating the 3 individuals to dig up more dirt on the local church. The next point in the report stated that the cardinal had been sending many astropathic messages to his subordinates while en route to Nusquam. These contain encrypted instructions. Since the only available official astropath on the planet was still under the direct access of the Inquisition, they helped themselves with the suspicious messages and had since cracked the hidden code. It seemed like in anticipation of formalizing my status as living saint, the cardinal had ordered his underlings to kickstart and promote multiple cults in my name. Thabris people had theorized that the fellow might have planned to use these cults to gather more political power for himself. My guess was that he would be claiming my emergence as a sign of more incoming apocalyptic events, and that the only hope for salvation was to obey the church, aka himself, or face the typical damnation and eternal suffering, blah blah. I would not be surprised if his endgame was to convert Nusquam into a shrine world that rivaled, if not outright surpassed, Sanctitas Primus as the primary religious hub of the subsector, with him as its first pope. This shrewd fellow is already counting on cashing me in. The final point, and to me the most surprising part, of the report stated that the people at the subsector's capital world had managed the titanic feat of rerouting most of the warp traveling in the region. Using the psychic beacon I lit up as a fixed reference point in warp space, they had mobilized an untold amount of resources and successfully created a workable system for the Imperial starships in the region to navigate the local warp space. Most of the starships that were heading towards Nusquam had since been redirected to their original destinations or other more developed Imperial worlds nearby. Being a relatively backwater world, Nusquam had neither the infrastructure nor the capacity to handle the influx of starships, so it was for the best. A few starships did end up here, and the Nusquamese, with the help of the Inquisition, had been trying to recruit off-world astropaths. While this was done to remedy our desperate lack of such specialists, whether such recruitment process was done voluntarily or otherwise I had no idea. On the appendix, it was mentioned that talks were underway to mobilize resources from nearby Forge worlds to urgently upgrade Nusquam's dingy starport and related facilities. Done with the scroll, I took my eyes off it and asked the Inquisitor, "Your reason for showing me this?" "I heard about your incredible reading ability," he said. "Rather than spending so much time briefing you verbally, this would be more efficient." No arguing with that. I pointed to the word cardinal on the scroll. "Any update on his investigation?" "We found something," he nodded, "and thanks to you, we managed to dig out more from the three. However, they were mostly typical cases of corruption, embezzlement, exploitation of the faithful, manipulation of religious texts, cults creation plus many rumors of deplorable vices. Terrible as it seems, there was nothing nefarious enough to be on the level of damnation yet." "Deplorable vices?" I asked, noting his pause before the statement. He shrugged and replied simply, "Bad stuff. But since these are mostly unsubstantiated at this point, I will elaborate no further. The more I heard about this cardinal, the more it felt like he was a cookie-cutter type of bad guy. To make matters worse, his appearance did not help either. From all the pictures I could find of him, the cardinal looked every bit like a comically overweight villain. He even mirrored Baron Vladimir Harkonnen from the Dune movie in body size, just not as muscular. Could such a caricature exist in real life? While lost in thought, I was suddenly hit by a peculiar sensation of unexplainable unease. Something was in the air, something that felt wrong. My transhuman heart rate quickened ever so slightly while my fingertips vibrated with micro shivers even though I was positive about sensing no immediate threats around me. It felt as though the fabric of reality itself had been disturbed, like the placid surface of a still lake rippling by flying sand. Without warning, I saw flashes of people who I did not recognize suffering, their flickering faces laced with desperation, and I felt their pain almost physically. The episode felt like the glimpses of inner thoughts I read from random people around me, but a lot more intense. Totally new to this, I struggled to pinpoint the source of this unknown upheaval, but it eluded me. All I could be certain of was that it originated from the direction somewhere behind Thabaris. Unaware of my experience, the Inquisitor started speaking again. "That said, recently there is another more disturbing rumor going around." Receiving no response, he looked at me and quickly picked up that something had gone awry. "What?" he asked, his tone turning serious. "I'm not sure. I felt a disturbance, a distance away." I pointed past him in an approximate direction, after forcing myself not to utter the famous phrase to avoid a cliché no one here would even know about. Thabaris took my words seriously. "Can you elaborate?" Before he even finished his sentence, a beep sounded from the Inquisitor's earpiece at the same time a notification ping chimed from Herlindia's data slate. I watched as both Thabaris listened to a report and Herlindia consulted her data slate with serious expressions and knew that this was no coincidence. Something big must have happened. "Understood," Thabaris out. After a while, the Inquisitor finally ended his conversation with an unknown party, by now going into his full serious mode. "Sir, the Scholastica Psychona dash," Herlindia said urgently but was interrupted by Thabaris with a wave of his hand. "I know, under attack by armed cultists as we speak." "Scholastica Psychona? Psyker School? What do we have for quick response assets?" Thabaris demanded with a low and dangerous voice. Herlindia referred to data she conjured on her slate and replied without skipping a bit. "Arbites and local law enforcement units are en route, but they might be outgunned. Currently, there are no idle flyers available for immediate aerial insertions except for Flameraven. Estimated time for any units from here to reach the Scholastica via roads is about 45 minutes, if traffic conditions are ideal." "Zaki is at that place. Talk about bad timing," said Neandra, who appeared like a manifesting ghost. Her sudden appearance did not surprise me, for a part of my mind had been tracking her whereabouts since she got close, but her words shocked me. "Zaki is at the Scholastica Psychana at this moment?" I asked, not bothering to conceal my concern. "Probably just plain bad luck. He was there to retrofit his null dampener." "Speaking of which, the Scholastica is roughly where you pointed just now," Thabris said while looking behind him, revealing his remarkable sense of direction. He then said grimly, 45 minutes is too slow. To think they would strike at a time like this, just when most of our flyers were out to retrieve Diadino's forces. This timing couldn't be a coincidence." "Sir, I just logged into the security system of the Scholastica," said Herlindia as she passed over a data slate to Thabris. The Inquisitor viewed it with a stern expression before putting it down on the table for all to see. On the slate screen were many split displays showing what I assumed was live footage from the security cameras of the facility. On some of the tiny divided screens, panicked people could be seen running for their lives. On other displays, armed assailants were giving chase, their assault weapons blazing. Many bodies, of both adults and children alike, could be seen lying bleeding and motionless on the floor. As the gunmen pushed forward, they shot and destroyed all the security cameras they encountered. One by one, the picked feeds were killed off, leaving most of the many split screens in blazing static. I watched, petrified, as the atrocity unfolded. A numb sense of incongruity took hold as the carnage before me overlapped with my memory of meeting Zaki, the little null boy with the cutest smile. Now he is somewhere inside there, in that place where this is happening. At this point, Thabris had contacted the active Palatine on duty and started discussing sending an elite strike force into the fray with Flame Raven. I remained seated and mentally stunned while listening to the Inquisitor putting up a plan, but soon felt my own anger rising. It was strange. The truth was I didn't get to know Zaki well, as we only met briefly once. That brief moment we had together was short but sweet, our joyful encounter a distinct contrast from most of the grotesque and horrible things crawling in this world. And now that kid was in mortal danger, it felt like what little I had cherished was being ruthlessly trampled and stepped over. Slowly at first, but like a flame sparked on a dried grassy field, the anger within me took over. As my fury grew, another part of my mind was coldly calculating the odds. From the brief glimpses I counted, no less than 30 armed cultists present in the assault. What if it was myself they're facing, these people? I was sure we all did something like this before, imagining ourselves as the people who were caught in terrible events that appeared on a news flash, and wondered if we could beat the odds in their shoes. Only this time, I was not looking at the situation as a human, but from the perspective of a semi-awakened godling. Working with thought acceleration, I took my transhuman baseline together with my pseudo-invisibility into the equation and quickly ran some combat simulations. I wanted to see how far I could push my advantage when it came to mortal combat with this crowd. Before long, I believed. No, I knew I could do it. By going all out and using the environment with zero reservations in the application of lethal force, not as if any of those bastards deserved mercy in the first place, even with my current limited capabilities and combat experience. I was confident in taking down the entire Chaos Strike team by myself. All of them. Every single one of those heretical terrorist scums. After all, they were just humans with assault rifles. Between my impressive strength and reflexes, projectile protection from a reinforced refractor field, and having an apex-level transhuman physiology for being a discount Primarch, nothing short of serious anti-tank weaponry would pose a real threat to my life and well-being. Even so, realistically speaking, between the Inquisition and the Sisters, I imagine no one would ever allow me to charge in like a corn berserker. I was simply too precious for the establishments to take risks like that. At any rate, I was not going to stand idle in the face of such atrocities. My mind was made up. I stood up, immediately becoming the focal point of everyone around as I firmly declared my attention to Thabris. "I am coming along." The Inquisitor was about to rebuke me until he saw the look in my eyes. He quickly wrapped up his conversation with another party on his calm bead and turned to me. "Palatine Alicia is gathering 20 battle sisters as we speak. The strike force is leaving in 5 minutes. You have 2 minutes to convince me why I should let you tag along. B2CH.16 Strike Force." Not for the first time, I stepped into the inquisitorial gunship Flame Raven, but I had never used its side door before. Upon entering the familiar gunship with Thabris, Neandra closed the door behind us as I was instantly connected to the gunship's machine spirit. ++ authority level administrator connected. ++. Flame Raven, you doing well? I asked reflexively. ++ fully operational and ready to serve. Authority. ++ On my right, I was greeted by the sight of Alicia standing in her full plate, her face visible thanks to the helmet's visor being pulled up. Our eyes met, and she looked surprised, which was confirmed a split second later from what I glimpsed from the Palatine and her sister's minds. Lady SYRINE is joining the mission? Throne be praised, she is with us on this. The Holy Daughter is here. Behind Alicia were 2 full rows of seated battle sisters, their dull silver armor glinting in the darkened gunship's interior. There was that familiar low humming sound from all the active power backpacks, singing in unison with the low howling of the gunship's engine. Sororitas, salute. Alicia suddenly called out, and all the sisters formed the sign of Aquila with such synchrony I surely would have flinched as a mortal. It was an impressive display of martial discipline. Thabris merely nodded and started to speak. Sisters, the heretics are assaulting an Imperial installation in broad daylight as we speak. This open challenge will not go unanswered. We have little time to prepare, but the mission is simple: purge all heretics at the Scholastica. Once we are airborne, it will take about 10 minutes to reach the site. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with the layout of the mission area as much as you can. That is all. He then turned to me. To the cockpit. We went through the hatch door and came face to face with the lady pilot Tasia, who was looking back from her seat. She was, as I remembered, looking chill and sporting her cool shades. Lady SYRINE, it has been a while, Tasia greeted me. Hello Tasia, long time no see. I returned her greetings and went to my designated seat from last time. As I was properly strapping myself in, Tasia's thought came through. Gosh, she still behaves like a model citizen. I'd better thank her for saving my life with my chance now. Saving her life? When was? I was startled for a heartbeat before remembering the trick I pulled to avoid Flame Raven being crushed by a giant boulder thrown by that huge demon in that fateful fight. Why are such details always escaping my mind? Let's go. Thabris dropped his order before Tasia could say her thanks. The pilot nodded and took her attention off me, then Flame Raven lifted before roaring into the purple sky with its mighty engines. Despite having done this multiple times already, the geek inside me was still awed by its sheer awesomeness. Once the gunship leveled again, Thabris turned and passed something small to me. This is made for you, a microbead with built-in inquisitorial-level access. You know how to use it? He asked. I accepted the small, unassuming-looking earpiece and was surprised to find it gene-locked to me. Reacting to my touch, the earpiece activated. Unlike a standard user who had to go through the learning curve, the technological marvel that resided in my physiology seamlessly connected myself to all its functions. Looks like I don't need a manual with this cheat. Yes, I know how to use it. I replied. Good. Keep it on for the duration of the mission, Thabris said while handing me a data slate. Here's the layout of the Scholastica. I accepted the device and went through the data within it, finding the location of the Scholastica within the city and a detailed 3-dimensional map of the place, but nothing else. Suddenly there was a familiar buzz. Thabris looked at me and pointed to his ear before saying, Join in. Yes, Herlindia. Go ahead. I got what he meant and tuned in with my new earpiece. Due to the lack of seats and the need of an inquisitorial coordinator for all the Imperial forces mobilizing for the mission, Herlindia had stayed behind. From my high-end earpiece, the throne agent's voice came through clear via the Vox network. Sir, reports are coming in. The outer perimeter of the Scholastica is guarded by multiple squads of heretics. The whole attack force is possibly in company strength, and they have heavy weapons. They even have a few heavy weapon teams positioned on top of the building overlooking the whole place. Any idea if they're proficient with those heavy weapons? Thabris asked. Hold on. We just lost an Arbite Rhino carrier at the gate to rocket launchers. Yes, it appears they are proficient. Herlindia replied. Darn. We might be heading for a hot drop. Thabris cursed. The professional cultists are at it again by being one step ahead. Now it is up to who shoots first and less. I suddenly had an idea. Closing my eyes, I forced myself into a trance. While initially I was not sure if this could be pulled off under duress, a moment later my consciousness successfully slipped out from my body. Unbounded by any physical barrier, my projection dashed towards the Scholastica with astonishing speed, way faster than the gunship. Below me the cityscape zoomed past in a blur, and I soon reached the huge building that was our destination. Like every serious Imperial installation, the Scholastica looked like a small fortress with a perimeter wall surrounding its main building. At the main entrance was a burning vehicle, while a fierce shootout was happening between the cultists guarding the facility and Imperials who were trying to get in, matching what Herlindia had reported. I approached the flat roof of the imposing building and saw teams of armed men with various heavy weapons, raining down hell onto the Imperials below. After locking in their locations, I recalled my consciousness and instantly found myself back in my chair. I released a long breath before saying out loud, I saw them in their positions for weapon teams on the roof. If we can drop from height and approach without them knowing, I should be able to take them out with our heavy bolter sponsons before they notice. Fabris, Neandra, and Tasia all turned and looked at me, but no one commented. It was Tasia who broke the silence a moment later. We are reaching soon. If we are doing that, it has to be done now. Sir, do as she says. Fabris consented. Affirmative. Tasia replied before speaking into the intercom. Sisters, be advised, hold on tight. We are going in for an attack run. The flame raven turned and climbed continuously before diving down like a giant raptor on the hunt. I ignored the sudden increase of G-forces and mentally took over the controls of the heavy bolter turrets as individual targeting screens appeared in my vision. I am taking over the turrets, please maintain our approach, I said as the hunting started for the enemy teams on the roof. As we dropped towards the building, the crosshairs before me zoomed in rapidly until all 4 fire teams on the roof were located and marked as tiny pixels on the same spots I saw earlier. Confident of the firing solution appearing in my mind, I triggered the firing mechanism of the heavy bolters and sent streams of mass reactive shells towards the unsuspecting targets. The cultists didn't even know what hit them. All were blasted into smithereens and ended up as ugly patches of pixels on my vision in mere seconds. Rooftop cleared of hostiles, I reported and disconnected myself from the targeting system. Roger that. Tasia replied and engaged the hovering system, bringing the gunship from a dive into horizontal approach for a swift landing on the roof. Going in hot, the side and back doors of Flame Raven opened up even before we fully landed. As soon as the gunship touched down, the Battle Sisters stormed out and secured the landing zone. Following Fabris and Neandra, I exited the gunship right behind Alicia, who was waiting on the side door. We stepped onto the roof and were instantly greeted by the smell of blood and a scene of utter carnage. Hitting humans with heavy bolters that fired solid fuel rocket propellant and mass-reactive fuse rounds the size of small cans generated extremely messy results, as evidenced by the chunky organic remains and destroyed war gear that splattered across the whole roof. As soon as everyone got out from the gunship, Flame Raven pulled away with a roar and dove towards the outer perimeter wall of the Scholastica. There the gunship unloaded another salvo of carnage onto the entrenched enemies before speeding away to pick up reinforcements, not giving the heretics any chance of retaliation. After watching the awesome display of firepower of Flame Raven and its speeding away, I charged up my power and fired a huge Auspex sensor wave, spreading it wide to cover the whole building. Except for the areas shielded by unknown materials, I saw everything. What I did not anticipate was the presence of so many psychers. In the brief moment when my powers were activated to blast out the wave, a few dozen souls with psychic resonance lit up, registering like heat signatures on a thermal sensor. They were all hiding and cowering from the cultists. I saw all of them, and in turn, all of them saw me. In an instant, I tasted all their desperation, their fear, and their awe of my power. Compared to me, they were like tiny embers looking at a blazing bonfire. A lot of them flinched. Most of them were stunned. Some were faster than others and realized I might be their salvation. They turned to me in slow motion, but before they could ask for help, my connection with the psychic world was abruptly cut off. Still, the experience startled me. Wait. I can't help everyone immediately. I steadied myself and went through on what I saw. Mixed within the influx of psychic emotions was the solid information I glimpsed from inside the building. I saw dead bodies littered throughout the place. The main entrance on the ground floor was guarded by a few teams of armed cultists, while the majority of them were congregating in the lowest levels of the building where a fierce firefight was raging. That was when I realized my total newness to all these things. So much information, such urgency, and so little time to explain. Leading a counter-terrorism close-quarter assault mission? What the hell was I thinking by coming here? I looked at Alicia. She returned my gaze with hot anticipation. I suddenly felt the weight of responsibility on my shoulders. Oh, Throne, what should I do? Without thinking, I raised my right hand, before belatedly realizing no one would answer my many immediate questions. Thinking fast, an idea came to me and I reached over to the waiting Palatine. Your hand, please, I said. Alicia did as ordered and extended her gloved hand. I rested my palm on it, sensing her total open acceptance. Through manipulation of my powers, I attempted my best effort to imprint what I saw onto her mind while hoping feverishly this would work. Otherwise, we would be in for an awkward session of briefing. The process took but a heartbeat. Alicia fidgeted slightly and her eyes lost focus, and my heart jumped at that. Did I screw up again? Fortunately, a renewed focus soon returned to Alicia's eyes. She steadied herself, and a single thought solidified in her mind. This needs to be brought onto the field command's tactical interface. I immediately understood what she meant and fired up thought acceleration for the work. In the span of another heartbeat, I connected with the field command system that was built into her helmet. With the built-in access I had over most Imperial systems, I set myself up as admin and marked the known location of every cultist on the tactical interface. This felt like that time with the podium of cables I used in the last battle against the rebel army, but on a much smaller scale. Alicia gasped in surprise as she witnessed the locations of enemies popped up over the tactical display of her helmet. That was as far as an amateur like me could give in terms of giving solid support for now. It was time to leave the rest of it to the professionals. Please commence the operation, I said. Alicia bowed deeply. Acknowledged, Holy Daughter. She then turned to the Inquisitor. Lord Thabris, kindly look after Lady SYRINE while we do the Emperor's work. After receiving a nod from Thabris, the Palatine spoke to her sisters through the Vox. The Holy Daughter has revealed the enemy's location to us. Most of the heretics are at the lower levels, with a small number of them guarding the ground entrance. Double speed to the ground floor entrance and hold position. Move out. Amidst the acknowledgments, the battle sisters moved as one, their armored boots echoing sharply as they charged full speed down the stairs with all their gear, having total faith on what was revealed. Quick and precise to the point. Watch and learn, watch and learn. I mumbled to myself upon seeing the example set by Alicia and hurried after the sisters. Thabris appeared beside me, keeping his pace easily despite being a man of his age, with Neandra shadowing a pace behind him. While running, the Inquisitor took a look at his data slate, which was updated with the position of the enemies since it was connected to the field command system. What did you do just now? He asked. Quick and precise to the point. I scouted the area with my ability and mentally transferred what I saw to the tactical system. Now that's convenient. So the heretics are concentrated on the lower levels? Thabris asked. That is what I saw. Why? I replied while we chased after the mass of armored women running in front. There is a plasma power generator beneath the building for self-usage in case of power cuts. Thabris remarked grimly. Then we better hurry up. I answered, the unspoken implication of it added to the urgency of the situation. We soon reached the end of the staircase on the ground floor where the sisters were holding their position. Mirroring the information I glimpsed, no one was around here except for a few fallen victims nearby. It is as you predicted. Thabris remarked with a hint of being impressed before dropping a crucial question. While highly unlikely, do you sense any powerful individual nearby? I was startled for a moment before realizing the Inquisitor was referring to the arch-heretic, the supposed cult leader who most probably was a potent warp-craft user. I quickly checked my memory and concluded there was no presence of that sort in my brief glimpse of the psychic world. Nothing. I will keep an eye for it, I said. Please do. So, how do we proceed from here? Thabris replied. Hey, you are the pro here. I almost snapped at him before noticing the subtle look on his face. The bugger is testing me. Well, all Primarchs were known to be natural-born generals, so maybe he was expecting the same from me despite being a discounted version? Still, he has a point as the sisters would naturally look to me for leadership. Between an Inquisitor and a semi-sanctioned living saint, it was kind of obvious who bore the greater command authority for the Sororitas. Luckily for me, with thought acceleration I had a lot of time to slow down and take stock of the situation, essentially turning a real-time strategy game into a turn-based command phase. I checked the sisters and the strike force closely and for the first time had a proper look at them. With my connection to the tactical interface, I became aware that virtual name tags could be summoned at will to display each sister's name over their heads like a typical first-person shooter game. There were the 2 Dominion squads of 5 women, each led by Sister Superiors Cerise and Mariah, all armed with their massive storm bolters that was the standard armament for Space Marine Terminators. I remembered this as a typical power gaming setup in one of the many editions of the table game, so to see it in person was a bit both nostalgic and horrifying at the same time. No human will fancy being on the receiving end of their barrage. Then there was a 4-women squad of elite Celestians led by Sister Superior Lethica, acting as a command squad for Alicia. These ladies were armed with all types of lethal weapons, sporting a few combi weapons and a heavy bolter carried by a bulky-looking Sister Lysandra. Let the big girl carry the big gun. Lastly, a 5-women squad of standard battle sisters led by Sister SYRINE, with one of them carrying the other heavy bolter. After having a good look at our people and the current tactical situation, my gamer sense kicked in. The enemies outnumber us, but they are split up between the lower levels and outer perimeter, while we have the advantage of surprise and firepower. We should move forward to stop whatever they are up to while leaving a squad to cover our back, in case the other half of the enemies on the outside fall back and get us pincered. I offered. Both Alicia and Thabris nodded, giving my gamer instinct a passing grade. Squad SYRINE, hold this choke point while we move forward. Fall back to us if you're overwhelmed. Alicia ordered, putting her least lethal squad on covering duty. Suddenly Herlindia's voice cut in from my earpiece. This time she sounded choppy from a weak connection. Sir, Sororita's convoy reports ETA in roughly 20 minutes. Roger that. We are about to make contact and should soon lose connection with you. Thabris out. The Inquisitor said. Why the sudden loss of connection? I asked. Thabris looked at me with amusement before saying, Combede's range is only good for about 10 kilometers. We had been boosted by Flamer Ravens on board systems that allowed direct communication with Herlindia back at the monastery. With the gunship getting further away and interference from inside this building, she won't even be able to reach us just now if not for our cutting-edge gear. Oh, my noobness is showing again. Thabris then looked to Neandra and dropped his own directive. Locate and eliminate the commanders of the outer group, then aid our reinforcements in. The assassin nodded and dashed away like a ghost, producing little to no sound as she disappeared down the corridor. Wordlessly, Thabris took out an ornamental-looking bolt pistol from one of his holsters. I noted the huge inquisitorial emblem on the side of what must be a master-crafted weapon. He then squatted down to pull up another small arm from one of his boots and passed its handle to me. I recognized the weapon to be a Shredder auto pistol. Tempted as I was to pick up and use the cool-looking gun, there was the problem that I had never used a firearm before in my life. I currently have no idea of how to use a gun, I reported truthfully. Thabris had a for real look on his face for a fraction of a second before seemingly coming to the conclusion that a single auto pistol would not make much difference in terms of our current firepower. The Inquisitor nodded, put back the weapon, and stood up. Turning off the safety of his bolt pistol, he exuded the air of a man who was about to do a routine which he had done thousands of times before and asked casually, Ready? It was finally time to fight the cultist head-on.